Scotland counts. After what seems like an election campaign that started in June of 2016, we finally do have a result, and it seems, according to the exit poll that we've heard so far, that finally we are going to have a strong and stable government at Westminster for once. The projections are showing around about a 90-seat majority for Boris Johnson's party. The range somewhere between 70 and 110. So it does seem like a big win for the Tories, which I think a lot of people were expecting. And in Scotland, the SNP is projected to win 55 seats, which, if you take out the Neil Hanvey factor, who of course is not standing as an SNP candidate anymore, that would be equivalent to the result in 2015, the landslide result that we all remember, which had 56. So joining me at the table to start thinking about tonight's results are Chris McCusker from the SNP Socialist Group and Craig Dalziel from the Greens and from Commonweal. Yeah. Now, I believe you're here with your Commonweal hat on.
With my Commonweal hat on.
I'm sure we will see a smile out of you if there are good results for the Greens, though, nonetheless.
Oh, of course.
So, first of all, I mean, we have to think about this majority. I mean, I think a lot of people looking at the polls expected a big Tory win, but these things have been so unpredictable in the last few years. I don't think anyone wanted to count too many chickens. What do you make of the exit poll results?
And you have to remember that the first past the post system that we use in the UK general elections is the least proportionate form of democracy that you can imagine. So even just very small swings in the polls can have massive effects on the seats, and you saw that especially in Scotland, where just 1 or 2% either way would be the difference between the SNP winning 55 seats or them potentially losing seats.
Yeah, I mean, in some cases it's literally only a few votes in Scotland.
Yeah, you win the seat by 1 vote, you get all the power in that seat. We were expecting, a lot of polls were sort of anticipating an increase in the Tory majority. It's the reason why Boris Johnson wanted this election. It looks like he's going to be quite happy tonight. If the majority had been it should take. But with a 70, 90, 110 majority, Johnson's going to be able to ramrod through anything that he wants.
Mm-hmm. And Chris, I mean, this sounds like another very good result for the SNP, taking them back to very close to the numbers of MPs they had in 2015. So, but with a big Tory majority at Westminster, it's not necessarily going to let them achieve any of the things that they've been talking about during this campaign, does it?
No. But the one thing that stands out for me is that amount of seats will reinforce Nicola's mantra of the fact that we're going down there to represent us being independent, and she wanted as many Scottish voices down there to forage that field for us, because I think that we knew heart and heart that it was going to come out in Boris's favour, and unfortunately that means that it will end up in the courts.
So what do you think the SNP can do at this stage now? I mean, obviously their two big lines in this campaign were stop Brexit, which seemed to be their number one issue. That clearly doesn't look like it's going to happen now. And the other one was it's our right to choose, and that there should be an agreement on an independence referendum. Do you
a pain in the ass, and we will be a pain in the ass. All those MPs down there will stand up for Scotland, where the 13 poodles did not stand up for Scotland in the last 2 years. So we will make our voices heard on issues that are solely to do with Scotland. We will stand up and we will say that the Scottish people either back these issues or do not want these issues. And I would probably say that we don't want these issues, because anything that's proposed by by a Tory right-wing government is not in the best interest of Scotland.
Mm-hmm. And Craig, I mean, you mentioned, of course, the electoral system. I mean, we talk about this all the time, but as you say, there are a number of very close constituencies in Scotland and around the UK, where literally, I mean, there are a number of seats that are single and double figures, where literally just a handful of people could tilt the balance of power. It's perhaps less of a problem in terms of overall representation if the Tories have got a big win across the country percentage-wise and a big win proportionally in the seats. But for a situation in Scotland where there's a very, very fine division lot of seats. What does that do to a country, do you think, to have that kind of division?
Genuinely been a swing towards the SNP or whoever wins in any particular seat. To be honest, I'm really not in favour of tactical voting because I think it is quite corrosive to the principle of democracy. I'll vote for a party I don't like because the party I loathe would get in otherwise is not a good way to conduct democracy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if we did have a proportional system, then you could genuinely just vote for the party or the candidates that you wanted to see, and you'd have a much better chance to get in. Although it's probably worth saying that 55 seats that the SNP are projected, it'd be interesting to see just what percentage of the votes they get. That probably somewhere in the region of 40, 45, maybe edging towards 50% of the votes. And you end up with almost all of the seats in Scotland. You know, I mean, the SNP will be happy with this. And to their credit, the party is very much in favour of proportional representation, even when it benefits them. But you will have that sort of maybe coming from the Unionist side when they're cut down to one seat apiece. If we do end up seeing the SNP at 55, that's probably what's going to happen. You'll end up with the Lib Dems in Orkney and Shetland. You'll end up with one Labour seat in Edinburgh South. Where's the other Tory seat coming from? You have the one independent. Where's the other Tory seat coming from now? That's an interesting question. Well, because
you would suggest that the one Tory seat is going to be the man with no face. Alistair
Jack, Scottish Secretary.
Yeah.
Well,
right. Does he have a title? I didn't know he had a job.
Well, this is the thing, because I would possibly suggest that David Mundell is in a much more comfortable position to take that seat, which possibly leaves Scotland in the position of the Scottish Secretary losing their seat, even in the wake of a Tory landslide.
Right.
And also
that can play into the politics of the ongoing independence referendum.
And one of the other implications of this, we are assuming that the 55 would be 55 of the same 56 from 2015, plus Neil Hanvey winning in Fife. I forget the name of his seat, but that would be the 56, and that would leave just Orkney and Shetland, Edinburgh South, and David Mundell's seat, which would mean that Joe Swinson would have lost, which means the Lib Dems may be ending tonight without a leader.
Sorry, that was a silent whoop from me there. I do apologise, but could I just jump in there purely because Craig brought up an excellent point. The fact that if David Mundell gets back in and Alistair Jack gets deselected, being the only Tory MP in Scotland, how does Boris Johnson make him Scottish Secretary again if they fell out the last time?
Well, there's lack of options. It's either that or put in an MP from somewhere else, which they've done.
Put in an MP from
or
England,
maybe a Lord, which they can do as well.
Right. They can put a Lord in.
But it would be interesting if David Mundell doesn't get the job.
Exactly, that would be a big story.
The thing is, David Mundell was a very effective Scottish Secretary from the point of view of his party. He turned that outfit from a near powerless unit into a very effective propaganda outfit. I don't think Alistair Jack would be anywhere near that successful in that post. So Mundell getting that seat through lack of options may not be as much of a loss as we might think. Just be aware of that.
That's true, because, you know, I mean, Alistair Jack's sole contribution to industry was selling tents, wasn't it? Sorry, that was just
I'm not sure what Alistair Jack's contribution to anything is, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I mean, let's just have a wee look at some of the other parties then. What does this result say for the Lib Dems? I mean, we've not seen a seat projection for them, but clearly it doesn't look like it's going to have been a good night for them in Scotland. And as we say, they may have lost their leader. They're the only party in England with a really strong pro-Remain message, but they don't seem to have really gained anything from that in the polls.
The Lib Dems historically have always lost badly to the first past the post system. They have, as a party, they've always had a fairly strong baseline of support, but spread over the entire UK. Therefore, it was very difficult for them to break through in individual seats, apart from the places where they did win. They weren't like, say, for example, the Greens of England and Wales, who have a much lower baseline of support, but that baseline of support was very much concentrated around a single seat, and from what I've seen, it sounds as if they'll keep that seat. So yeah, they're going to, well, we'll see what happens when things come in. As I say, even these exit polls in the face of first past the post can be very volatile. So yeah, we can probably say a sort of overall picture right now, but trying to project those overall pictures down to individual seats, I'd be very cautious about doing.
And what does it say about your good comrade Jeremy Corbyn? It does seem that once again Labour have not been able to turn over amongst the worst, weakest, most conflicted, most divided Tory parties we've ever seen, with one of the most radical agendas that we've seen in British politics for quite a long time. What do you think Jeremy Corbyn's prospects will be if it turns out that this has been this kind of heavy defeat for Labour?
I would probably say that the internal PLP will probably mount a challenge in order to remove him, and they will look to put the blame solely upon Corbyn for not doing it. If you look back to 2017, when he was playing out. Sounds like a pop group, but he was playing out, and like Glastonbury and things like that, and he was really galvanising the youth vote at that time, and it was possibly maybe, if you could say that another couple of weeks onto that election, he could have maybe picked up a bit more. You could argue that because this has been a very short run in, and again, he hasn't had enough, because Jeremy's really quite engaging when he's out on the trail. It almost makes me want to sort of like hark back to the good old days, of principled Labour people, like Nye Bevan and people like that. I mean, real sort of like book thumpers and stuff like that. And it does make you want to jump up from your seat and shout, yeah, definitely. And I think he's always going to be put down in the annals of political history as the also ran of the Labour Party. Which is a shame. I mean, I was looking forward to possibly getting the whole of the country on a bit of a socialist agenda, and that's not me raising a scare story there. That was just wishful thinking from an old lefty. But if we could have got that, I think we could have, really seen radical change for the whole of the UK, and it might not have worked out to Scotland's benefit. And again, we're speculating, as Craig rightly said. It's difficult to sort of like know exactly just from exit polls. But apparently John Curtis, makes a living out of these bloody exit polls, so, you know, I wouldn't want to deny the guy a living, but you would like to think that, you know, and I don't mean to say that the people of Britain are stupid. I'm saying that the people of Britain have been duped. They have been. It's the biggest con since the Great Rock and Roll swindle from the Sex Pistols days. I mean, honest to God, it really is. How anybody could, you know, I mean, even the harking back to the photograph in the mobile phone incident, you would think that was a death knell for. But how does it just brush off them?
Because they're telling a very. If you want to win in politics, you have to be able to tell a story. Anyone can grab a whole bunch of policies from various silos and write them up into a single document and say that's your manifesto. But if you don't have a story, if you don't have a narrative to tell behind that, then you won't get anywhere. And I have to say that my impression of the Labour manifesto this time round was I was really impressed by it. It was one of the best manifestos I've seen in a long time. It's the manifesto that the left of England deserves. I think that it did sell Scotland short. I think Scotland deserves better than that. We have moved on in our political awareness from that point. But if you then look at the other side, you look at the Tory manifesto, what was their story? Get Brexit done. Very short, very simple slogan. Very easy to sell that story.
Simple and succinct.
Now, will people be happy with the result once Brexit gets done? Well, no. That's going to be the story for the rest of this year.
The other thing that I meant to say as well is the fact that the reason that Corbyn done so badly, apparently, is that you have to countenance the right-wing media behind the Tory party.
I was actually just going to come on to. We have I heard a lot of people saying, I mean, it's one of the things we were saying before we came on air, that this has been one of the dirtiest and ugliest elections we've seen certainly in my lifetime. We've seen the BBC, for example, editing footage a number of times to try and make Boris Johnson look better. Laura Kuenssberg has personally come under a lot of criticism during this campaign. We do, of course, have historic issues with overwhelming right-wing bias in the press, which is their right, of course, but it does colour the narrative of politics generally. And we have seen Boris Johnson duck and dive, avoid interviews, tell lies quite brazenly without ever getting seriously challenged on them a lot of the time. Is this just something we're going to have to get used to, or is this a temporary aberration that will clear up sometime soon, do you imagine?
All those issues you just mentioned, it actually goes even deeper than that. Last year, Commonweal published 2 papers on threats to the way we run elections in the UK. One of them was on data harvesting. So the data from all your social media feeds, whenever you click on these what kind of fruit are you polls, there's someone behind there harvesting your data. Often you have to click to just give them free access to everything you've ever posted on Facebook. And they just harvest that, fire it through a bunch of algorithms. Now they know you and they can target you with the propaganda that you are most susceptible to. I've seen people become radicalised in a very short time via this method. More insidiously, this sort of targeting can say, right, if you are outside that demographic that would be susceptible, you can be blocked from seeing it. So now you've got a bubble. Now you've got someone feeling an argument that they believe, and someone who could potentially counter it, not knowing it's happening. That's very dangerous. We then published another paper on the amount of money that is going into online political ads and the regulation behind it. We've called for better libraries of political adverts. The way that paper leaflets have those little imprints on them during campaign period. We want to see that regulation put out to all political adverts, even outside campaign periods, and online as well. The Electoral Commission is on this. I mean, we have spoken to them. They were already ahead of us on this when we published the papers. They were already thinking down those same lines. They're calling for exactly the same things. But it's going to take a government to enact that legislation to allow that regulation to happen. And unfortunately, the Conservatives have been pulling every single trick that we warned about in those 2 papers in this campaign.
Yeah, I mean,
This is very, very dangerous.
This is exactly what, I mean, the big hack that a lot of people will have seen on Netflix, that's exactly what that was about. It was Dominic Cumming, who is now Boris Johnson's right-hand man, kind of utilising that data to swing the Brexit referendum. And now apparently using a lot of the same techniques, a lot of the same ideas to try and win elections, and even to win outside election periods. As you say, it's not just during a campaign period that you're getting this drip feed through your social media. And we did see in the States recently, a lot of this is part of the story as well, with all the Russian interference and Trump and everything. Twitter have said that they won't carry political ads anymore. Facebook have said it's too difficult for them to check whether things are true.
It was quite interesting when Twitter made that announcement, because Twitter didn't really make a lot of revenue out of political ads.
No.
Most of the political ads went on Facebook because that's where the data is. That's where you can more finely target things. So that was a bit of a business coup for Twitter. Take the legs out of their biggest rival. Looked very good for them, and it's put Facebook in a very awkward position.
Yeah. So, and as you say, this is something where we're not seeing. We can all see the leaflets that go into go through people's doors. Whereas, as you say, you can't see the images that someone who is being micro-targeted with particular messages about Brexit or about immigration or about whatever it is that their hot button issue is.
I personally very rarely see political ads on Facebook, and I wonder if that's because I am politically active. So I'm just not being targeted.
Sometimes I wonder the same thing, why that I don't see a lot, presumably because they know exactly what way I'm going to vote, which is quite worrying. I'm always reminded there's an Isaac Asimov story about when it gets to the point where polling is so good that there's one person in America who decides the government for everybody, because running an election is awful complicated, awful big and difficult, and they've got the polling down to such a fine point that there's this one guy who can decide the entire thing. And I kind of feel that we're almost at that stage now, where we do have this such micro targeting that we can say, if I put this message to this person at this time, they'll vote for us. And if we don't do it, then they'll probably vote for the other guy. And that's a really difficult thing to deal with if we don't have some requirement to publicise this. Do you think there's any chance of that kind of thing happening in the UK? And is it something that could be regulated in Scotland differently? I mean, I know we have power over elections at Holyrood. Is that kind of thing something that could be regulated differently in Scotland?
Certainly it's within the capabilities of the Electoral Commission to do it, and they've called to be allowed to do it. They can have a library of political ads, so if you want to put out a political ad online, regardless of where it's going, you would have to submit it to the Electoral Commission with all of the information of who paid for it, how much, where's it being targeted, who's it being targeted at, who's being excluded from it, and then it would go up in a public database that everybody could scrutinise. They've called for this power. It just requires the UK government to let them do it. I'm not entirely sure if Scotland can do that differently, but if they can, they should. They should get ahead of this one.
I would probably suggest not, because Scotland, I hate to be pessimistic, but we've got very, very few powers that are actually devolved to us. Despite what the Unionists say, I mean, apparently we could, according to the Tories, some Thursdays, the SNP should be able to part water in the Red Sea.
I know there was talk around the independence referendum of setting up a new body to regulate that referendum in Scotland separately from the Electoral Commission, which is why I'm wondering, is that legislation possible? I think it's certainly worth investigating.
But going back to what you were saying there about, sort of like Facebook and all that kind of caper, the whole tie-in with, it's difficult for me to say this, what is it, Alexa, and that whole tie-in with Microsoft. And then that whole tie-in with, Microsoft's tie-in with Facebook. So if you say something into Alexa, like snowshoes, just for argument's sake, and then the next time you go into your Facebook, there's an advert there for snowshoes. Do you know what I mean? And that's how they tie it up. and you could say the most bizarre thing, you know, like carrots or something like that. You know what I mean? And something will pop up in your Facebook feed. You know, and going back to what you were saying about you not having any political, I've never had any political adverts on my Facebook, but then I solely I don't use my personal Facebook an awful lot. I mean, actually, my elder son was down. We were watching the Liverpool game on Tuesday, and he actually said to me that he disabled his Facebook, but kept his Messenger.
Okay.
And I didn't know that you could do that. You know, so the next time he comes through, I'm going to get my Facebook disabled, but I need to work out a way where obviously I'm admin on the socialist group thing, and also I need to interact with the trade union group and the Friends of Palestine as well.
The thing is, even if you're not personally on Facebook, you can still get profiles on you, because if your kids are on it and if they've taken photos of you and if they've tagged you in them or whatever, you know, you can still get this. You can still work out these profiles if you've got a big enough data set, and they do have big enough data sets. You can still get profiles of people who don't personally have an account.
Well, I'm lucky to have two politically minded children. My sons, my daughter's not politically minded, but both of them are well. Actually, one's green more than yellow. That's the one that's studying politics in Aberdeen, and the one through in Dundee is more. He was out voting for Chris Law today. So, but that said, that they are more politically savvy. I personally think that they are more politically savvy than myself, and that's me talking as a commentator on politics, because I think they're far more ahead of the game, sort of like PC wise, anyway, and they know what not to interfere with. You know, whereas they introduce technology to an old 50-year-old kind of thing, like, you know, press that button, Dad, and it'll work. And that's the way I've kind of like been tutored. So I'm very sort of like naive when it comes to computer issues, and I tend to leave all my politics for my Twitter feed and just leave them off of my Facebook altogether. But it's worrying that you're saying that they could just harvest it from, you know, just simply being tagged. Yeah. In a photograph. That is really wild.
It's fine. It won't be as thick as your MI6 file anyway. So you know.
Well, I mean, that's already, you know, like broken tables and stuff like that. You know, as a rampant socialist, I'm a known upstart.
It is maybe worth saying that, you know, we still only have the exit poll at this point. These exit polls generally are quite reliable, although there will be some deviation from the actual results when they come out. If the exit poll fails, I would reckon it's because there are more young folk who haven't voted before, who turn out, and we have heard reports of high turnouts in some areas.
Yeah, well, so I'm probably going to steal Kenny's thunder there.
Certainly.
That there were queues in the streets of North England, and the likes. It was reported in the Metro. Am I allowed to say the Metro?
Yeah, sure.
So it was reported that there was queues at polling stations. Yeah. So I would still like to hope that it could go into hung Parliament territory, and you know, the big JC manages to scrape through. I doubt it, but you know, we live in hope.
Well, this is why we're here all night.
Well, I mean, there have been reports recently of significant numbers of young people registering to vote. Yeah. Which again, you would assume that a big part of that is the Labour in England, at any rate, is encouraged. I don't think there are vast numbers of young Tory voters suddenly emerging from the shadows. Do you think? I mean, we always hear that the youth can change everything if they turn out and vote. Do you get the sense that they're going to this time?
Well, in the 2017 vote, if Didn't Vote was a party, it would have won. Yeah. It would have got more votes than any other party, and that's kind of the normal case. If people who didn't turn out had turned out, every single seat could have been swung in another direction. had they voted as a bloc. So they did not vote constituency is kind of the key to this election. But it's also a difficult one to get out because they don't vote. You've got to have some, again, that narrative politics. You've got to have something for them to vote for, or something very compelling to vote against. You kind of saw that with the 2014 independence referendum. You saw that upsurge of turnout in that referendum because suddenly there was something to vote for.
Well, you see, I mean, Labour were on a sticky wicket because they didn't know what they were advocating for anyway. You know, whether it was leave or remain. Personally, I don't. Not that I don't think, but I think the SNP could have been stronger to reach out to younger voters by emphasising the fact that the Erasmus programme is going to be severely put at jeopardy. Do you know what I mean?
Not just that, ongoing university programmes in general, ongoing university research. It's going to be tricky
but I think
time.
they could have been bolder in putting that across, and you know, sort of like, again, not trying to be condescending to the younger generation, but to actually point it out to verbatim. You know, like, your education is going to suffer because of this. You know, this one small action. If it's anything that kids are interested in, you know, I'm saying kids, I'm about young adults who are at college or university, you know, politics always creeps up to the, you know, near top of the agenda. It's something that you discuss.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, when you're in a pub or something like that, or, you know, breaks the monotony of talking about football. So, you know, but the amount of kids that now are, you know, like, that are waking up to not just what's going on politics-wise, but what's going on globally. You know, I mean, you only need to look at Greta Thunberg, you know, who, you know, could light up a room, you know, any room that she walks in, people just sit up and take notice. Do you know what I mean? Such is their sincerity and their honesty. And if she can't reach out on a teenage level to young adults, then, you know, what chance has Jeremy Corbyn got?
And this is going to be the real tragedy of this election if it does turn out to be a Tory majority, because, you know, this was probably the last election to really make serious headway into the climate emergency. If the UK doesn't grasp that one and make serious inroads into that, then we're going to be in a lot of trouble, and the next generation and the generation after that are going to be living in a very different world from the one we're currently enjoying.
Yeah. Do you think that, you know, I'm curious because I haven't found anybody to answer this, and I didn't think to tweet you about it. But you know, do you think that Scotland being an independent country, the targets that it's set are realistic, or do you think that you know, we could have, had we been independent in 2014, would there have been more realistic?
The current targets set by the Scottish Government don't even match what they can do with the powers they've got. They need to be far more radical than that.
Well, you would say that.
Oh, I would say that. I'm a political lobby group. I'm always going to push for it. And Commonweal has published a Green New Deal blueprint that has set out a £170 billion 25-year programme to take Scotland to carbon neutral by 2045. So that's the kind of scale of challenge that we're looking at. That's the kind of scale of ambition that we're looking at.
You know, from my side, obviously, I'm going to say, you know, you can't run before you can walk.
Yeah, but you need to take a step at some point.
You need to take a step at some point, aye, but when you're off balance with one hand tied behind your back, it's a bit difficult. Now we've got two hands tied behind our back, you know what I mean, come Friday morning. You know, literally we could be handcuffed.
One thing that this election, if it pans out the way these polls are showing, is that it does show the absolute necessity of Scotland becoming independent as quickly as possible, so that we can start making the changes that are necessary to avert the climate emergency.
Yeah, on that front, you know, in when I was a lot younger, before there was a Scottish Parliament, 55 SNP MPs would have been a passport to independence. That would have been the decision made.
Well, Margaret Thatcher said so.
That was always the principle that was operated under before there was a Holyrood Parliament. At this stage, though, We've seen Boris Johnson say basically no, nay, never to any sort of agreement. We did kind of briefly touch on this earlier. But Craig, what do you think the SNP's strategy regarding independence will be at this point now?
It has to be a similar strategy to the successes that the Scottish political bodies have had in shaping the way that Brexit has panned out. It has to be challenging the UK constitution such that it is, and hammering down exactly what it means to deny a Section 30 order. The very first principle of the Declaration of Human Rights is that nations have the right to self-determination. So for someone to say no, nay, never is, on the face of it, a breach of that. So yeah, there's going to have to be a Section 30 applied for. If it's rejected, there has to be a challenge, and then once that works its way through the courts, and the UK constitution is clarified. Because the UK does have a constitution, it's just not written down in one place, and it really loves being nice and fuzzy so that it can be worked around when necessary.
Including words like under normal circumstances.
Under normal circumstances, defining normal as when the UK government wants to do something.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, we need to get that clarity, and then we need to move from there. And well, we're piling hypothetical and hypothetical at that point. So options may or may not branch out from that.
What's the feeling within the party about another push for independence? I mean, there does seem to have been a certain amount of reticence from the leadership, and even in some of the campaign literature, independence was given a much lower profile than certain other issues. So what do you think the party is saying about these things? What do you think are you getting the feeling that the party is really agitating for a moves on independence, or do you think that, like some people suspect of the leadership, that maybe a pause might be welcome?
Well, my own personal belief is that we should have played the independence bit down on this election, and not shelved it completely, but we should have been putting the bread and butter issues front and centre, and obviously that means Brexit first and foremost. Then I would say the economy. Then I'd be saying challenging actually the Labour's Green New Deal. What Labour's Green New Deal vision is compared to the Scottish government, the SNP's vision, and I hope you're going to agree on this, is I think ours is slightly better, but not as radical as what you would want it to be. I accept that wholeheartedly.
The SNP version is much more localised, I would say.
Yes.
The Labour version is kind of a centrally run, UK-wide. Maybe giving distinctions to the regions, but really being a top-down central planned thing, which fits quite well with the Corbyn and McDonnell ideology. But it's maybe one that kind of, again, this is where I've got to the point in the manifesto where I was saying, I really like this story, but it's kind of selling Scotland short.
But then, what I was, as I say, we should have been highlighting things like Brexit, the economy. But also, I was going to go that one step further and actually talk about, the just transition that we need, and actually spell it out to the people. How we're going to do that just transition. Obviously, you hear Patrick and Ross champing on about the need to stop drawing on fossil fuels now. Well, it's not quite as easy as that, just to turn the tap off today and change over tomorrow. It has to be a just and managed transition from one to the other, and I don't think that's been properly sold to the electorate. Again, not labelling the electorate stupid, but sort of like explaining it a wee bit better.
I think again, it's really what you were saying earlier, that explaining this is the 40-year plan to deal with climate change is a lot more complicating, a lot less of a simple story than we'll get Brexit done in January.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And after 3.5 years of wrangling about Brexit, I think even a lot of Remainers are now hearing, oh God, Brexit can be done? Brexit can be over? I think there is a certain extent where, again, with Labour's kind of indecision over Brexit policy for so long, nobody really trusts that Jeremy Corbyn could get Brexit done even once he's set a policy.
Yeah. And on the Lib Dem side, the idea of just cancelling Brexit altogether. I know more than a few hardcore Remainers who want to see Brexit cancelled, but think it's fundamentally undemocratic to do it via just writ by a majority government, which was the Lib Dem plan.
Liberal Democrats are famously not all that democratic in some of their attitudes.
Notwithstanding the fact that, I find myself saying not that the electorate are stupid, but what people don't seem to understand is that Brexit will take 5 to 10 years in order to get sorted out. This is a subject that's not going away after January.
Even the original plan was to leave last March, and then there would be an implementation period, a transition period up to December 2020. Boris Johnson said now we are leaving at the end of January, but that 2020 deadline, that December deadline, is remaining. So we've eaten into that vast chunk of time, which was already tight. Nobody in the sector is saying that the transition can be done in less than 12 months.
Which I find it hard, a bit far-fetched when Jeremy Corbyn said that he could get it done in 6 months. Do you know what I mean?
That's you talk about sort of deluding the electorate. That was just right in that camp. You can't say, if you can't back up your claims, don't make them.
Well, I think had he been a bit more pragmatic and said, we will sit down round the table, discuss any deal that we're going to seek, we'll bring it back, then discuss it, and sort of like elongate that 6 months to sort of like 9 months or maybe into next year. Might not have suited the Scottish narrative, but he probably said that because because Nicola had been on the front foot by saying, well, even if Brexit's sorted out, we're still going to go for independence, because you had that earlier on the point that you made, a very valid point, is the fact that Corbyn seems to think that he can just throw money north of the border and everything will be fine. But I mean, how many Alasterplasts has Scotland had in the past 50 odd years of there's a couple of £1 billion. Do you know what I mean? Go and get it fixed, and it's never been fixed. The whole economy is absolutely pumped. And it needs to be, started from the very beginning.
From the very foundations of it.
And that foundation starts with that just transition that we were talking about, and moving it from the fossil fuel economy over to the which we have done with Nicola pointed out the work that we've initially done on the renewable sector, the carbon capture as well that we were discussing last week. It was with Gordon, sorry, not be a good self. Where they're storing electricity in Eaglesham. But then
and I know offshore wind companies who are practically doing anything they can to get hold of oil riggers, because nobody knows offshore engineering better than a rigger.
And
that is the opportunity for the just transition, and they're becoming very rapidly competing industries. So it's once that starts snowballing, you will just see that happen.
Yeah.
Anyway, just on some of these numbers again, we're having reports that some constituencies in the north of Ireland have a turnout of 80+%. which
Right.
which could be very interesting. I mean, everybody I've talked to today has said that their own polling station was busy. I don't know if I think that's the case for both of you as well. Is that?
Well, I turned up at my polling station at 7:45 this morning, and it was
Okay.
empty, so it's always empty at 7:45, because
Fair
who
enough.
gets up at 7:45 to go and vote?
Apparently you, Craig. Just you.
I had an excuse. My car had a flat tyre and I had to go down to the garage to get that sorted.
Okay,
I
so
went
it's
in and
it's
voted
not
in
just
the-
that you're a complete political junkie.
I mean, that too, but
And what about you, Chris? Was your polling station?
Well,
You've been getting out the vote today, I think.
Yeah, I was doing get out the vote for the fantastic Kirsten Oswald, I must say. It'd be a travesty if she's not included in that proposal of 55. There was great engagement today, and taking into the consideration the weather factor. But the polling stations were. The one in Newton Mearns, the Fairweather Hall, was, it was kind of like quiet when I took my older brother to vote in that one, and then took him back home, and I went to my polling station, which was about maybe a mile down the road, and it was far busier. The car park was full, and there was plenty of people coming and going and stuff like that. But so I think that I would like to see the turnout percentage. I'm looking forward to seeing the turnout percentages for Scotland, because I think there has been an uptake on that general engagement. Despite what the right-wing media say, that everybody's totally hacked off with Brexit and all the rest of it, I think actually the people in Scotland actually want to see this. I was just about to say, get this done, but no, they do really want to, see this being sort of like taken care of by actually going out and exercising their democratic right, so that that Nicola can then stand on that ticket. As you said about 20 minutes ago. At some point in time in the not so distant past, we were told that all Scotland needed to do was take a majority down to Westminster, and we'd be given our independence. I'd love to dig her up and tell her she was wrong about that. Do you know what I mean?
well, things have moved on. We had the referendum, that set a new precedent. But I'm intrigued by that turnout in Northern Ireland. I don't know what the historical turnouts in Northern Ireland have been.
I believe generally relatively low.
Yeah.
I think the North of Ireland is generally quite low.
And that's going to be interesting. I didn't see the exit poll for Northern Ireland either before I came on air. And Northern Ireland's politics are, of course, very different from the rest of the politics in the UK. So again, while we're now sort of seeing a Tory majority in across the UK, I mean, what's going to happen in Northern Ireland? I mean, this could have another story to it as well.
Well, there was some discussion on the about tactical voting against the Loyalists. I think the DUP. Really since the heating scandal, which almost cost Arlene Foster her job, and then didn't, and then caused the downfall of government in the north of Ireland. Since then, I think, and along with the collaboration with the Tories on everything, which has then left Northern Ireland without its own government, and with its vote on Brexit being treated very roughly.
Although
there does seem to have been some movement from Sinn Féin, the SDLP, and the Alliance Party to try and do their best to shunt.
Yeah, and if the DUP lose seats,
out.
If the DUP lose seats tonight, there could be an interesting story there about the future of Northern Ireland. Although in the more short term, we have to remember now, if there's now a Tory majority, the DUP simply aren't needed in the way they were before. So that probably opens the way for Boris Johnson to ram his deal through.
Yeah.
But then wasn't the DUP already sidelined anyway because they voted against the government?
Well, they voted against it, but they could vote against it, and they were able to block that deal.
Yeah.
Now they're not.
We do just have numbers as well. Obviously, this doesn't include the North of Ireland, but we have Conservative 368, Labour 191, SNP 55, Lib Dems 13, Plaid Cymru 3, the Greens 1, and the Brexit Party 0.
Yeah.
So that's that's a pretty substantial majority for the Tories. 368 to 191 Labour. I mean, going below 200 is a pretty big defeat for Labour. And I mean that 13 for the Lib Dems, from Jo Swinson assuring us that it was realistic for her to become Prime Minister. To perhaps not even leading a group of 13, that's not a good look for the Lib Dems. I don't think.
That's also coming down from the 18 that she's amassed. It was 18, you know, when those independents joined up. So she's actually came down in her party standing, and I'm looking forward to the day where Ian Blackford reminds her that she is the fourth party in power and not the third, as she constantly wants to do.
Just about half an hour ago, the SNP did release a statement saying that Westminster won't be able to block an NDRF if the exit poll is correct. And 20 minutes ago, Labour put out a press statement saying Labour has changed the debate in British politics and it's too early to know. As we are just joined by Gordon, I am going to take off very shortly. So Gordon, how are you doing? How's your evening been so far?
It's been wonderful over in the green room so far. I've been chatting up all the ladies who are working so very hard here at the studio tonight. I think I've eaten 2 jam donuts already and drunk at least 1 cup of tea.
Well, I
haven't even started.
I'd better get out of here then, so that I can go and eat my share of jam donuts.
That's the food of the gods.
I'm sorry, Ken, there might not be many left.
So, as I say, thank you all. I will be back later on, as I'm sure I'll get to talk to the rest of you at some point in the green room. So, have a lovely evening, gentlemen, and I will see you in a wee bit.
All right, Kenny, we'll tag team you out of the team for the time being. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
How are we going?
I'm very well, thank you. So, where were you before I so rudely interrupted you, gentlemen?
We were talking about jelly donuts.
Well, surely not.
So yeah, we've just discussed this SNP statement that's come in saying that the Westminster government will not be able to block an NDRF if the exit poll is correct, if they do get the 55 odd seats that the poll has projected.
Well, before I came on, I was actually reading a tweet by Angus B. McNeill, who you'll probably know was the man who was behind the idea of having a Plan B for getting independence. You remember Angus? And he was saying that he now thinks that both the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats in Scotland are going to now be approached by the SNP, and they're going to say to them, do you want 5 more years of Boris Johnson and cuts and Brexit, or are you going to throw your lot in with us, with independence? So it seems as though there is a plan of some kind for the SNP to approach some of the other pro-union parties in Scotland to actually see if they're prepared to abandon their fixed positions.
Laudable as it is, I don't see it floating, purely down to the fact that Willie Rennie has absolutely no political savvy whatsoever.
I think I once compared him to a mouse parachuting into cotton wool in terms of impact many years ago. Never met the man, but just the impression he gave me.
Well, anybody that darts down Ashton Lane with a stupid hat on and all the rest of it is
a wizard, I think.
Just to devil's advocate, to his credit, Willie Rennie, of all the politicians, even in the UK, I always put Willie Rennie as the one who actually enjoys campaigning. You can see the joy in his face when he does it.
I think it's the only time he feels he actually is earning his living.
I enjoy campaigning, when I'm holding a sheep between my legs, do you know what I mean?
On this idea of bringing in the Labour and Lib Dems, I think it's worth a shot, and if the party doesn't immediately go for it, then there is another route, and it's one that Commonweal's used to fair success in Scotland, is to approach the members. And we have heard rumours of the Labour Party possibly seeing a pro-independence motion appearing at their next conference, driven by pro-independence Labour members. At this stage, I can't substantiate it. I don't even know who's behind it. But if that came up, and if that appeared in the Lib Dems as well, and if those motions passed, then it would be a very poor leadership who rejected the clear shift from their members.
Well, can I then add to that, not knowing Willie Rennie personally, but I do know Richard Leonard personally. He was my political officer in the GMB, and I will tell you hand on heart, he will not buy it. He will not buy it.
So
he is a rabid unionist to the core, and he sees himself, although the Scottish Labour are not as autonomous as what they would like to be, he does see himself as being totally autonomous from London.
So a pro-independent Scottish Labour Party will not happen under a Richard Leonard leadership?
I don't see it.
In which case the leadership may have to change for that after that motion passes.
That I could see. And to be honest with you, it's worth floating that idea. I would really love, out of all the people that are in the Labour Party within Holyrood at this moment in time, the only one with any principle, and this might come as a shock factor to the viewers, that Anna Salwar stands head and shoulders above anyone else in that party. Principled to stand up for black lives, Asian lives, refugees. Honestly, he's been 100% on the ball. He's called out Islamophobia every time that he sees it, and everybody just claps behind. Very good. Do you know what I mean? It's simply not good enough. There should be other people willing to shoulder that huge task. That is, happily not prevalent in Scotland as much as it is down in England, but it's still, I think you would agree that if there's any sight of the far right within Scotland, it needs to be shut down, and shut down very, very quickly.
So, gentlemen, you think they were at the watershed moment, and ladies, of course, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. We're at this watershed moment for all of the parties in Scotland, where it is very obvious, as the SNP and some other people are posting, that there are now two very different countries in the United Kingdom, Scotland and England, diametrically opposing each other. We've got a move to the right in England, very far to the right it seems. 68 seats is a gigantic majority compared with what was predicted. On IndyCar yesterday, people asked me what my prediction was for an SNP seat count, and I said 57. And if this...
Bold, very bold.
There's nothing like being ambitious, and I still believe we might get back to the heady days of 56 that we'd seen in 2015. And I think once we see the actual result of the poll, when we get the first numbers in, we may well see that there's more than just 55 at the present time. Obviously we don't have the figures yet, but at some point soon they are going to appear. Now we're going to say cheerio to Chris McCusker, and we'll be welcoming to our midst Day Tucker, who is Broadcasting Scotland's rural affairs expert. Welcome, Day. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you very much.
I know you've been in the green room listening to everything that's been going on.
Yes.
What's your reaction to this what seems like a massive result for the Tories tonight?
Absolute shock.
Yep.
Is this, how do you put this thing on your head? There we are.
Just clip it to your lapel.
Sorry, I'm
That's okay.
hopeless at this sort of thing.
We'll have to wing it a little bit tonight.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just wait till it gets to 3-4
So you were
in the
shocked
morning.
today at the result?
Yes, because, on the way in, I knew nothing about this, so it was a real shock. And it's a second shock, because I didn't realise that they were so stupid down south.
You mean the voters?
The voters. I mean, I knew that some of them were, but if it's as they say, that's an absolute landslide.
The big thing that Boris was trying to ram home to everybody was this phrase of "get Brexit done." I don't know if you happened to see one of his publicity stunts was driving a bulldozer through a wall made of bricks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it seems to have worked.
I mean, if you can call walking into a fridge a publicity stunt, it has sort of the same effect for the Tories. It doesn't seem, well, for I think actually for the entirety of this campaign, there's no party who hasn't gone for a Hollywood-like show factor at some point or another, kind of unnecessarily, but I can see how in a democracy as disintegrated as the UK, that's all that you're going to get out of a place that is as dysfunctional as this.
Yes.
I have to say I'm not shocked at all. I'm not shocked. I'm just fed up.
But did you expect such a landslide?
To be honest, like I'm getting asked this question quite a lot when I speak to people on the continent that are asking me, and people are saying, look, this general election, surely the UK has understood by now that this is not the way to go forward, that, you know, there must be a change in opinion. And I tell every one of them, no, they are not ready. They will re-elect the Tories. We'll see how...
I think the European Union doesn't seem to understand the English mindset, and vice versa. Craig, let me bring you into this. I know I've been asking Day what her reaction was to the news that the Tories appear on first glance with the exit polls to be leading with approximately a 68-seat majority. Were you surprised when you saw this figure?
I was expecting, my kind of central estimate was a majority for the Conservatives. And I did think that if it was less than 20 odd, then there would probably not be as strong a stable government situation again, because you might still have the backbench rebellion type thing going on. I'm not that surprised he's managed to get more than that. No, if you're a Scottish political commentator and you're wondering, and if you are surprised, it's possibly because you're maybe starting to realise that England's a different country. They vote differently down there. They have different priorities.
And this is the comment that we're hearing from politicians, from pundits all across the country, is that there is now a very definite difference, not just between political parties or parliaments, but the actual mindset of the people of each country is different.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're very much here against Brexit. We want to stay in Europe.
Yes.
We feel European. We feel like we want to welcome Europeans and have more European Scots, not fewer of them. And yet in England the opposite is true. They seem to be scared of immigrants. They seem to be frightened that they're being overwhelmed.
Yes.
But is England really being overwhelmed, or is this just do you think this is just a mirage that's just been created?
Oh, I think it is. It's been conjured up because the statistics prove that it isn't the case. I mean, I know statistics, you can believe them or not, and they can be manipulated, but no, it definitely isn't the case. So they've been conned, and they've just shown their ignorance. And let's face it, for how many generations has the British public, particularly down in England, been almost shielded from understanding anything about the EU?
And also anything about the relationship with Scotland and its economy as well.
Yes.
They seem to have been
And
kept
Northern
in the
Ireland.
dark about both.
Yes, and Northern Ireland, the ignorance about, even from politicians in Westminster.
A lot of people in England seem to think that Northern Ireland was just Ireland. It was nothing to do with the UK at all.
Yes.
Much to the amazement of the DUP, I suspect.
Yes.
One of the things that strikes me about this, whenever I hear the differences in people's attitudes to Europe, is that I remember, I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was balanced on. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Yes.
I think the Scots welcomed it as something different because it gave us more rights.
Yes.
It brought money, and it brought welfare. It brought help to very far-flung places like the islands and
Yes,
the Highlands,
and
which
the Highlands
weren't
and
getting
Islands.
infrastructure at the time.
Right,
And they
yes.
still largely depend on European money.
Yes, yes.
And now it seems that will dry up with Brexit.
Yes.
Now I know, Craig, that you and Commonweal have done a lot of number crunching. One of the things that Commonweal is famous for
Kind of
is,
what we do.
is the economic arguments for independence. How much money will we be losing when we leave the European Union? How much grant aid is Scotland currently absorbing from Europe? Can we quantify it?
I mean, it's on the order of hundreds of millions is the amount of money
Hundreds of millions.
that it comes from Europe
Yep.
to Scotland. The thing with Brexit isn't so much that money just stops. It's because there is the political idea that, oh, well, instead of European agricultural funds, you will have a British agricultural fund instead.
Right.
Yeah.
But, as your reaction says, what are the priorities going to be? Where is that spending going to take place? How is it going to, what shape is it going to take? These are the big uncertainties here. So it might be that Scotland ends up losing out as that money goes down to farms down south, as we saw the last time there was an emergency fund given
Indeed,
to
yeah.
Scotland. Or it may be that the money more or less stays the same in Scotland, but it starts going only to certain people in a great respect, or for certain forms of agriculture that maybe the Scottish is kind of going against what the Scottish Government would rather see done with the land, or
Yeah.
there's going to be tensions there.
Yes.
So it's a very uncertain time.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's,
It's about, is it about 550 million that we get in the cap? Direct payments to farmers.
I
I think it's
can't
round
remember.
about
It's
that.
it's on the order of that, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Now,
So you can imagine, so if it can just say
Of
the
course,
money that
yes.
was supposed to come to us to level us up, 160 million, well it was more, but it's depleted. But, you know, that puts into perspective 6 years it's taken to get that 160 million.
and this was money which was already owing, isn't it?
It was owed to us.
And it's been owed for 6 years.
6 years, yes. So, you know, that's the record of the Westminster government giving the money from Brussels
Yeah.
to Scotland. And they've done the same with the Welsh government. I can remember a friend of mine, I think you know him, who worked for Roger Morgan as a special advisor, and he worked out that the Welsh government should have had a certain number of millions for science funding, and it never was forthcoming from Westminster, and they fought, and he managed to get it. But they had withheld this money.
Waiting and hoping that they
Centrally.
wouldn't notice that it was missing.
Uh-huh.
Ellen, I'd like to bring you into this a little more. As a resident European, Ellen Hoffer, you represent EU Citizens for an Independent Scotland.
I do.
I'm sorry, Ellen, you and I had never met before tonight.
No worries.
So I do apologise if I'm a bit ignorant of your role in this. But when I was talking to you earlier on, I got the distinct impression that you're not somebody who just talks about things, that you actually get things done for Europeans.
Oh, I really appreciate that. That's what I try to do, yeah.
And what is the main thrust of your work at the moment?
Well,
Knowing now how things are going to happen in the UK, how does
Yeah.
that affect what you've
I
been
mean,
planning?
I guess I've gone around Scotland for long enough for most people to know that, you know, an organisation that is called EU Citizens for an Independent Scotland would quite like to campaign for independence, and we do that in the context of media appearances in Europe specifically quite a lot, and when they come to Scotland. And that's when I speak about Scotland, about the reasons why we want independence, what it means, and so on and so forth. But in Scotland, Brexit has really changed an awful lot for EU citizens, and it's required a more than one-word approach. And because that approach has been a bit lacking in Scotland, it's been necessary to make suggestions and find the right stakeholders and try to push those forwards.
So you feel like you're having to push on a door that's not opening to you yet? You feel that the Scottish Government needs to be more receptive to Europeans like yourself who are trying to improve things for European Scots who are still here?
I find that the Scottish Government is extremely welcoming and extremely kind to people that are not just European citizens but migrants in general, and they have come up with quite good policy suggestions. One of them would be the electoral franchise bill that is meant to enfranchise EU citizens, some third country nationals, refugees, asylum seekers and prisoners. And the suggestion was made 2 years ago that there should be a bill going through Parliament, and people thought it was brilliant. In fact, so brilliant that it got announced twice in the last 2 years. In the meanwhile, Wales announced pretty much the same thing. There's a slight difference between Wales and Scotland. In Wales, 16 and 17-year-olds are not yet franchised, or were not yet enfranchised, like in Scotland. But they announced at the beginning of the year that they were going to have a franchise bill. And last month, they passed it. Meanwhile, the first stage debate in Scotland just took place at the end of last month. And that, you know, when I look at that timeline, okay, Wales does not have the same powers as Scotland, but we have the opportunity to use the policies that we're making and actually push them forward in a constructive and, you know, in a faster way than we are doing. And that's not the only thing. I think voting franchise, I know that we are heading, even Europe and many other countries in the world, with what we're trying to implement here, but it is so overdue that we enfranchise the people that live here rather than just tie voting to citizenship. That we shouldn't rest on our laurels. It is not enough to say somebody's welcome and somebody, you know, is valued.
Do you feel, Ellen, that the Scottish Government, by tying the right to vote to citizenship, is actually replicating the same problems that the United Kingdom is creating for you
No,
as
because
well?
there is no proper policy for an independent Scotland, and the Scottish Government at the minute is trying to enfranchise EU citizens, and it doesn't have anything to do. At the minute, we are allowed to take part in elections that are Scotland-wide and the council elections, but this right is enshrined in EU law, and with Brexit for the entirety of the UK, those laws fall away. So because the electoral franchise is devolved to Scotland, this is, you know, a human rights violation that passes on like a hot potato to the nation, the individual constituent parts of the UK. So Scotland is left holding that bag. Now, we knew about this immediately. As soon as the Brexit referendum happened, we knew that this was going to happen. You know how long Brexit referendum is now ago, so the timeline is incredible on this thing.
So, the stage we're at the moment is that the Scottish Government has partially processed the legislation that's required to enfranchise European citizens for what, the next independence referendum, or any.
It's interesting that you say that. There are two different bills going through Parliament.
That's what I thought, yeah.
So one of them is, as we
is.
know, the last referendum, the last independence referendum, allowed EU citizens to participate as well as 16 and 17-year-olds, and that was the right thing to do. It would be highly unusual if there was a second independence referendum that suddenly didn't enfranchise EU citizens and 16 and 17-year-olds, so that's highly unlikely. However, it's written into the referendums bill that EU citizens can participate. That by itself is going through. However, that bill does not include the people that are enfranchised by the rest of the electoral franchise bill that is also passing through Parliament very slowly. So refugees and asylum seekers so far don't have the vote, and they were not considered for the referendums bill, which is an interesting oversight. We're not talking about a great deal of people
We're talking
here.
about a very small number
It
of
is
successful asylum seekers
Right.
who've been given the right to stay. Yes?
It's asylum seekers and refugees. Refugees have received an official status. Asylum
Yes.
seekers are people who are still seeking that status.
I understand. Okay. So we are partially there with the legislation, but what you appear to be suggesting is that we should be a lot further on than we are.
It is, and it's kind of interesting that the whole bill was discussed at first stage. So the way that it works when it goes into the Parliament is first stage debate goes back to Commission, second stage debate goes back to
It's a
Commission,
long process.
third stage debate goes to a vote, and then it passes or it doesn't. I was really nervous about this bill, made sure that I saw my MSP, my Labour MSP here, and she was not very clued up. I wanted to speak to a Labour person. She was not very well informed that this bill was even taking place, which was interesting, but I was really pleased to see that Labour actually positively contributed to this debate, as did the Lib Dems, as did the Greens, as did the SNP. Meanwhile, the Tories in Holyrood started to say that they disagreed that, you know, the UK and Scotland in particular have been warned that not enfranchising any prisoners actually violates human rights. And they were trying to argue that they disagree with the human rights violation because these people shouldn't have votes. the Conservatives were not the only ones who had issues with enfranchising prisoners, though. This was what held up this bill for ages and ages and ages as an SNP internal discussion.
There is, I believe, there is a Conservative Party sort of ideological view that prisoners are there to be punished, and therefore giving them the franchise to vote is basically according them a human right which they think they don't deserve. But they're the only party which thinks this way, as far as I know.
No, they're not.
They're not?
I don't think this falls along party lines, actually. I think this is something that is a debatable issue across quite a lot of...
it crosses the party divide?
Well, it held up the discussion for over 2.5 years in the Scottish National Party, so we can't really say that it's something that is exclusive to the Conservatives. They have come up with the absolute minimum that they all could agree on, and that was people who have received sentences like, you know, custodial sentences of under a year, those should be enfranchised. Here comes the kicker, though. On the same day that this was the suggestion that they put into paper to then discuss in Parliament some months later, on the same day, a piece of legislation comes out that suggests that in Scotland people shouldn't be given any term sentences under 12 months, if at all possible.
Was this not an SNP policy?
Yeah.
That they would abolish any sentence below 12 months and replace it with some form of local...
Yes, and I would suggest, though I hope that none of you...
Payback or some community
That's correct.
payback.
Like, if you look at that pattern and then look at the voting franchise pattern with the independence referendum pattern, if we talk about the SNP, there's a greater need, I believe, for policies being made to be joined up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you need coherence in what you're doing, otherwise you're wasting time on all the levels, and it takes forever.
My own impression, such as it is about the SNP's priorities at the moment, are that they appear, at least on the surface, to be prioritising the political situation that we're in at the moment first. And so issues regarding immigration, the rights of European citizens, and all of these other very important issues which are vital to people are being kind of put on the back burner while we deal with this situation that we're in tonight, because I guess they have to fight this now based on the new reality. We've turned a corner, I think, tonight. Something has happened in the United Kingdom that's probably going to affect Scotland and England at least equally, and possibly Europe as well in the same way. This is a turning point for all of us. I guess nobody knows how the rest of Scotland is going to react to this. Do you have any feeling in your own group of friends, or I mean, I think you might be able to let me know what the feeling is in Commonwealth.
My friends don't let me talk politics.
They don't.
Yeah, I think that...
But they're probably the most important people in terms of their attitudes, because they're not political.
Yeah.
Your average person, what are they going to make of this? Have you seen any, or heard what your friends?
Oh, my friends are intensely political. They just don't necessarily agree with my personal politics, and I bang on about it quite a lot. So, yeah, it is going to be a big turning point for both countries. I think. What I was saying earlier, and what kind of plays into what Ellen was just saying there about policies having to join up somewhat, I think that we do need to start seeing what kind of narrative is coming out of Scotland. What is the country we want to see, and what policies tie into that or pull away from it, and what is the narrative that England now has to tell the world and tell itself.
It's a big moment. I mean, we don't know what the reaction will be from Boris Johnson and his immediate cabal. That's if Mr Johnson retains his seat. There is some doubt apparently at the moment that there was a big Labour surge in Ruislip in the Prime Minister's current seat, and that Labour felt confident that they might be able to oust him. How on earth would that affect the country if Boris Johnson lost his seat?
Before I came in here, came on stream, I did sort of hear that possibly the most Brexit of results from this election, this was before the exit poll came out, the most Brexit result would be a Tory Lib Dem coalition, but both Boris Johnson and Jo Swinson lose their seats.
Yes.
Well,
I'm
part
not,
of that,
I'm
part
not
of
sure.
that might be coming true. I gather
Well,
that Joe
it's-
Swinson is looking a little bit shaky as well this evening. Somebody was telling me tonight.
Yeah, so we will have to. It's difficult to translate an overall exit poll down to individual constituencies. It's also difficult to imagine a government winning a majority but losing its leader. I don't think it's ever happened in British political history. There has been moments where people who were perhaps tipped for the next leadership lost their seat dramatically, the so-called Portillo moment.
I've just been told from the control room that the probability of Jo Swinson losing her seat is 95% according to the current exit polls.
Intriguing.
Pundits. 95%
Very intriguing.
likelihood. The other thing that we've learned is that John McDonnell, the deputy leader of the Labour Party, has ruled out replacing Mr Corbyn at all, either temporarily or permanently.
So
I mean, the
we're
Labour Party is
definitely not talking about it then.
No, I mean, the Labour Party will be a gigantic hot potato now, or maybe that's the wrong analogy, maybe it's just a gigantic poison chalice now.
Or it potentially means if Corbyn goes, McDonnell goes with them, which
Yes.
is possibly
Will this
not
be the
unlikely.
end, do you think, of
But
the
on-
left in Labour?
Yeah,
That's what it's called.
on the Lib Dem news, I wonder if that means Chuka Umunna for Lib Dem leader. I wonder if he'll consider that a second best to not getting the Labour leadership.
I always got the distinct impression from watching the way the Labour Party was campaigning that they weren't trying terribly hard. And that the stage management of Labour events was really poor. Boris Johnson would always turn up to a crowd of placard waving enthusiasts, and we would see Mr Corbyn getting off his bus in an empty car park and just walking over to the press.
The thing with Johnson's
BBC
event.
perhaps decided to
No.
this about-
The thing with Johnson's events is very tight focus.
Yes, a very small number of people, but short from close in.
Actually,
But at least they know stage setting,
this
right?
is true. I mean, I think, to be honest, I think Labour has run quite a good campaign. They did find their target demographic. They did
They
go for
tried
it.
to.
They were increasing their vote in a way that was analogous to the last election, although slower and not as dramatically. It was fairly obvious from a couple of weeks ago that they weren't going to be making that massive rise that we saw last time round, but they were coming up. And that seems to be where Corbyn is at his strength, when he is actively campaigning rather than just sort of sitting back and doing PMQs every week.
I don't know about you, but I always get the feeling when I was watching Mr Corbyn that if times had been normal and there was no Brexit going on, he would have been fine as a Labour leader, probably. He may not have won, but he wouldn't have lost so badly, I don't think, as he appears to have done here. This looks like a real gigantic landslide towards the Tories.
I think we'll need to consider that there's a union on its knees dying, and then that union will lash out, and Corbyn has been bearing the brunt of that sort of attack. And when people, there's still people walking around saying, well, I quite like Corbyn, but to me he seems really xenophobic, and you're like, oh.
Because they've been told he is.
He's anti-Semitic, he's xenophobic. It's just sound bites that have at least no fair equivalent with the Tories.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we're just hearing that the first result is coming in. We're waiting on it just now. So, do we know yet? I'm just trying to find out from our control room. Say again? Newcastle Central, a Labour hold, did you say? Labour hold. Okay, so Labour has held
Newcastle Central.
Newcastle
right?
Central. I guess we might have expected that in the North East.
It'll be interesting as more information filters in to see if that's been an increase in majority or a decrease, or roughly about the same. But yeah.
Because weren't they up there? They were very Leave orientated, weren't
Well,
they?
Newcastle voted Remain.
Oh, did it?
Newcastle, it was Sunderland that voted Leave. We'll probably get. It's always a race in general elections. Who gets the first count, Newcastle or Sunderland? They've got a bit of a rivalry there.
Okay. Is it Chuka Umunna's seat? Oh, Chu Amura, I beg your pardon, I misheard that, mate. So it's a Labour hold. Chu Amuna, I'm just trying to get my Amura, I beg your pardon. It's a Labour hold. So that's the first result of the evening in.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm losing sound here on my earpiece, so I'm just going to have to keep talking tonight. We have a little bit of a sound problem. Okay, so we know that Labour has held at least one seat so far. Wow.
It's a good start.
It's a start. Yeah, I think we would probably be more excited if it was a Scottish seat that was being held by the SNP, probably.
Yeah.
But we're in that horrible situation now where probably a whole flood of results is now going to come in very quickly.
Yeah.
And we're going to be running to catch up.
We're going to be overwhelmed, but it's also going to be so patchwork that we won't really get a good idea of what's going on.
Well,
Just to hark back to what I was saying earlier, here's a comment from Baroness Worsley, who's called for introspection on the part of the Tories. My party must start healing its relationship with British Muslims.
this is from Baroness Vassy.
Endorsements from Tommy Robinson and Katie Hopkins and colleagues retweeting both is deeply disturbing. I think we can agree with that. Independent inquiry into Islamophobia is a first step. The battle to root out racism must now intensify. I'm actually quite surprised by this because this is the level of introspection that has been absolutely absent. All of the criticism has been on the Labour Party and the Labour leader.
Yes.
That's usually the kind of comment you would hear after a party lost.
Yes.
The
So this to me is someone saying, look, we know there's a big majority here. What you can't do is now just ramrod through your ideology. It's a challenge to Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see how widespread that kind of view is within the party. I'm not sure how much it will be. The Baroness has been an outspoken critic of some of the more extreme elements in the Tory party. There were folk in the Tory MP group who were of that mind as well, folk like Ken Clarke, but they're all gone now. They were all ejected from the party. So the Tory party really does have to have that introspection, really has to start reflecting on what it means to be a Conservative. It'll be interesting times.
It seems to
I
me
think
that
we probably shouldn't forget why all this came about. This monster of Brexit was created by the Tory party having this infighting. They've had to own it.
yes.
So they had to create a
And they've
way
had
of
to
owning
involve
it.
the rest of the voting population
Yes.
in their internal squabble.
So they have created all these voters who are wanting to leave,
yes.
and now they can't control them. Why would the Labour Party want to have be landed with the same problem?
We're hearing that as the results come in, things might not. We're hearing some conflicting stories that things might not be going according to the exit polls. So,
surprise,
Well, we're at the very
surprise.
beginning of the game, so
we're
we'll
at
see
the
how
beginning
that goes.
of the evening, and it's just beginning.
The exit poll, if I recall, is something like 20,000 people over a few hundred seats. I mean, it's a widespread poll. I mean, these polls are usually quite accurate, although there has been exceptions to that. But as I was saying earlier, trying to translate the exit poll in general to specific individual seats as they come in, I wouldn't do that lightly. So we will see upsets again, as I was talking earlier about the complications of the first past the post system and the knife edge that has. Just a couple of votes either way causes a big swing.
Well, we're still in the northeast of England. We've just heard now that the Tories have held Blyth as well. So
to be honest, the seats that hold are probably the somewhat less interesting in this. It's the seats that switch, look for the change, look for the swings. So we will probably see
so we're
a few
seeing all the
holds as we
safe
come in.
seats declaring first, it appears. I'm just trying to get the name of the MP. I'm still having slight problems with my earpiece. Ellen, are you hearing okay?
No, we're on the same line, and it's
We're
equally
on the same
crappy,
line.
but
We
I'm
have a
currently
rather
looking it
broken
up.
up communication line at the moment. But we do know
joint-
that the Tories have held Blyth and Labour have held North Newcastle, I believe it's called. I think.
That's
We'll
the posh
probably
end,
be
the
corrected
north
later
end. Morpeth.
Morpeth, yes.
That's still a Labour hold, did you
So
say?
we've got a
Yes.
Labour hold and a Tory hold, both in the northeast of England so far. We're waiting on other results coming in, and I'm just watching at the moment some of the feeds. It's Yeah, Blythe Valley has been taken by the Conservative Party. And as we say, Newcastle has been held. I think Newcastle and Sunderland been
And
held by
Sunderland held by Labour. That's interesting
Yeah.
because, as I say, well, yes, Sunderland
the
is that kind of...
Conservatives have held in
Yeah.
Blythe Valley.
Yeah, so Sunderland still has that sort of very Labour-orientated sort of working
It's an
class
industrial northern
tradition, but it
town,
was also
yeah.
a very heavy leave sector. So, yeah, there's interesting politics to come out of this yet.
So at the moment, we're in the very early stages. We've only got, what, 2 results in?
Yeah.
We've got
3.
Blythe Valley for the Conservatives,
Yeah.
again from Labour.
So Blythe Valley was again from Labour, as I say, it's looked
So
to the swings.
Labour has
so
lost
that's
1
good.
seat to
Yeah.
the Tories, and Labour has held on to 1 seat in Newcastle. So that's where we are at the moment, and we'll bring you any more results as they come in. It tends to come in rather piecemeal, doesn't it? That's the problem.
Yeah.
Early in the evening, it comes in.
Generally,
drips and drops.
generally, what happens is you get the seats that have always had that tradition of being first, race
Yep.
to get things done. You've got the smaller constituencies where you can count faster, the more compact ones where it takes less time to get the ballot boxes to the count. You don't have to, like in the Highlands and Islands, take them on a ferry or a plane to get them to the count location. So they tend to come in a wee bit earlier. Then at about 2 a.m, 3 a.m, they all come in at once, and the commentators have a
We
real
might
fun
have a
time.
little bit of good news, Craig. According to the latest news, Sterling is 98% heading towards an SNP win, according to the latest
So
figures.
that is Alan Smith's
Yes.
Alan Smith, yeah.
seat.
That's my constituency.
So Dave,
So that'll be-
what's your reaction to that? I don't really need to ask you, do I? Just to see that smile.
I've
So
worked with Alan ever since I became a rural leader.
Stephen Kerr is going.
Oh, thank goodness.
I take it he was not your favourite
He
person.
certainly
Dave.
wasn't. No.
Why did you dislike the man so much? Did you feel he didn't
He
do
did
much?
nothing for either the constituency or for Scotland. He did nothing but denigrate us. Because I used to watch, I still watch BBC Politics Live. Not Politics Live, BBC Parliament.
Yes.
And to watch him down there denigrating us.
Was denigrating
He's
his own
denigrating the
constituents.
SNP, which is basically us. They are the majority party, but all he would do is batter away at them. And it just rips my knitting.
So Alan Smith is coming over from the European Parliament, of course,
Yes.
where he has been quite popular online from some really really influential speeches he's given in the European
Yes.
Parliament.
Yes.
He's made quite a few good contacts over there. He's been quite a good source of both information of how Europe views Scotland, but of how Scotland views Europe or should be viewed by Europe. So that Europe does have a bit of a fear of nationalism, and that translates to some of its view around Scotland as well. So he has done quite well at networking around there and kind of showing the
Yes.
nuances of it.
We
How
have-
that translates to, how he'll be able to translate to the British system, where he doesn't have the electronic voting, he has to go through the lobbies and shout across the aisles. Well, we'll see.
Well, we're hearing that it's now another 98% certainty that Douglas Ross will be losing his seat.
Good.
So we're seeing a lot of ninepins beginning to
Yeah.
fall.
The
He
thing
was
about
the
Alan
Scottish
is-
Football Association part-time referee. I seem to
yes.
remember.
The thing about Alan is he really understands the fishing situation and the farming situation.
Yeah.
And he ameliorated a lot of the difficulties that farmers could have had in terms of VID identification with ear tags for sheep and things like that. And Alan worked so hard on that, and he made a big, big difference to farming.
Well,
I last worked with Alan Smith on trying
okay.
to,
Yeah,
trying
just got to watch
find
the
some
microphone there,
information.
Dave. Got tangled up.
I last worked with Alan Smith on some on trying to get more information on the impact of Brexit on the UK's access to statistics from Europe through Eurostat, and how Brexit might impact the UK's feeding into statistics on Eurostat. Now, because what we were getting from the UK government was kind of fears that the UK would just drop off the Eurostat databases and might start changing methodologies of statistics so that it become more difficult to compare the UK to other European nations, which is maybe quite a niche interest area. I'm a statistician. Happiness is a well-formatted spreadsheet to me. But it's important. If you can't compare, say, your employment rate to other countries, then you can't benchmark against them. You can't implement policy in anywhere near as an effective way. So you did some good work helping me there.
You need to know where you're being successful, where you're not being successful. You need to know about your exports, your growth rates, the amount of imports, and actually the amount of just sheer activity that's going on between Scotland
Well, of course,
and...
maybe that they don't want us to know that. I mean, look at the pensions. We're the lowest in Europe.
We do seem to be scraping along the bottom of the league tables in so many, particularly in terms of social services or social welfare. We just got some information out on the turnout for tonight's count. It is 61.8%. I gather that's across the United Kingdom. That's a pretty...
3% less than in 2017. That was
I was expecting it to be higher than this.
That's disappointing.
I'd be interested to know what the Scottish figure is if we can get it.
That means that once again, did not vote could have won the election. If did not vote had been a party, it would have had...
it's always the same. The people who don't vote are the ones who allow things to happen to them and the rest of us.
It's like parents' evenings.
That's bad.
Sorry?
It's like parents' evenings. You always get the good parents coming and they're not really the ones you need to see.
I liked Plato's quote.
Edinburgh West, I'm hearing a 98% chance of the SNP taking Edinburgh West.
Wow.
Only a 1% chance of the Liberal Democrats hanging on to the seat. 1%. Liberal Democrats seem to be really suffering. And I
think that's because of Joe Swinson.
So it's Christine Jardin's seat.
Yes.
I understand.
Oh, well, she's
Edinburgh West.
But Joe's popularity just started to plummet. And it was interesting over Twitter when she was first put forward.
Apparently she, the current incumbent had been involved in a slagging match with the Liberal Democrats in general had been trying to rubbish the SNP's candidate in this particular ward, and it seems to have blown...
Backfired.
That goes to show, again, all politics is local.
Yes.
And these local impacts
so the previous candidate, I think, was Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
There was a really nasty campaign mounted there. So this looks like payback for the SNP in this particular seat in Edinburgh West. So an SNP gain from Liberal Democrats. It's predicted, but the likelihoods of these things are very high, it seems. I mean, when they're making the predictions, they're well up in the 90s, 98%, 99%. Certainty. So we'll wait for the final real figures to come in.
If the 1% ends up panning out, I'd hate to be the person that opened that last box and it's just all Lib Dem ballots.
Well, I'm not sure how close this result was. We'll wait and see when. These are predictions, of course, so the results themselves could be substantially different, I guess. But the predictions so far appear to have been pretty much on the money.
Well, let's hope not. I really fear for the rest of the UK. We only look at England and we have quite a lot of frustration built up, but Northern Ireland is attached to that, Wales is attached to that, and all throughout the rest of the UK there's people with bleeding hearts, understanding that their futures are
tied
and really, I appreciate what a different mindset we in Scotland have because we see a way out. Imagine you didn't have that. How would that impact you emotionally? And how quickly would you be packing your bags?
I always like to liken Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland to the steerage passengers on the Titanic who were locked in the engine room when it went down and trying to get out of that before it goes down.
I saw somebody on Twitter likening the Lib Dems to the orchestra.
The orchestra playing on the deck of the Titanic. Well, many people have said, that changing the government at this stage is a little bit like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. It has almost the same effect, none whatsoever. Brexit is going to happen. The UK will separate from Europe. It will float off into the Atlantic by itself. Unfortunately, it wants to take us with it. Sorry, we're still getting quite broken sound from our newsroom at the moment. I'll let you know if we hear any more news when it comes in.
Having said that, though, I mean, what we're talking about is a Boris government.
Yes, indeed.
Brexit comes after that.
Yes.
Brexit comes out, and Boris tells lies all the time, so it's quite possible that things could alter.
Well, there is not just scepticism, there is disbelief in Europe that there is any chance of the British government managing to negotiate a Canada-style trade deal, which, remember, that the British government wants to have better than the Canada-style deal with lots of
and even more
extra bits.
importantly, in a timeline that is absolutely
Impossible.
insane. It's impossible.
Yeah.
It is factually impossible. The fact that people still think that, a wee Prime Minister holding a sign saying, we'll get it done by the end of February, does anything to the reality of these things not coming about by February at most, which is still impossible, but at most by then you would have the terms of the divorce between the EU and the UK agreed, but not the individual specific detail for all the things
Yes.
all our lives are,
It's a bit like a
embroiled.
couple
It's
separating but not
ridiculous.
knowing where they're going to live yet.
Look, you haven't
Not
even
bought a
decided
house.
who's moving out of the flat first, this is nowhere near disentangling your shared
Well,
bills.
plus you've got the Scottish lodger in the attic room as well,
Yeah.
who doesn't want to leave.
It's going to be interesting, but definitely we know Brexit is not going to get done. There is no getting anything done. It might crash and burn in one way or another.
Yeah, technically Brexit will be done because we will have left the European Union, but we have left the European empty-handed, with empty pockets, and with no map of the road ahead, with no idea what we're actually asking for. The negotiations that took the Canadian government 7.5 years to conclude, Boris Johnson is expecting to do in a year. I mean, what is the most realistic timescale? I mean, I think perhaps, Craig, you have a better idea of this than any of us.
Anyone who's been working seriously on this behind the scenes is saying, look, you cannot negotiate these things in timescales of less than a couple of years, and implementing them can take a couple of years as well. So you're talking a 5-year timescale. You're talking this entire upcoming Parliament.
Yeah. So we're talking about Brexit taking the entire length of Boris Johnson's term of office.
Yeah, and there's a basic principle in negotiations that the more you want and the more you need, the harder it will be for you to get it. So I think effectively, I've been saying this for years, I think Britain will get to the point where it just has to turn around to the UK, to the EU, sorry, and basically the EU will slide them the contract with the pen to sign.
Yeah.
Now, we have heard that's essentially what's happened with Boris's deal. He went back, he said May's deal's impossible, this backstop thing is completely uncountenanceable, we cannot pass it with this backstop, how can we change it? And apparently the EU said, well, if you just take the backstop and you fold it into the main deal, the backstop disappears. It's still there, it's just no longer a backstop, it's now a front stop. And that made it
now goes into place straight
and that
away.
made it passable.
Yeah.
But that was kind of exactly where the EU wanted the deal to be. So the UK, in its haste, in its utter desperation to do anything,
did what the EU
basically
wanted them to do.
the bit of paper came across with the pen to sign.
Yeah.
It is not putting the UK into that strong and stable global Britain position that it wants to be in.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I was under the impression that the British government cannot do a trade deal with the North Americans until the business with the European trade deal is settled one way or the other. Or maybe they can't do a deal with Europe until the American trade deal is sorted.
No sensible third country will approach the UK before it settles things with Europe, because Europe's the bigger market, and the UK economy will be tied to the EU market in some way because of its deal with the EU. So it'll settle the EU and then it'll look for advantage or arbitrage where it can use UK leverage to gain a little bit more than it gets from the EU. That will never happen to the UK's advantage. The UK-US trade deal will not be based on the UK selling more stuff to Donald Trump.
No, it won't.
Not
be,
a Donald
because
Trump.
Trump has already stated
Yeah,
that.
he wants to cut imports.
Yes, he's pursuing an isolationist policy
Protectionist.
of
Yeah.
closing the door to foreign imports. So why would he want to do a good trade deal with the United
Oh,
Kingdom that advantaged
Yeah,
us?
he'll get a great trade deal, but it won't advantage the UK.
No, it will advantage Donald Trump and,
And
his,
again-
his friends.
And again, if the UK wants to get it done quickly, which it will, because the great global Britain-UK-US trade deal will be the keystone of this
The
policy,
next few years.
then it's going to be a case of, right, Trump administration, what can we sell you? Would you like my shirt too?
Here's the NHS.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there is this other problem though that because there's a chicken and egg situation when it comes to these trade deals, as you say, that no sensible third-party country is going to approach Britain to make a deal until they know how we deal with Europe. Because if we have an into Europe, then it makes us, I suppose, a little more attractive for another country to do a deal with us, because it becomes, or we become, an open door into Europe for them. And this is one of the reasons, personally, I've always felt that Scotland should always remain in the European Union and be independent of the United Kingdom.
So
that we
basically,
have that conduit.
the UK is going to place itself below Ireland,
And in terms
because
of
other countries
economic
can come
activity.
through Ireland to get into the EU.
Well, there is also the issue of where exports depart from, because as we all know, the British government has skewed the figures for Scottish exports by claiming that goods exported from Scotland to the European Union which pass through English territory are exports to England.
Yes.
And therefore we don't see these figures appearing
That's-
accurately.
That is a bit of a misnomer,
Is it?
actually, yeah. The way that Scotland deals with its Scottish exports is it takes a different approach.
That's interesting.
Yeah, the way that Exports Statistics Scotland works is it puts out a survey to Scottish exporters and just says, what do you export, how much, and where do you send it? It doesn't. It's not so concerned about the route that it takes.
But the
So if
British
you're try-
government is, that's my point.
If you're trying to find the Scottish figures within UK data, that might be the case,
Uh-huh.
but go straight to the explicit Scottish exports. It's a far richer data set anyway.
And this
Now,
exists, within the Scottish...
Export Statistics Scotland is the name of the,
government?
the database. There are flaws with it. We've produced a couple of papers, Scotland's Data Desert and Scotland's Trade, which looks at the limits of Scotland's export data. We have patchy data on our exports because it's based on a survey rather than a complete blanket. We have almost no data on our service exports. So goods exports patchy, service
Must be
exports
extremely
none.
difficult to quantify.
All very difficult. Almost no information on imports at all.
That's surprising. That's quite shocking, actually.
It
We
is.
don't have any information on how much
So-
we're importing.
So what happens is we get these news stories of Scotland exports X to the EU and Y to the UK, which, okay, fine, debate those
Sounds
numbers,
good.
look at the trends, look at the way things go within that. But what is Scotland's trade balance with England? No one knows.
No one knows.
Not to any real degree of certainty.
Scotland's trade balance with the rest of the world seems to be quite easy.
Even-
well, not easy, but it seems to be more obvious.
Even that, we don't track imports in the UK. The UK's border infrastructure is insufficient for current needs, never
But there
mind
is no real
post-Brexit.
border, is there? It's virtually just a road across past a sign.
Well, I'm talking even on the UK scale.
Yep.
So goods coming into the UK
Oh, I
aren't
see.
checked with anywhere near the frequency that they should be. So the UK is currently being sued by the EU because of textile imports largely from China, which came to the UK and then went into the rest of the single market
And
without the
rebranded.
tax being paid on them.
I see.
Right.
So
Because they just weren't checked. Smuggling coming in via the UK. Now, post-Brexit, that's going to get worse. Then that's going to
Can
get
imagine.
especially worse if we get that no-deal Brexit and we get the plan. The plan there is just to start waving trucks through to stop them clogging up the ports.
The ones that are going to
If
be...
I was a smuggler and I knew, right, things are just getting waved through, fantastic.
Yeah, lots of foreign goods waved through. tobacco, alcohol as well, probably a golden age of smuggling is about to start.
Well, and in this day and age, in the last couple of months, we've also seen that it's not just tobacco and
No,
alcohol,
it's
it's people.
Yes.
People
People
dying in the
smuggling.
back of trucks,
Yeah.
going all over the place, with the UK unable to wash its hands because it is clearly complicit and unable to do something that really is constructive in terms of immigration policy.
I've always felt when it comes to immigration that the British state is a victim of its own advertising, because as far as I can see, at least, the British government puts out an image which is very positive of a peaceful, safe, secure nation with a great, economy, a thriving economy, and it is almost as if the streets of London are paved with gold, and people will do anything. If you're living in a war zone or you're fleeing from persecution, England must look like nirvana to many people, and many people I know do spend their entire family fortunes risking their lives to get here, and find that the door is just slammed in their face.
And on a different level, it is not a tax haven, but people prefer to come and work in London because they're taxed lower than, for instance, in France.
Well, the City of London, as I understand it, is a separate entity from the rest of the UK. And it has different. Correct me
It
if I'm wrong.
doesn't have devolved tax powers in the way that
Doesn't have
Scotland
devolved
has.
tax
No,
powers.
the London Assembly is far weaker than
But
even
the City of
version
London
it.
itself, the commercial hub of the United Kingdom,
Has
is almost like the Vatican. It seems to have almost its own
yeah,
rules.
that's mostly ceremonial, to be honest. It does have its own peculiarities, but it's not quite the way it was now. The UK does have a big tax problem in that its tax regulations do heavily favour multinationals and their ability to move money around via London, via some of the offshore territories. And there have been cases of companies sort of moving staff into the tax office.
Yep.
And then rehiring them out of the tax office so they can get the juicy gossip on the latest new loopholes. One of the big sort of advantages for me for Scottish independence would be to just essentially scrap the UK tax code and start afresh. We've got
I think
Commonwealth
you
have
would probably find a great deal of agreement around the table about scrapping the bizarrely complex system of taxation that the UK
so
currently has.
Commonwealth has a paper on this written by Professor Richard Murphy from
I
Tax
have
Research
read
UK.
it. I've read it. It's very impressive.
I'm a fan of Richard Murphy's.
He speaks very well.
He's
as
been
well.
a good collaborator with us, unfortunately.
How much of a role do you think the European Union's new legislation on antitrust laws, these laws to prevent companies and individuals from hiding their wealth in tax havens, has that really affected the UK? Do you think the UK government is deliberately taking us out of the European Union partly for this reason?
Not nearly as much as Twitter would have you believe.
You think it's a big conspiracy theory?
Well, most of the places that you can think of that would be affected were exempt.
Anyway.
So it's and
Aside from that, violating EU laws is nothing that is new to the UK. The UK does it with impunity because the democratic and judicial systems that the EU have set up and the individual EU countries have are just incredibly sluggish to catch up with these kind of violations.
Bureaucracy.
Man, I can't tell you the way that data is handled in the UK. We've just seen the headlines about NHS data going to Amazon. Do you think that was covered in the GDPR? Yeah, it was. Do you think you'll hear back from the ECJ anytime
I'm just
soon?
trying to imagine what Amazon would do with everybody's medical records. What's the point? Maybe they're going to try and sell you some
What kinds of
bandages
medical
or
ads have you been
crutches.
seeing recently?
Yeah, well, I mean,
This is it.
you could buy a
This-
wheelchair on Amazon, I guess.
this is it. But also big data. This idea that you can profile people based on you can just gather data points from everywhere and profile people. It's not always the data itself that's important. In that it might not be your medical data. It might simply be the fact that your data is in this place. So
It's significant because
your
of where it is.
geolocation that's more important. The thing with these big data things is you just gather as much data as you can on people, on as many people as you possibly can, and you fire it through the algorithm. You don't
Yeah.
understand the algorithm necessarily, but once things churn through it and come out the other end, you might not even really understand the results, but now Amazon's making more profit.
What a surprise.
And that is the point. It might not be even directly to sell you drugs from the newly privatised NHS. It might simply be that now we know where people want to buy shovels somehow.
Yes, they've just got that information
Yeah.
now, they've got it from somewhere.
Yeah.
I'd like to move the conversation on now to what we think the SNP's next steps will be. Does anyone have any suggestions on what they think? Prediction from you, Dave? What do you think Nicola will do next? Any idea? Will she
I know
name
what
the
I
day?
want her to do.
What would you like her to do?
I would like her to start to roll out the next referendum.
So you want her to name the day and say,
Yes.
this is it?
Yes.
I think a lot of people feel the same way. It's a bit like get Brexit done. Now we want
mean-
to get
I mean, it's like-
India ref done.
You know, there's always another hurdle put in front of that happening.
That's been
surely-
a characteristic of being a part of this union. Whenever we try to take a step forward, another barrier is placed in our way.
But that shouldn't stop us from trying to actually get over the hurdles. We
Yeah.
know that there's
No.
a certain amount of hurdles in the way, and we don't see the steps being taken to overcome these hurdles.
That's right.
We're never going to finish the race if we don't challenge the status
Yeah.
quo. And we have seen that the way that the SNP has acted effectively in the last couple of years is by challenging Brexit in court. I'm sorry, I understand the focus on Brexit, but at some point we're going to all have to be a little bit grown up and understand that if we're not getting agreement to hold a democratic vote, we will need to challenge that, at least in the context of the UK, because by the trajectory of fighting Brexit and being taken out of the EU, that means that we can't fight it in any other court. The ECJ is not an option, even if Scotland wanted it to be. By the time that we have Brexited, it's not an option for Scotland.
So what you're saying here, Ellen, is that if Nicola waits too long,
Yeah.
and we wait too long to actually have this independence referendum and vote to leave, we might miss the boat, as it were. We might miss our chance.
I think I'm very afraid
Our
that we
chance-
already have. But
I
if
say
we
our
don't
chance
even
to take the UK government to the highest court
Yes.
Yes.
in Europe and say Scotland has this right to
and not just in
self-determination.
Europe. I mean, the Scottish government, if you go onto the Scottish government website, there's a letter that was posted about the Section 30 request.
Yeah.
And it's kind of badly titled because what is contained within that page is actually the Scottish government saying to Theresa May at the time, look, we'd like to sit down with you and discuss how we're going to go about the Section 30 business. To which Theresa May, if you recall correctly, said, now's not the time, see you later.
Yep.
That's all nice, but you cannot legally challenge sending a letter about maybe sitting down for a cup of tea over discussions over
I
Section
agree.
30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about first steps, there needs to be a formal request that gets formally turned down or delayed to a point where,
Well-
and this sort of delay play that we're facing here, sorry, but we could have started that game a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Many people would agree with you. I'm sure if you go online, you will find thousands of people who have exactly that same opinion.
There is also the idea that in order for people to change their minds, they need to suffer a wee bit.
That is something which was said to me about 18 months ago, that one of the SNP's policies was to allow people to have a little taste of how bad Brexit was going to be, and for them to see how it was going to affect their jobs, their companies, their children's education, their health service, and basically everything that we depend upon, that we value, how it is going to be damaged by Brexit, and that some people, as you say, have to feel the pain
They have to feel it.
before they will change their minds.
Let's think about that as a sort of metaphor and look at it as a sort of gradual cyanide poisoning. We're testing cyanide on so many people. Some of them will get ill and then they'll get fed up of taking the cyanide. But in the process, you're damaging people who cannot take that cyanide
This
dose.
was an argument I made
And
as
not
well.
only is it about, understanding that people have real urgency for real reasons about this, the fronts on both sides, on the right-wing side, on the left-wing side, on the centre and around the centre, all of these fronts are hardening up. We're not coming together as a country. We might think that we're not as extreme as the rest of the UK and specifically England, but we are hardening ourselves, our stances, our political discussions are becoming just as toxic and just as non-constructive. And I think what Scotland had going up for it up until now is that, you know, we were constructive about debating. Holyrood is famous for parties actually, despite all the differences, being able to work together and trying to find good results nonetheless. And it's very difficult to do that when you have discussion that sinks to the very level that we're at now. I'm sure we've all seen the headlines that Ruth Davidson made today. I'm not going to repeat it because I don't think it's necessary. That level of debate, it's got nothing going for us. We shouldn't be engaging. Nobody should be crying about it. Don't give it a platform. So that's why I'm not talking about it. We need to all raise our game, and the longer we draw it out, the more complex we make it for ourselves. If we're still trying to bring a nation together, this next Indie Ref is going to have to be about changing minds of people whose minds weren't already changed.
There are some, though, who are changing their minds. We've seen several prominent Tory activists publicly declaring their support for the SNP. This is something I don't think we've ever seen before. And it's not been forced on them. They volunteered to do this. One in particular, whose name escapes me, I'm sure somebody will tell me later on, who publicly made a video to say that he was supporting his SNP candidate, even though he was a former Tory election agent and supported other...
Is that down in the borders?
I think this was in the Highlands. I may be wrong. I'll find out
because
for
I
you
know
then.
there are a lot of prominent Tories down in the borders who found Callum to be a first-class MP when he was an MP there.
And I think people forget that in the middle of Brexit, that sometimes you need a good local MP, especially if you live in a rural area where things like that are far more important to you. Just at this stage, I'd like to introduce another guest to you this evening, Sam Payton, who's just joined us.
Hello.
Sam, you are associated with the Save Loch Lomond
campaign. I am, yes.
And I know one of your friends, I think, Alana Mora.
Yes, my partner in crime,
And
yes.
You two have been doing the business down in Loch Lomond, trying to prevent Flamingoland from building a nest there.
Yeah, we have. We certainly have. Again, Tory donors, as we like to repeat every now and again.
So the Tory donors are paying into Flamingoland? They're part of that?
Yes, they are, very much so. We've ran a very, very highly successful campaign in the last year and a bit. And at the moment, the campaign is pretty much stagnant because Flamingoland withdrew their application.
That means it doesn't mean it's over.
It's not over and done with. No, we're still in the background, working away. However, no, they can actually still put in another application due to the fact that there is an exclusivity deal between themselves and Scottish Enterprise, and this is what we're focusing on right now, to try and somehow stop this exclusivity deal. Yeah.
My understanding, having been in business myself many years ago and dealing with Scottish Enterprise back then, was that Scottish Enterprise exists as an extension of the British government in Scotland.
Yes, they do.
To attract inward investment from outside of Scotland into Scotland. And in this case, this was attracting Flamingoland to Loch Lomond shores to build it's not quite a theme park, is it?
It was a resort. Yes, on public land. They were getting land which was reportedly worth £2.7 million.
How much did they pay for it?
And they are reportedly going to be paying $200,000.
So they're getting it for a tenth of its real market
and
value.
it's public land, and it's the last patch of public land within that vicinity of Balloch. And one of the things that we've been doing, part of the campaigning, is researching into how local community can actually take over the land and basically develop it in more keeping with a national park, with Loch Lomond, with the local community, bringing proper jobs, not zero-hour contracts, not jobs that are going to be offering the minimum wage.
Cleaning chalets and
which is, down at that part of Loch Lomond, is a lot there's a lot of jobs like that.
Yeah,
So-
there's a lot of holiday villas.
yeah,
and,
so we've been
hotels.
looking into possibilities and encouraging the local community to get involved, and possibilities of community-run businesses which are going to offer proper skill jobs, apprenticeships, including educational facilities like forest schools, ecotourism. So yeah, but the problem is we have this exclusivity deal, so we're kind of
So this
can't
is
go forward.
this is a legal roadblock then.
Yes.
Where the two parties have signed an agreement
yes,
in which
But my understanding is you as a community can
we
challenge
can't.
it.
We
You
can't because of the legal exclusivity deal. It basically shuts out the community.
my recollection of the story was
Under
that
Scottish law.
Yes.
what happened in the case of this
Sorry.
land, though, the history of it was rather strange. The company that used to own the land was a dye company. They made
Yes.
dyes and they had a dye works there. And then when the dye business pulled out and they took down the buildings and they left the land, it was left in trust to the council, I believe.
Yes, it
to
was the
look
council,
after on
yes.
behalf of the people,
people.
But-
of Balloch
And the money
Dumbarton.
was used to actually, there was a cash payment, and that was using public funds
to maintain the
to
the land
maintain
and to
our
replant
taxpayers'
it.
money. Yes, so
Because I
yeah.
visited it and it's beautiful.
It's a gorgeous piece.
completely rewilded now
Yeah,
and recovered
it's
its
great.
natural beauty.
Yeah, and
isn't
one
it?
of the things that Flamingo Land like to basically advertise is it's industrial land, brownfield, but it's totally rewilded and it's
Yep. It's
you would
healed
never know,
itself.
yeah.
I have been to the site several times and I have a long connection with Loch Lomond myself because I grew up sailing on the loch years ago when I was a kid, and it was always my ambition to see a sailing academy set up there.
Yeah, I remember
And
you done that in your show,
Yeah,
yes.
in a big boatyard building
Yeah.
a particular design of yachts specifically for lochs, a new class.
Well, that was one of the
teaching
suggestions that
a
came out
municipal
at
sailing school.
one of our meetings when we had a public meeting trying to get people to put suggestions forward, was a public sailing school, and some of the things that have come out is just, and
Well,
they are all doable.
I have a friend actually who's a traditional boat builder, and we discussed the idea of using local timber to build local boats in the traditional way and teach these skills to young people and build a thriving industry building yachts for the public to sail, for it's not for wealthy individuals to cruise the Mediterranean, but for young people from all over Scotland to come and learn the fun and the beauty of sailing, which is an entirely green sport.
Yeah.
It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's fun, and anyone can do it.
Well, one of the problems with Flamingo Land, if they get the go-ahead, if they resubmit, is the local sailing clubs will be evicted,
Another problem, yeah.
which is who have been there for generations.
I'm sorry to interrupt you two.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, while we were all chatting, Newcastle upon Tyne East has declared its result at 5 minutes past midnight. That was a Labour hold, and also Sunderland Central, which was also a Labour hold. So that
Encouraging news for the Labour
Yeah.
Party then,
Yes.
because I think they were worried, a lot of Labour activists I spoke to were worried about losing some of these heartlands to the Brexit vote. And this seems to be confounding.
I think what is really interesting about that exit poll is that there's 0 Brexit Party seats.
No Brexit
So the
Party
Brexit
seats
Party has
whatsoever.
managed to shift the Tories to the even further far right, but they haven't in themselves gained the Brexit vote. I think the Tory party, well, the Conservatives have gone about it quite cleverly in making sure that they can repeat saying that they are the only ones in position to get this Brexit done. Which was an interesting way of phrasing it, because of course the Tories have been in charge for the last 9 years, and especially in the last 3.5 years they had all the opportunity to get it done but didn't. So now being the only ones in the position is actually a retrospective argument that doesn't fly that well, but it seems to have done it for them in terms of the Brexit Party. And on a personal note, I'm quite happy that there's not a single Brexit Party seat predicted. We'll see how it turns out at the end of the night though.
Hopefully, fingers crossed,
Aye.
there won't be any Brexit Party seats.
Well, one of the interesting things I think, since you're here, we're talking about lochs, was a story about Ruth Davidson, who claimed that she, if we got more than 50 seats for the SNP, was going to take a swan dive
I think
into
that is hilarious.
Loch Ness
Yes.
in O'Scanties.
Yes, it's
or maybe not
hilarious.
even in those.
But the thing is it going to be during the winter months or during the summer months?
Well, I think she should sell tickets.
Yeah.
I think we shouldn't be discussing it, to be honest.
I
It's
quite agree.
It's fun.
Lowering the tone.
Oh, sorry.
No, I get it. I understand. These are the things that get thrown
But
out
she
as,
is just
as
trying to
sound bites.
attract attention.
She
to
is
herself.
just trying to attract attention.
is.
It
Yes.
works, and it's cheap. You know, we know that with the new
Titillation.
Tory
For the
government.
oxygen.
Sorry, but with the new Tory government, what was it predicted in children that are meant to be absolutely below the poverty line by 2024? 600,000 more children than now? It's not that funny.
Well-
You want to go skinny dipping about that? Please go ahead, because they'll be going without shoes. They'll be going without meals in their stomach.
There are some schools, actually, apparently, I read today, one school in particular, which was making takeaway meals for the children to take home after school
Why?
to give to their mums who didn't have enough money to feed them. That's how bad it has got.
One
in
of
some
my
areas.
the most emotionally gripping things I've seen in the last couple of months on Facebook was a thread or a wee post by Jane Godley.
Janie?
Yeah. And she was talking about how she grew up and how there was just no money, and how somebody from very complex and deprived circumstances has to struggle to just get through childhood. That's the kind of thing that is absolutely not in the past. We are seeing more and more and more of it.
What's
I
actually
can't-
happened down our way, we've now got a baby bank, which has opened up in the last couple of months.
I find this very disturbing.
It's quite scary, very disturbing that there is a need
for young mothers to
for young
get-
mothers to help. You know, don't get me wrong, people are helping, they're being very generous, but it's wrong. No mother should be in that position where they've got to rely on a baby bank to go and get equipment
Well,
for their child.
according to a speech that I listened to Boris Johnson's yesterday, he was saying that he feels that inequality, in other words, the huge gap between the rich and the poor, is necessary. He thinks that it is envy, it's the envy of the poor, of the rich, which Boris believes drives the British economy. This is what he was saying at a function at which he was speaking. The Labour Party had posted this video this morning, and I was very shocked when I listened all the way through it, because it was reminiscent in many ways of the eugenics arguments of Dr. Joseph Mengele, Boris was quoting figures saying that 16% of the British population had an IQ of 85 or less. And the inference in his
That's a big
speech,
number for him to remember.
yes, it is for somebody with his IQ as low as his. But the point he was making was he thinks that the boardroom members, as he put it, had a God-given talent to lead and therefore were worth more money than the people who were reducing the wealth for the businessman in the first place. This is the kind of attitude that we are fighting against. And in Scotland, this kind of attitude, I don't believe, prevails in the public psyche at all.
Definitely not.
I think, yeah, Scotland has an advantage in many ways because it perceives itself, and legitimately is, the underdog in quite a historic way. So even the people that aren't underdog in themselves, that haven't come up from the very bottom, the plate washer story, owning an empire later, even the people that have made it to a comfortable degree in life, they still feel as though they are the underdog. And in that sort of environment, change can take place. This is where change falls on fertile ground, because we understand that the way that things are. I'm still shocked about bloody flamingo land. No, but the way that things are can change in Scotland. It's first of all a very small place. It is possible to have a policy idea and to move it all the way to implementation. We are capable of doing this because Scotland is not content with what it has and where it is. And maybe some of that will, I don't know, maybe you'll agree, maybe you won't. Maybe that will be a challenge for when we have independence. People seem to often understand that, it's not the cure-all, but there's a very specific thing that we have to do 2 days after the independence results are declared, and that's get back to work.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Back to normal, as it were. Well, ladies, this is probably a good junction for me to say good night to everybody.
Good night.
I have to get up for work in the morning, so that's my lame excuse for leaving you all in the lurch. However, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Kenny, who very kindly fronted the show earlier on this evening. So Kenny, if you'd like to take my seat, and I will wish you all a good night.
Right.
And I will watch the show on the phone. I'm going to get back home.
You go
All
ahead.
right, good night, everyone.
Good night. We'll be continuing to broadcast through the night. They tell us a bit more about how the Flamingo Land thing is going for you.
At the moment, as I say, we're that kind of quiet phase at the moment because the application was withdrawn by Flamingo Land. They had, 58,000 objections against the planning application. Even the council, local council, had advised to reject the planning application as consultees. Because it was a national park, it wasn't the local authority who were the planning authority, it was the national park, which is very difficult trying to speak to the national park because they are not very democratically elected. They are very difficult to speak to. It's not like speaking to your councillor where you can turn up to a surgery or anything like that. So it was very, very difficult. It was a very difficult campaign. But however, yes, we were quite successful. So, but as I say, we're not finished because we've got another year of this exclusivity deal. So Flamingo Land can resubmit at any time. So we need to be ready at any time to basically rejuvenate the campaign and get people interested again, because a lot of people believe the campaign's over and done with, and that's us, we've won and that's it. So yeah, we're not finished yet.
Good. And where are you receiving help from the Scottish Government?
We have currently got cross-party, which is quite interesting. We have got cross-party from SNP, from Scottish Greens, from Conservative, from Labour, and from a small local party as well, the Community Party, which is really nice to see for a campaign people from different political persuasions to come together.
In one voice.
Which is really nice because we've had various meetings where we've had them all in the panel, and it's actually been quite nice putting our political differences for one side to talk about something that the community are genuinely concerned about. So yeah, it's been quite good. It's been quite an interesting campaign.
It's quite a lot that you can get personally out of the development of how to carry something through as a community. Do you feel like your community is still awake enough to fight this fight?
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that's happened with the community is they have become involved again. Because for a while our community kind of got a bit kind of sleepy when it came to things happening locally. But we seem to have kind of managed to wake them up politically as well, and regarding the community issues. And people who we would never have thought of getting involved have get involved. We have people who help us from all age groups, from primary school age right up to people who are retired. And again, from all different political backgrounds, which has been fantastic. It's been really good fun. And one of the things, I don't know if you've seen our campaign, is we like to dress up and get out there on the streets. And which is a great way of campaigning, and it's a great way to engage with people, because I think a lot of people, when they see campaigns and things, they think, oh, there's somebody with a campaign, they're a bit scary, let's run away and let's try and avoid them. Whereas because we dress up in fancy outfits, like squirrels and foxes and things, it's actually really interesting, because you do get people wanting to come up and talk to you, they want to ask about the campaign. So it's been a great way to engage people. One of the things we've done is went along to the All Under One Banner rallies. And even people who have came from no voting have came along and they have took part, and they've been amazed at the Yes campaign community, about what we're about. And they actually you see them starting to go, oh, this is the Scotland I want. This is what we want. Not that we've done that deliberate, but however, they have came along.
That's the outcome.
That's the outcome, and they've seen the Scotland they want going to the rallies.
I mean, that is the true definition of grassroots, as far as I understand
Yes.
it. You get involved in the projects that you care about. Not everything is politics in some
No, it's
people's
not.
eyes, but everything that we stand for, our morals and our
Yes.
backgrounds, are what forms and shapes the world around us. And this is why it's important to not just have this horrible cloud hanging over you trying to get involved in politics that we can't change. We can change very local things very effectively as a community.
Yeah, all it takes is that small step in a local community. I mean, we were told when we first started the campaign, the amount of negativity we were up against, we couldn't get any media attention, we couldn't get anything, and we just kept going and going because we believed in what we were doing. That self-belief, and other people come on, and then the fact that we were making it fun helped as well, because it encouraged people to get involved. And then when you start talking to people and you start talking about not the politics of it, but the fact that we could do something as a community, run an alternative, something that's going to bring money to the community, not something that's going to enrich someone who's already a millionaire for profit, and who's going to be target driven, who's only interested in his own targets, his business making money, not the wider community. All the other businesses are going to be affected. So when you bring all that into the mix and you start talking to people about it, yeah, you get some amazing campaign growing. It's the people of Western Bartonshire, Loch Lomond and Scotland as a whole, and UK-wide and worldwide, have been absolutely amazing getting behind this campaign.
You talk about the particular legal stricture that is applied to this. Who was responsible for that?
Scottish Enterprise, who are basically kind of overseen by Westminster. So it's a very difficult one, very, very difficult one.
It's actually not the first time that Scottish Enterprise is causing some waves. I actually have some history with them via an employer who seemed to, of course, all the agreements made between Scottish Enterprise and the individual companies are meant to be protected, you know, business interests and all that. But as far as I understand, my previous employer got a bonus for every time that they hired a new person, which is a really great conveyor belt if you're chucking them out after a couple of weeks and there's nothing else in the contract. These kind of things are very difficult and need to be as transparent as possible. As far as I can see, protecting these kind of agreements doesn't seem to make much sense to me.
No, it doesn't.
If you're trying to advertise that Scotland is a great place to do business, then you make it transparent of how great a place to do business is. That opens it up to scrutiny, but that scrutiny is healthy.
It is healthy. I mean, at the moment with Scottish Enterprise, it just seems to be manipulating, you know, our resources and for business interest. One of the local businesses down our way is actually being Scottish Enterprise funded, and they're going to be directly affected if Flamingo Land goes ahead, because they basically hire out holiday lets and things. So again, there's competition there, which is not very good.
So we're just now just seeing some more results coming in. All Labour holds in Newcastle upon Tyne East, Sunderland Central and Middlesbrough. No big shocks there. I mean, that's typical Labour heartlands, but it does seem like Labour has done okay in the northeast of England. That's it was where they were one of the areas they were very worried about with such a strong Leave vote. But I guess Boris Johnson remains toxic enough that the people of Tyneside are still not quite into voting Tory. The Brexit Party though did take quite a chunk of the vote there. Had they all voted Tory in a couple of those seats, they would have gone Tory. So it does seem like that those hardcore Brexiteers may have cost themselves any sort of Brexit from their representative.
Did they stand against the Labour vote in those areas?
So
the Brexit Party?
Yeah, in some of them.
They did. So
Brexit Party have stood in quite a number of seats.
yeah, because they were going to try and, damage Labour by doing that.
Yeah, it does look as though they did. There's certainly in what you call it, the first one, the Sunderland, in Sunderland.
So it's reduced vote.
The Labour vote did go down.
Right.
A couple of percent went to the Tories. A bigger chunk seems to have gone to the Brexit Party.
Right.
I'm just seeing some interesting news. Apparently, police has taken away ballot papers in Glasgow, or more specifically in Paisley, near Glasgow. Trust the BBC website to not get that one specific enough. Apparently, the move comes over allegations of impersonation, where one person votes by impersonating another in the area.
Yeah, I was going to mention this actually when I came in. There have been reports in Glasgow North, Glasgow South, and Glasgow Central of voter fraud. There seems to have been some issues over some of the ballot boxes. There's cases of alleged impersonation in Stirling and I think that's Paisley South.
Yeah.
It's Mary Black's seat, which is Paisley South, isn't it?
What's personation?
It's pretending to be somebody else.
Oh, really?
Right. So multiple people have showed up pretending, saying that they're somebody. So there are procedures in place to deal with that. As far as the count goes, the police are involved, though. It is a criminal offence to try and steal somebody's vote. So the police are involved. We'll probably hear nothing about this, nothing more certainly about the criminal element of it for weeks. But obviously it will slow down the counts. Although we are hearing just now, we have just had word just coming in now, that Nicola Sturgeon is expected to turn up a wee bit earlier at the count than had been previously suspected. Which, if there is a delay in the counts, I'm not sure why she would do that. But it might indicate that there is a big party in Glasgow.
They've got the best
the
mince
SNP.
pies.
So it may well be that she's heard what the results look like so far, and she wants to be there to celebrate.
I think we should just go along and join in the party.
Well, no, I think they should come to us, frankly.
Well, yeah, there's that as well. As long as they bring the pies and the alcohol.
Well, certainly, yeah,
Yes.
that would be lovely.
Yeah,
Yes.
a wee bit of champagne.
But it is interesting. I mean, we've also seen just while I was off air, I was having a look at what different people are saying about Labour's state of play. Unsurprisingly, Labour is divided over what's happened. The Corbyn camp is blaming Brexit, saying that distracted from their revolutionary manifesto. So that's their argument. A number of centrists have blamed Corbyn, unsurprisingly. One former MP, Gloria Di Piero, who stood down at this election, she tweeted, though, that she thought that the result was an expression of how much Labour has left behind its core support over the last number of years. She said that legacy was kind of coming home to roost. I think there's probably elements of truth in all of those claims. The Labour Party has drifted away from that hardcore working class support over the last 20 odd years. Corbyn can rightly say that Brexit has thrown a spanner into the works of everything, and at the same time Corbyn has not necessarily been the best leader, and it's been difficult for the Labour Party to get a lot of traction that way. We are now just getting word that Swindon North is a Conservative hold. We've not had any actual figures on that yet. We will get those to you as they come in. But Swindon North, I'm fairly sure Swindon is a long-time Labour, long-time Tory seat rather. So it does look like a slight increase, 5.5% increase in the share of the vote for the Tories, 32,500 votes to 16,000 for Labour. So not somewhere that I think Labour were ever expecting to break through. And interestingly, no Brexit Party candidate standing there in a Tory seat. But as I said, they were standing in the Labour seats where they seem to have had some impact on the Labour vote. It will be interesting to see what happens in some of the more marginal seats. I mean, I don't necessarily think Sunderland or Newcastle was where the Tories were expecting to make their big breakthroughs. It's always an interesting thing, I think, on election night where there's more Labour seats come in early. So you always think things look quite good for Labour until a couple of hours from now, when more of the Tory seats start coming in, it starts to look a bit more balanced, and then eventually I think we probably are going to see a Tory, maybe not quite a landslide, but certainly a very, very strong win from them tonight. It does seem that they've gained votes in every area so far. The other thing that I picked up, there are reports coming out now about what will happen after the election. So assuming that the Tories have won an overall majority, the report now that the Queen's speech might not happen until after Brexit Day now. It may not happen until February. There had been previously, they'd previously said it would happen next week. I think they'd said initially the 17th. But apparently now the word coming out of the Tory war room is that they would postpone a Queen's speech until after Brexit has been done. They're going to fast track all the legislation to leave. The House of Commons might be sitting right up until the Saturday before Christmas. The Lords might have to sit between Christmas and New Year. So it does look like Brexit chaos is not over, albeit the big Brexit election may have been decided. And another really interesting story that I think probably deserves some comment, in amongst all the discussions of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, and actually in accusations of anti-Semitism in the SNP as well. Baroness Warsi, the senior Tory, came out this evening saying that the Tory party really needed to address its Islamophobia problem. She named Katie Hopkins and Tommy Robinson as people that had given endorsements to the party, and she felt that wasn't a good look. She was disappointed in colleagues who had retweeted things that Tommy Robinson and Katie Hopkins had said. I do have to say, I like seeing Katie Hopkins and Tommy Robinson described as of the same kind of ilk. I think that says a lot. But that's something that, again, the Baroness Varsi, as I say, very senior Tory, deeply concerned about Islamophobia in her party. And I mean, I don't know, this is not something that we've seen a lot of. We've certainly not seen great discussion about it in Scotland of Islamophobia, but is there something that we need to think about in terms of, as I say, anti-Semitism or Islamophobia in Scottish politics? It's been something that's been talked about a lot in England recently. Is there an issue that we need to address in Scotland, do you think?
This is an issue that needs constant addressing in all countries at all times. Sorry, but there's no place that is safe from this sort of blaming culture. We can't rest on our laurels, and it's not just the religious discrimination, the gender-based discrimination, the sexuality-based discrimination. It is kind of all of them. We need to watch out which groups we discriminate against, and we do it subconsciously in many ways. Things are so ingrained in us that, even the language we use is something that we need to challenge. It just is. I know this is uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable, and it's meant to be uncomfortable, because if we're not feeling uncomfortable, we're making other people feel uncomfortable, and that's in no way better. So as a society, we have to evolve, and that means thinking about all of these things and listening to those affected. That is more important than your opinion on a topic. Listen to somebody affected by it. Now, when you do that, it is also important to understand the context in which they're saying it, who their friends are, why they're saying it. But we should be listening.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those very difficult things. I think the anti-Semitism question especially, it gets wrapped up in this question of showing solidarity with Palestine. Is that anti-Semitic? Is it anti-Semitic to put labels on Israel, or things like that. But and I mean, I absolutely agree with you that racism, sexism, all these issues are things that we do have to address on an ongoing basis. I was really more wondering, is this something that we have a specific kind of new problem with in Scotland? I mean, this is not something that the Tory party has talked about much before now. It's I mean, as I say, it's quite unusual for Tories to come out and, you know, criticise each other for things like this. And the anti-Semitism situation in the Labour Party is something that seems to have been, it does seem to exist, but seems to have been amplified because it's a way to attack Corbyn.
Yeah.
And I wonder, you know, I see you kind of nodding a little bit and thinking quite hard there, Dave. What's your feeling about this? I mean, how do we kind of separate out the politically motivated smearing from the actual problem? Because I always think it makes it much harder to address the real problem.
Yes.
If that accusation is open to claims of, well, that's just a political smear, it's not real.
Well, I think we all need to learn to be more articulate, more sensitively articulate in how we discuss these things. And certainly there is this huge problem between talking about Israel as a state and its actions and the Israeli people. Because the Israeli people on the whole, I think there's an awful lot of them, are terribly ashamed of some of the actions that the soldiers are taking and even that their minister is taking. So I think we just need to learn to respect each other. And it is there in society. I think it always will be, but it can be tempered if we all just learn to be kinder to each other and be very careful about what we say and how we describe things.
And there is something to be said for the separation of church and state, no matter what church it is.
Yes.
As soon as a state assumes the role of having religious authority over people, we get into a situation where you cannot criticize the state without criticizing the religion. That does not speak for the religion, that speaks about the state. And I think it's a fairly easy line to draw. Does somebody claim moral religious authority as a state representative? And if they do, they are not doing their democratic job as we understand democracy, because within democracy this has to be separated. It's obviously quite complex to make that point in a country where the monarch is the head of both the Church of England and the Church of Scotland.
Yeah.
Yes.
But maybe that proves my point about democracy.
Yes.
I've always thought that's just the most fascinating part of the Queen's life, is that when as soon as she crosses the border, she goes from being the head of an Episcopal church to a member of a Presbyterian church. Her whole theology changes at the border. It's a very, very strange situation.
Yes.
But yeah, I agree. And I mean, we say this all the time, but we are the only country in the world, apart from Iran, that has clerics sitting by right as members of legislature. We have bishops in the House of Lords, Church of England bishops sitting in the House of Lords, as of right. The only other country that allows that is Iran. And that is not a list that I think we really want to be on. And as you say, the issue of kind of having an established religion, whether that's Judaism as in Israel, or whether it's the Church of England here, Church of Scotland here, I think that does make a difference to a lot of things. And we're just getting word in now. Washington and Sunderland West, another one of those seats in the northeast. That's another Labour hold there. We're just going to see if we've got the figures here. So an 18% drop in the share for Labour. Sharon Hodgson, the MP there, 15,941 votes. That's still 42% of the vote. I mean, it's still a pretty emphatic win. But the Tories there, 32.6%, up 3.7. And again, the Brexit Party, only 5,500 votes, but that's 14.5%, which is a big, big chunk of that vote. That's where I would guess the vast majority of that Labour vote went. So again, strong Leave constituency, but not willing to vote Tory. I think that might be one of the more interesting things to watch here, is how many of these Labour Leave seats do stay Labour. Whether that Boris Johnson is maybe more frightening to some people than the possibility of not getting the Brexit that they thought they were getting. So again, just to look at these results, we are now expecting Rutherglen and Hamilton West to come in pretty soon. We're just hearing that that's going to come in fairly soon. And I think we are. I'm just being told in my ear as well that we're losing Day just very shortly. Someone else is coming in here to join us. Thank you very much today. It's always a pleasure to see her. And I think we are going to have her back on later on. So. Yes. We will talk again.
Thank you.
So if we can ever get our microphone off, there we go. So thank you again today for joining us.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to have Day in. She's wonderful. So yes, I think we are also just about to be joined by my old mucker Chris McCusker as well. Here he comes.
Good evening, folks.
Sitting on my far left again, Chris. There we go.
Always on the left, Conrad, always on the left.
I don't know what that says about you, Sam.
Oh, no.
Well, I think technically at the moment I'm right of centre, so
That's a new one.
That is not a good place to be.
Oh, well. There are worse seats, I suppose. Although it's a different view from that.
East of Bartonshire.
Well. Anyway, we do have another story from today. While we're waiting for some more of these results to come in, Clara Ponsati had her hearing at the Court of Session today. So Amar Anwar released a statement, basically discussing what happened, how this has all come to be, discussing the applicability of treason as a crime in this European arrest warrant. But most interestingly is that Amar Anwar has said that they are seeking the assistance of the Spanish state in asking a number of witnesses to attend court. Now, one of those is Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister of Spain, Mariano Rajoy, the former Prime Minister of Spain, Soraya Sáenz de Santa Maria, the former Deputy PM, who was known as Madrid's enforcer in Catalonia, Fernando Grande Marlaska, MP and Minister of the Interior, a former judge, Jose Manuel García Margallo, the former Foreign Minister, Jose Borrell, the former Foreign Minister, and Santiago Abascal, the leader of Vox, which is the hard right party in Spain. So this is, this will be very interesting. I strongly suspect that several, if not all of those people will refuse to come and speak to the Scottish courts. I'm sure they're able to claim diplomatic immunity or whatever the legal term is. But it's quite a move. What do you make of this, Chris? This whole case, first of all, and then this specific.
Well, the whole case, to be quite honest with you, is a complete farce. But that I think the majority of level-headed people in Scotland understand that. As you rightly point out, the chances of all of them or none of them turning out, as you could. Pretty much get betting odds down at Corals for it. I think that was what, 6 or 7?
7 names.
Seven. So I would, out of that 7, I would expect maybe 2 to actually comply. But whether that's through a further legal process to actually, press them formally to actually come to Scotland and give evidence, it might have to go down that road in order to get, a balanced judgment on the outcome that they're seeking, obviously.
And Sam, what's your feeling? Have you been following this case very much?
I have, and I agree with Chris. I think it's a farce.
Yeah.
I think you're being very kind of generous saying two may appear. I don't think any of them will appear. I think, no, it's just, yeah, most people in Scotland just see right through it. It's just, you know, Catalonia, mean they did a treason? No, definitely not.
Yeah. Well, you look like you've got something to say here.
Well, I was involved in a court case earlier this year, and it went to a first court date where the case wasn't called, and then the second time the person accused of the crime did not turn up and actually fled the country. Now, in my case, or in the case of this case that I was involved in, that meant that there was no case to be brought because of the lack of extradition orders between the UK and one of the former Commonwealth nations, Australia, where this person had fled back to. But if somebody doesn't turn up in court over a hearing that is about extraditing a person that this country has put in an arrest warrant for, that damages the case. You know, the Scottish court system will not ignore and still extradite somebody when nobody from the country asking to extradite a person actually turns up to make the case in court, in a Scottish court, which they're asking to extradite. So, yeah, I'm quietly confident that either these people turn up or they do not get clearer.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's obviously quite hard to read the courts. You know, they are, of course, politically independent, but there did seem to be at the earlier hearing some concern from the judge that this accusation of treason I don't quite understand the way the system works, but because there wasn't really a comparable law in British law or in Scots law
for treason,
for treason, that complicated the issue, that there wasn't something that they could say, well, this is basically the same crime as we would call it this, so we understand that is a crime.
Yeah, but then I'm not 100% sure that Scotland can make its own representations to extradite someone from a country, because I would suggest that we are not in full control of that devolved power.
Yeah.
You know, that would be a reserved power to Westminster, which would be under the Home Office. So, which case the Scottish Government would need to make representations to the Home Office, and then it's down to the Home Office as to how vociferously that they would petition the Spanish government in order for these people to turn up. I don't know, would I be right in that assumption, Ellen?
I'm not sure. I'm not a legal expert.
No. But you know, and that experience that you were saying that the Scottish courts were trying to get this person from Australia, which is a Commonwealth country.
It's really interesting.
They would need to make representations to London first.
Right.
Before.
So if this person decided to come back from Australia and they landed in England, there would be no stopping them, or if they landed in Wales, they could come to Scotland. That's tough. If they flew into a Scottish airport,
they could get arrested straight away.
They would get arrested straight away, and the charges haven't gone away.
Yeah.
Obviously, if this person flies into London, for example, and then takes the train up, the only way that they're going to prison while being in Scotland is by being arrested by the police in Scotland.
Yeah.
At the time, I was speaking to the police officer who came around to help out, and he said that he has got a case where since years and years he has to call up the same person who has left the country and fled the Scottish judicial system to England, and he calls him up and says, "Are you intending to come up?" every half year, and the guy says, "No," and then hangs up. And that is their ritual that's been going for years, and that's as much as they can do about it.
So, sorry, I was just trying to find some more results there, and I have lost them on the computer. So I do apologise for that. Oh, there we go. So yeah, we've just had a couple more results in. Newcastle upon Tyne North, that's a Labour hold, and Halton, that's the latest one. Halton is another Labour hold. So we're just going to relook at that. Labour vote down for Derek Twigg, the MP there, down by, I think that's 3.4%? Sorry, 9.4%. I really need new glasses. Tories up by just 1%, just under 1%, and the Brexit Party there taking 8% of the vote. Liberal Democrat vote up a little bit as well, but another Labour hold with a significantly cut majority. Again, most of that appearing to go to the Brexit Party. It's another one where I don't think it would have made a huge difference if those votes had gone to the Tories instead, but interesting nonetheless.
Worth pointing out that Newcastle and Sunderland that's already come out tonight, these are all the constituencies in the Northern Powerhouse area, which you would expect to be retained by Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party. That is where you should be looking to see if Labour are conceding anything in that area, and that might give you an insight into the tactical voting scenario. Because the Westminster Parliament makes so much of the Northern Powerhouse, where the people in the traditional Labour heartlands, of coal mining and shipbuilding and steel working and all the rest of it, if you see them start to sort of like break away from the Labour support, that's when you're into sort of like dodgy territory. And it would be interesting to see if they would actually lose a seat in that northwest, northeast area. So because it's an interesting fact that Liverpool have never had a Tory councillor nor a Tory MP.
Well, we'll keep looking at that. I mean, I can't see Liverpool ever turning away from turning to Tory.
Socialist red.
So yeah, there's that's Halton. Where is Halton? Does anyone know?
I'm not too sure where Halton
Hold on, and I will look it up.
Thank you, Ellen. Ellen's going to find that out for us.
The wonders of the web.
So let's see. Where is Halton? I should really have done my geography homework before I got here and learnt the names of every constituency, everybody who's sitting in them.
Then you would be a complete anorak.
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
definitely, yeah.
And that's the beauty of broadcasting Scotland. We don't have anoraks on here.
Well, we should do. I mean, one of these days
Warm enough in here.
we will we will have to get John Curtis on here one day. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we will do it. Or maybe there's another person in Britain who can analyse opinion polls, and we could get him or her to do it. That would be nice too. I'm sure there is somebody.
Laura Kunsberg will be looking for a job soon.
There we go. It's in Cheshire in northwest England.
Oh, in Cheshire. Okay. Well, there we go.
I should actually know that because I used to live in North Wales actually, and I used to work in Warrington. So
Oh well, see all this expertise at the table, and we couldn't tell you where Halton is. I mean,
See, you just come on this show and you learn something new
Yep.
every time.
every day's a school day.
It certainly is.
That's the magic. That is the true magic of broadcasting Scotland, right there. We will find out where small English towns are for you. We can't give you any great political insights, but we can do geography homework for you. So we're just hearing some more results coming in. So I think Ellen's going to have those for us very shortly.
No, it's not a result, but it's an interesting pre-count in East Kilbride and Lisnahago. Turnout was 56,474. That's over a total electorate of 81,224.
Very healthy.
Which means almost 70%, just under 70%, 69 point. Wish I had caught the last end of that. But just under 70% turnout. Particularly interesting to me. Now, I have done you guys the favour of trying to find where Halton is. You
Oh,
will
right,
be
we've moved
delighted
from
it's
East
right
Kilbride
next
back
to
down to
Liverpool.
Hull.
Right next to Liverpool. There we go.
That's actually shocking.
Okay. That's a new one on me.
Yes,
But,
very
okay,
Southern
good.
Scotland, this.
Yeah, I mean, we are still, of course, waiting on some of these Scottish results to come in. We've heard some very impressive figures. I don't know if you were discussing these while I was out of the room.
Yes.
But we're seeing, 90+% percentages of likelihood for several seats, including we heard over 80% for Orkney and Shetland, which kind of blew me away.
That's impressive.
So perhaps the Lib Dems have managed to, if the opinion by the exit poll is right, then the Lib Dems may have held on one somewhere else, or maybe the Tories have held on a couple, maybe Labour will hold on a couple. But it does look like tonight could be an outstanding night for the SNP.
It's going to be
if
interesting.
these predictions all hold true.
The next one that we're supposed to get in at around 1 o'clock is Rutherglen and Hamilton West, and this is a seat where Labour stands to potentially lose to the Scottish National Party.
And so they should, actually, because Margaret Ferrier is an absolute stalwart activist. She is so committed, so hard-working. She's a good friend of Palestine. She's a great believer in the rights of refugees, and obviously a great advocate for migration to Scotland. So, kudos to Margaret, because she didn't deserve to lose that seat the last time. I certainly believe there are so many seats in Scotland that were lost because of, it was done out of a grudge more than anything. It wasn't a dissatisfaction of the MPs. It was done more, a grudge vote, to try and shock the establishment, and unfortunately it backfired. But what do we know now, 2 years on, about tactical voting that we didn't know then? That'll obviously come into play later on.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that I was wondering as well. We have talked a wee bit about tactical voting, but have you got the sense, Sam? I mean, I don't know how many swithering Unionists you know, but have you got the impression, or either of you really, have you got the impression during this campaign that there is going to be a lot of tactical voting? We've heard a lot of talk about it, but do you get the impression that there is actually going to be some vast swell of people making calculations about who to vote for rather than just...
Yes, there is. Down my neck of the woods, you hear quite a lot of people talking about tactical voting, and actually really thinking about, rather than just kind of doing the kind of, I will vote for that party and that's it, that's who there's a lot more thought going into it, a lot more educated guesses going into it. However, yes, regarding independence for Scotland, there's more people, especially due to Brexit, more people swaying towards voting for SNP because they are wanting, the independence. That's coming through a lot more. But one of the funniest comments I heard a week ago was people talking about voting for Boris Johnson because they want Brexit done, and this was working class people, which was quite confusing, I was kind of gobsmacked to say the least, and then said, but yeah, we can keep Scottish Parliament, we can keep SNP, because we'll get our free prescriptions. We can't afford to buy, and it was it was one of those ones where you're in that situation where you're kind of like, did I just actually hear that comment? So yeah, there's been quite a lot of few strange comments like that as well, where they're quite happy for Scotland to have the devolved parliament and such because they get the benefits of it.
Yeah.
But they want the Brexit, and they want. I think in their mind they see it as a best of both worlds, but it's not. But it's not the best of both worlds. They don't realise voting for Boris, we lose our parliament.
Yeah,
we lose our devolved powers. So they don't seem to get that. They don't seem to grasp that.
These are the people that are not in control of the full facts.
Yes, they are.
Well, I personally don't think that they are, because I was talking to one Unionist, or certainly of British persuasion, shall we say, and he was totally ignorant to the fact that the Tories are setting up a separate government office in Edinburgh, and at the moment there's about 1,300 civil servants working in that building, and he knew nothing about it.
Yeah, it's amazing. People are, I find, I agree with you in that sense, where you find that people who vote and want the kind of unionist votes, they don't have full facts. They read the local mainstream newspapers. I'm not even going to name them. They watch the standard kind of TV programs and things. They don't actually do research. They don't actually research themselves.
Yeah.
And you find that when you start kind of pointing out facts and things and showing them, saying, go on to here, read this, go on to there, read that, watch this, watch that, they either go, oh right, oh that's interesting, or you get the opposite of where it's, no, I'm not doing that, I don't want, that's propaganda, I don't want it. No, it's not, it's facts. Go and read it, go and watch. So you get two different types of people where they're quite open to go and do research, or it's just the big wall.
Well, you see, I mean, there are quite a, I wouldn't say a sizable majority, but there's a section of the electorate who, are unwilling to be self-educated.
Oh yes.
And they're quite happy to be fed, spoon-fed by the right-wing media. And your right-wing media, without naming names, is basically anything that's on MSN.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that is coming from corporate influence within the Tory party, because these people that run all the major newspapers down south, they are all Tory party donors, and they will project their narrative first because it protects their interests. And if that stuff is just getting pumped out, as Craig suggested earlier on, when it's coming out on Facebook feeds and Instagram adverts and all the rest of it, people are quite happy to get their news that way, because in effect they are actually lazy and not researching for themselves.
That's a phrase that I would use. It's laziness. It is complete laziness. There is no excuse to go and do your own research.
Yep.
I mean, it's different if somebody does the research and then say, no, I don't agree with that. Fine, you've done your research, that's your opinion, and I respect that. But when it is just laziness, where it's like, no, I see what I see in the mainstream media, that's it, that's all I want.
You obviously also have to take into account, just blind allegiance.
Yes.
And anything that is, from a unionist background, it feeds into the narrative of, like the actual people who see the re-emergence of the empire to be something, to be lauded. And the likes of, for people, me, you, Kenny, that very word empire just makes you reach for the sick bucket. Do you know what I mean?
It sends shivers down your spine, because it's quite a scary, because the empire's not as wonderfully great as what people want to project.
Well, no, it's not, because if you look into the history of the empire and how it, raped and pillaged its way through, not just the Western world, but its own history of just sheer wanton destruction of countries and their economies, just for the sake of the burgeoning empire. It's never going to come back. now. It's certainly not going to come back because we're leaving the European Union. So, you know, the blind allegiance and the lackadaisical approach to information gathering certainly is, you know, it's not a healthy prospect when, you know, if you're wanting to discuss democracy in the context of Scottish politics. You know.
Yeah.
Now we have just got another couple of results in. We've got South Shields, another one in the northeast of England, another Labour hold, and Nuneaton, a bit further south, the Tory Shires, and that is unsurprisingly a Conservative hold. We'll just have a look at that one. That's the first Conservative hold of the night. So if we can just bring those figures up here. The Tory vote went up 9% there, 27,500 votes, 60% of the vote. So a very safe Labour seat, over 50% of the vote already, and then gaining another 9%. Labour down by 9.8%, and Lib Dems and Greens up by about 2% each. But really, the big story there certainly, Tories pushing their vote up by 9% in one of their safer seats, one of their safest seats, I should say. And we're just going to get a look at those South Shields numbers as well now in a moment, if my computer will work for me. So what do we think about that? A 10% gain for the Tories in one of their safe seats?
It's not surprising, you know, the touching on what we were saying earlier on there about the people's belief in the empire. You know, these safe Tory seats are always going to remain Tory. And what I was saying earlier was the likes of the North East and the North West. If you see one of those seats turning blue, then we've got a real discussion on our hands. You know, but the actual turnout there being up is actually something to be looking at, because despite of the weather, you know, people are actually turning out, and what is really worrying is the fact that they're turning out, unfortunately, to vote Tory.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's what we always say at every election is Tories always vote. Just the results in South Shields there, again, Labour hold 17,000 votes for Emma Lewell-Buck, that's 45% of the vote. But that is down by 15.9% from the 2017 election. Yeah. Tories up by 5 points. Is that Tories? No, sorry, Tories down by 5.6, which is the first time we've seen the Tory vote going down significantly. But the Brexit Party, 17% of the vote there in South Shields.
Yeah, so they're definitely nipping in there.
Really taking a lot of votes off the Labour Party, but in that case, seemingly taking quite a few off the Tories as well. Again, that may be somewhat tactical. I doubt many people would be expecting a straight shift from Labour to Tory for the purposes of Brexit, but Labour to Brexit Party is maybe a slightly shorter
it would probably be, I think the word that you're looking for there is nuanced. You know, because you would like to think that the Brexit Party in some way would be able to inflict a bit of damage to the Tory Party, quite simply because the Brexit mantra, or Nigel Farage's mantra, was always that is not getting Brexit done. You know, because he didn't agree with Boris Johnson's deal. So, you know, there's quite an awful lot of disenfranchised Brexit activists as well, who, you know, are not getting their dream of Valhalla.
Now, I did hear that there were some more results coming through, but we have nothing official yet. We are still here. I mean, these Scottish ones that we're waiting for, it's quite frustrating waiting for those. Rutherglen and Hamilton West, we were expecting at 1 o'clock. It's now 1:15. We've still not seen it. Kilmarnock and Loudon is expected at 1:30. So again, hopefully we will have some news to show that Scotland really does count today. But at the moment, that's what we're still waiting for. We have had a rumour that it really doesn't look good for Joe Swinson in Eastern Bartonshire right now. We have heard that rumour. So I'm dying to see that one, if I'm honest.
I think we all are.
I think just because to have a party leader in a vulnerable seat, I think is always an interesting story. It's nothing personal about Joe Swinson. Honestly, I promise, it's nothing personal about Joe Swinson.
A couple of weeks ago, you and
Are you going to quote something back?
No, in a good way. In a good way. You and I had a discussion about the fact that I thought that Joe Swinson would be parachuted into a safe seat down south, and I was very surprised that she decided to hang on to Eastern Bartonshire, and I thought that was absolute, like committing harry-carry. Do you know what I mean? Because
it's a very big risk.
It's a very big risk, and Amy Callaghan has been, by all accounts, she's been out there every day. She's been pounding the streets. She's had a fantastic response from local activists to go out and chat the doors for her. And on merit alone, Amy Callaghan should get that seat. And the thing that troubled me when they were doing all the la-di-dan about the party leaders going to vote, it was quite funny that they had said that Joe Swinson was in her seat at dawn. Yes, she was in her seat at dawn because she had other constituencies to go and visit down south. That's how much of a high regard she has for Scotland.
Yeah, well, I mean, she doesn't live here, so you can't really expect her to go to very great lengths to be here very often. We are hearing rumours coming in that Hamilton West, Rutherglen and Hamilton West has gone to the SNP. We've still not got anything official on that, but we are hearing
it's
that.
It's not official yet. No, it's just wee rumours on Twitter at the moment.
So we will keep following that because as Chris was saying earlier, Margaret Ferrier was a very, very good MP. She's one of the ones that was quite sad to see her go.
Outstanding MP, she really was.
I mean, there are a number of people who could be due to make a comeback here, and it is going to be interesting to see what that's like for them to kind of be thrown back into this madness after 2 years away from it.
Well, there is a wealth of experience out there, Kenny, and I mean, none more so than Kirsten Oswald, the candidate standing in my constituency, and I've got a bottle of malt standing by for when the Masterton the Poodle finally gets ousted from his 2-year tenure, because Kirsten really, honestly, she touches every bit of constituency. She cares for her constituents. She's been a fantastic advocate for Scottish independence. Obviously, we have to pay tribute to the fact that she's now the business convener of the party as well. So she didn't rest on her laurels and say, that's me, I'm done, I'm going to sit in a corner and go in a huff. She got back in there, the very same as Margaret Ferrier. And these people have got a wealth of talent. Anne McLaughlin as well, for Glasgow North. Now, if there was ever a seat that had to be won on merit alone, it has to go to Anne McLaughlin. An absolute outstanding community activist in the 2 years that she was away. She was working on the Save Heat calamity, where the people were getting missold these schemes to insulate your home and stuff like that, which was all supposed to be backed up by the government. and a lot of poor people lost an awful lot of money. You know, the incumbent in there didn't actually cover himself in glory. I wouldn't even lower myself to mention his name.
Well, we are hearing that we should have that Hamilton-Rutherglen result very shortly. In the meantime, I'm just going to take you to Broxbourne down in Hertfordshire, which is just come in. That's a Tory hold. Again, not a great surprise. Broxbourne, 65% of the vote to the Tory candidate there. Charles Walker, re-elected, 65% of the vote. Change of 3.4% gained. Labour down by 5.7%. Then Liberals and the Greens on very small shares. Even the actual turnout almost unchanged. We've seen slight declines in most seats, a point or two, but the turnout overall does seem to be about level with where it was in 2017. But that is another Tory hold down in the home counties, Broxbourne in Hertfordshire. We are just about to get that result now from Rutherglen and Hamilton. That is now confirmed as an SNP gain. So that's Margaret Ferrier returned to Parliament. We don't have the numbers yet. We are just gonna get that information. But that's the first SNP scalp claimed. That's Margaret Ferrier turfing out Jed Killen. So I can see you're pleased about this one, Chris.
Just a bit.
So as you say, Margaret Ferrier. Yeah, well, you tell us about Margaret.
Well, there's you know, everything that I've said about Margaret is, you know, 100% true. She is a great friend of Palestine. She worked quite closely with our group in the 2 years that she was there, and the 2 years that she wasn't there, she actually, for one of those years, she actually served on the executive of the Friends of Palestine group as well. And this again is what I'm saying is, you know, that is someone who is a core activist. That's someone, just because they get deselected doesn't mean to say that they shelve their beliefs. Mm-hmm. You know, they roll their sleeves up and they get back on with it. You know, because they are, you know, committed to the cause, basically. You know, and I know that might sound a bit of a cliche, but you know, she certainly is. She's always taken an interest in my refugee group as well, the Eastwood Refugee Aid. Mm-hmm. You know, so her background of advocacy. Remember as well the fact that she, before we had this fiasco of the election, she ran the length and breadth of Scotland in the Euro elections as well. Mm-hmm. Every time you turned the laptop on, she was Stromness, she was over in Hoyk, and she was away over here, there, and everywhere. Mm-hmm. You know, that was all down to personal expense. Mm-hmm. That wasn't covered by the party, and that is commitment. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
That says a lot for a person's character as well.
Oh, it does. And she was out in all weathers as well, and nothing phases Margaret. She's always happy. She's very approachable. You know, and she's got the community at heart. You know, and that's the same goes for Kirsten. I know Kirsten personally, obviously. And the same for Anne McLaughlin as well. I know Anne personally as well, because she serves on the Socialist Executive. So,
and she's a friend of the show as well. So.
And yeah, she's a good friend of the show. Yeah, but sadly, we'll obviously lose her in the Socialist Exec. You know, once she's been re-elected, and that'll be a wee bit of a tough blow, but. We've still got George Kerrivan, so...
You could do worse, couldn't you? I mean, it is kind of an interesting thing how many of the SNP candidates are people who were MPs until just 2 years ago. A lot of them, in fairness, didn't expect to become MPs in 2015. Then did become MPs, became part of this enormous SNP group. And then a good number of them lost their seats in 2017. And most of them, it has to be said, most of the candidates this time around are trying to regain seats rather than trying to win a seat for the first time. Have you had any contact with people like Margaret, people like Anne McLaughlin, people that have been kind of between stints, shall we say?
No, I haven't. I'm sorry to say, but I always find that if people, politicians, whether it's in business or politicians or whatever, when people have kind of lost their seat as such, when they come back stronger. Mm-hmm. There's a learning curve there, because you find these people haven't went quiet. They've been working hard in the background within the communities. They've been very active, and they probably re-engage again with the communities and with people. So you normally find that these types of characters come back and they're better than they were the first time round. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm looking forward to seeing some of them being re-elected. But unfortunately, no, during my kind of campaign stints and things, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting some of the ones that lost their seats and then hopefully being re-elected. But it'll be interesting to see. I'm looking forward to it.
You make a quite an interesting point there about people kind of going back, and because they're not spending all this time in London, they're able to re-engage in their own communities. Maybe get involved in particular wee local campaigns, or just getting to know people again, getting to talk to people. And then there's this comparison with, I would never use such terms, but as you repeatedly refer to the 13 poodles, the 13 Tories in Scotland. They've not exactly covered themselves in glory. So you're now saying, remember when we had that good SNP MP? Yeah. Versus, or even in some cases, that decent Labour MP that we had a few years before that.
That's a bygone era.
Perhaps so. But there is now this sense where people are going, actually, that Margaret Ferrier was quite good. We should get her back. And
but the point that should actually be made on the back of what you were saying very eloquently as well is the fact that you have to think of the 56 MPs that got elected. They were all grassroots activists before they were MPs. They didn't come out of public school. They all came, as I say, from the grassroots. Mary Black used to work in a chip shop, right? Kirsten Oswald, her background was in HR. She was a lecturer at college as well. I actually found out that Anne McLaughlin used to be in a band. She had a single pressed.
Oh, wow.
And everything, yeah. I found this out. I went to her adoption night and I found this out. It was absolutely amazing. But the point I'm making is that they're not all, like from public school, and they're not all from business, like background and stuff like that. Like these clowns that we've, been lumbered with. They are actually in touch with the grassroots before they get elected. And I mean, I went to candidate selection with Mary Black. Unfortunately, I didn't get through. But Mary is so down to earth, it's unreal. I mean, she is exactly what she is on screen as what she is on the street. You know what I mean? So, from that point of view, that's, it's, and that's the differentiation between, your Labour and your Tory MPs, is the fact that they all come, with,
Silver
a
spoons.
bit of breeding behind them.
Silver spoons, yeah.
So we do have the numbers in now from Rutherglen and Hamilton West. So Margaret Ferrier wins with 44.2% of the vote, just under 24,000 votes. That's a change of 7.2%. The SNP vote went up. Jed Killen for Labour, 34% of the vote. That's down 3.1%. The Tories down 4.6%. Lib Dems up a fraction. UKIP up a fraction, but they've gone from just under 1% to just fractionally over 1% of the vote. So not a huge. Not a
shocking
huge
that 600 people in that constituency could actually think about voting UKIP.
I know.
But so it does look.
It's beggars belief, isn't it?
It sends a shiver down your spine. It really does.
It does look from that as though the SNP have had a swing from both Tory and Labour. The turnout there is up 3%, 66.5%.
That's good.
Which is good. Not the really high numbers that some of us were speculating about earlier on, but yeah, definitely still a good turnout. Just looking to see what else is happening so far. It doesn't seem that we've got any other results in just yet. We will obviously keep an eye on that. But yeah, so I mean, we are starting to see this picture now. If that's true across the country, though, if the SNP are picking up votes from both Labour and the Tories, that would look like a strong move, a strong vote for independence rather than necessarily a vote against Brexit or against the Tories. It does seem to me like that's quite strongly a move for independence. Would you agree with that?
I do.
I mean,
it's a very positive. Yeah, I think it's quite good. Very positive. But yeah, it looks as if people from Tory and Labour are now kind of researching and looking at facts and figures, and actually now giving Scottish independence a really good think, and really, considering it and realising that we can do it. We are able to be an independent country. So that kind of blows out the case that there's no appetite for Scottish independence.
Mm-hmm. Well, I never bought into that narrative anyway. That's a favourite line
one,
to get peddled by the Poodle's father, actually. Jackson,
I love that phrase,
Jackson Carlo. I'm in the unfortunate position that he's my MSP as well. So I mean, I've had a double dunter on me for the last 2 years, and it's been absolutely shocking. But yeah, that does show that people are starting to do a bit of research for themselves. They're more open to the suggestion of Scotland being an independent country. But moreover than that, I think it's actually people are waking up and seeing how Scotland has been treated the last 3 years, all throughout this Brexit programme. And they're starting to sort of like, even if they're UK nationals, shall we say, they would actually take affront at the likes of Ian Blackford getting told to go home, and Stuart MacDonald being called a piece of shit by the Beast of Bolsover, which is language I didn't expect to come out of. I had actually quite high regard. The Beast is someone who is back in the days of Nye Bevan, and he's been warming his backside in that seat since the late 60s. And to turn around and call a fellow parliamentarian that is absolutely shocking. And people need to wake up to how much disdain that the Scottish MPs have got to go through, and it shows a strength of character, because that is basically abuse in the workplace.
It is.
And it is not highlighted. It is highlighted through the speaker, but there's no disciplinary action after it.
No, and yet, if that had been any other workplace,
Correct, if that had
there
been
would
in the
be a
workplace, there
a
would be a disciplinary
disciplinary,
hearing,
yeah.
and then action would be taken.
So just to step in there, we have a few more results from England. Wansbeck, Labour hold, Fylde, Tory hold. Workington is a Tory gain from Labour, and Kettering is a Tory hold. Darlington in a Conservative gain from Labour. That's somewhere up in the northeast of England, isn't it?
That's a bit northeast.
So that's a wee bit of a surprise. Obviously, there are several others we're still just waiting on. I mean, we're now getting in. I mean, it's just past 1:30, so we are now getting into the time when we will see a lot of results coming in quite quickly, and we probably won't start showing you, but we can. I think we've got a graphic now we can show you. So that's the picture in Rutherglen and Hamilton West. That very long bar is the SNP. Lib Dems clearly weren't expected to do well there. UKIP have never done well in Scotland. They'll have lost their deposit again. But that Labour just a few points down, but a bigger gain for the SNP. It's quite a good looking picture for the SNP. If that sort of thing were to be mirrored across the country, I think Nicola Sturgeon will go home very happy at the end of tonight, won't she?
Definitely, yeah. And I'll make a personal plea to Peter Morrell right now. Don't burn her toast in the morning.
I
She
think
hates that. That is a pet hate.
Is that
I know that.
Is that one of her?
how do you know that?
Well, I'm
This is what I want to know.
Have you been making Nicola
I've
Sturgeon
not been making her
breakfast?
toast, unfortunately. But we had a conversation a couple of years back. I was the trade union rep at Glasgow Airport, so I was a dispatcher. And we were chatting away one night, and she was, just sort of like asking me what I do. And then somebody said, "Yeah, but he's a bloody good chef." And she said, "Oh, you're a chef." I said, "Well, that was my original trade when I came out of school." And that's when she said, "Well, you need to teach Peter how to do my toast because he burns it."
How can somebody be qualified to run a political party but can he make his wife's toast the way she likes it?
I don't know.
Maybe
I
they
don't
need
know.
to invest in it.
I bet her tea's wishy-washy as well.
Well, I was just going to say she maybe needs a toaster of the same quality as that coffee machine she got in trouble for.
Possibly, yes.
Maybe that's what the problem is. We've not spent enough of taxpayers' money on a toaster for her.
Maybe we should make that suggestion to her, that
Maybe.
she goes and invests in a half-decent toaster.
Well, I mean, a happy
Well,
First
now that
Minister
we've
is
got
good First
Margaret
Minister,
there,
isn't it?
I'll be able to turn around to Margaret and ask if she would lay down an early day motion
Yes,
that the First Minister should have
Should get.
a
a
proper
Rolls Royce toaster.
Yep.
I didn't know that we would get quite this surreal quite this early in the night, but I was expecting maybe like about 3-4 o'clock we might start getting some of the nonsense spilling out of our mouths as we all struggle
I've
to
not
stay
even
awake.
had a drink.
Just a coffee.
This is the scary part, folks, and I've got to deal with them all night. So you can always turn off. Please don't.
No, don't.
But
don't.
if it does,
Might get more
but
interesting.
if it does become too weird for you, you have that option. I can't leave. So anyway, we're just looking at some other results now to see what else is coming in. They are trickling in slowly.
I mean, just for a bit of inane anarchy, when I was sitting in the green room there, I got a text message from my son in Dundee, and he was saying, "When are you going back on? Because I can't listen to Laura Kunsberg any longer." So fair play to you, son, for tuning in. And
Well, hopefully he's still tuning in and not went to his bed.
I'm sure he will. He went out and voted for Chris Law today. That'll be another hopeful gain for the Yes City of Dundee.
Well, my 7-year-old was going to try and sit up all night and do an all-nighter and watch the show.
An all-nighter.
I don't think he'll be still awake at the moment. I hope not.
It's admirable that you've got a politically engaged 7-year-old, though. That's,
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Oh,
with
he
that.
is. He does like his politics.
Start
Yeah,
them young.
definitely.
Yeah, we must talk about his petition at some point as well.
Oh yeah, his wee petition that he's got, yeah.
But just looking at that result in Darlington, that's this other Tory gain that we've seen in the last half hour. Tory vote up 4.8%, Labour down 10.1%, Lib Dems up by 2.5%, the Brexit Party got 3.5%, which obviously is a 3.5% gain. The Greens up by 1.3%, up to 2.4%. And an independent who managed to snaffle 0.7% of the vote. So 10.1% drop for Labour, and all of that has gone to all the other parties. Every other party made gains except for Labour. So that's going to be a really disappointing result.
It'd be interesting to see what if you could pull up the percentage for the Green Party there.
The Greens just 2.4%,
just
a 1.3 gain.
So even if the Greens had stood down in that constituency, it wouldn't have made a hell of a difference to the Labour percentage. So
no, it does look like even if possibly if the Brexit Party hadn't been there.
Well, if you maybe combine the Green, Brexit and Independent,
if those Brexit votes had went back to the Labour Party, it would have been within a few votes either way. So it's difficult to say. Obviously, there's what they call churn in there, where not every vote is going is a direct swing from Labour to Tory or Tory to Labour. There's a lot of shifting in between, and probably a lot of local factors playing in as well. But that again, it's all looking like a pretty good night for the Tories overall.
That's a depressing thought.
Yeah.
So we are just looking to see what else is coming in so far. The overall vote share at the moment, now obviously again this is with a lot of safe Labour seats declared. Labour 41.9%, the Tories 38.1%, Lib Dems 5.9%, Brexit 5.3%, the Greens with just 3%, and the SNP UK-wide 2.6%. We will just look into that. But being told now that we're losing you, Sam, you get to go and find yourself another wee cup of coffee.
Yes, go and get a coffee and hopefully find some goodies as well.
Something to eat. There is some delicious food out in the green room for you. So do enjoy yourself with that. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to see you. I'm sure I'll talk to you again later on. Chris is remaining with us, and we're back to the panel that we started the night, or the manel, excuse me, that we started the night with. We're bringing Craig DL back from Commonweal. So Craig, how are you feeling so far this evening? Has this been more depressing, more pleasing than you expected? What's your feelings so far in the night?
Well, we're still on the early days of it. We're still seeing just the first few results coming in. My general impression is that the Labour vote is down substantially, and the seats that they're holding on to, they are holding on with reduced, sometimes greatly reduced majorities. Possibly an echo of the SNP were facing in 2017, really. It's now happening to Labour UK-wide, but conversely, what we've seen with the first Scottish results and some of the talk around some of the other seats is the SNP vote seems to be up substantially throughout Scotland.
Well, we were just saying that 44% was the number in Hamilton and Rutherglen. We've not seen any other results just yet, but we will just keep an eye out for those. We were talking as well a wee bit about some of these MPs coming back. We're seeing a lot of people, a lot of the SNP candidates who are standing for election, having lost seats in 2017. Have you had much contact with any of them? I mean, we've been talking about how active many of them have stayed within politics. Have you had much contact with those in your Commonweal work?
Not too many of them, I have to say. Primarily because we've been focusing most recently at a member level, at the activist level. That's just the way we do policy and lobbying in Commonweal. But yeah, you're right. A lot of them have remained very active features of Scottish politics at the activist level. So yeah, I'm sure some of them will drop right back in and get back on with the projects that they weren't able to complete.
The other point that I was making, Craig, was that I made the point that most of the MPs that were elected in 2014 actually came from the grassroots.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't come with the proverbial silver spoon in the mouth. You know, I mean, you look at Mary Black, she used to work in a fish and chip shop, and you look at Kirsten Oswald, her background was HR, and she was a college lecturer as well. So, you know, that diversity, and in the case of Kirsten, obviously I know that she obviously recently became a business convener, but was still active within the community, and you know, that is it shows a certain amount of staying power.
Yeah, as a veteran of the fish and chip world myself, I can reach for that one. And yeah, there is. I mean, we do have this suspicion of the career politician, but there, you know, from a very pragmatic sense, you know, having a few years of experience under you, especially in a system as arcane and as opaque as the Westminster system, knowing the corners to navigate in that one can be an advantage.
Yeah.
So having a flush of people who have had some of that experience and are now coming back again, you know, could potentially be a strength.
Yeah, definitely.
So, of these other Scottish seats, which ones are you most interested in? I mean, we've talked a lot about Eastern Bartonshire. Which other seats are you most interested in, Craig? Which ones do you think are going to be most revealing, perhaps?
My eye is on the borders, on the 3 border constituencies, to see which way they swing. Whether they stay with this sort of blue barrier between the central belt and down south, or whether we see some inroads into there, as we saw in 2015. I mentioned last time I was on, my eye is particularly on Alistair Jack. So cabinet members and potential cabinet members losing their seats always makes for a bit of interesting news, and can have a very powerful impact on the story coming out at the end. It
would be interesting to see how the right-wing media spin that into a Tory good story. You know, it's going to be really interesting to see how the right-wing media spin the whole Tory result tonight, to be quite honest with you, because when I was sitting in the green room, I caught a wee bit of Ruth Davison, who is actually getting a fairly substantial reward for adding in her inane comments on the political spectrum this evening, and she made no reference to the fact that the Tories are earmarked to have the worst election night of their political lives since
Scotland.
2014. You know, in Scotland, yeah. So she completely put a blackened eye to that, not discussed whatsoever. And she was just talking about North England, she was talking about obviously the South and all the rest of it. There was actually rumour of her actually re-engaging with the political spectrum down south as well. So much for
that rumour has been a long-standing one. I mean, the London commentariat in particular really have a soft spot for Davidson. They quite like her very easy presentation style. She does. She talks a good game, and she's very good at kind of avoiding the tough questions that would kind of puncture that bubble.
Yeah.
So there was a time, and there probably is still a time, when there's those folks saying, well, maybe if she came down here, she could lead the Conservative Party into a new dawn and a new direction. To be honest, I don't really see it happening.
But here's a wild one for you. Here's a wild one for you, right? Hypothetically, if Ruth Davidson was to go back into the Tory party mainstream down in England, would she drag it more to the centre?
Potentially. And that's kind of where her politics is. But then that's kind of why she quite likes being in Scottish politics, is that she's in a more comfortable place here. Her personal ideology aligns with the general politics of Scotland, and at least on the Conservative side of things.
Yeah.
So she is an effective politician to that extent in Scotland.
Yeah.
I don't think that her style would really find too much of a home in Westminster, really. So to be honest, just from a personal perspective, I don't think she's all that interested in that kind of level of politics.
Just, do you think there's any chance that a Tory decline in Scotland now will actually play into the Davidson narrative quite effectively, that well, she stood down and that's where things went wrong for the Tories, rather than looking at all the other factors that might cause people to vote against the Tories?
If it does, then that won't be the story that she'll be telling. I don't think it's really in her to be lauding herself that way. Again, I think that could be a story that comes from outside. Jackson Carlaw was unable to shore up the Tory vote as a narrative that could happen in that respect. But we'll have to see as the results come in just how much of that is true, how much of the Tory vote has actually declined, and how much of it has just been split by the Brexit Party and UKIP. Because while in Scotland the Brexit is a peculiar one, in the constituencies in Scotland, you either have a UKIP candidate or a Brexit candidate. There's no constituency in Scotland where both of them are standing. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but either way, that's an avenue for split votes, and we've seen that in a couple of the results in England, where the Brexit Party has split the right-wing vote and has actually contributed to the Tories not picking up even more seats.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, you know, as a political commentator, I would have to recognise that the brand of Ruth Davidson was definitely a loss to the Tory party in Scotland. Do you know what I mean? It was quite a unique brand, something that they didn't have before. I mean, Jackson Carlaw, to be honest with you, is about as enigmatic as a wet hanky. And you've got the likes of Murdo Fraser, and I just don't. I don't see any talent in that team, to actually engage in progressive politics.
This has been a bugbear of mine in Scottish politics for a while now. I see one of the major threats, really, to Scottish politics as a whole being, if you have a party in government and you have the opposition parties, if the opposition parties are particularly weak, it doesn't matter which party's in which position at this point, if the opposition is particularly weak, then you have to remember you don't need to be the best you can be as a party to win. You just need to be one vote better than the opposition. So having a really weak and ineffective opposition has a corrosive effect on the party of government as well. They can take the pedal off a bit, they can get lazy, they can get complacent. So I, with my head of policy hat on, would love to see much more training and development in policy research in Scotland. Try and bring up a new level of political activists and political researchers in Scotland on all parties. Because that encourages all parties to step up their game to keep up. And I think we're in a good place where, if we had a bit of...
Well, that actually taps into the conversation that we were having earlier on, Kenny, about people in Scotland actually self-educating themselves. To the point where they are, there is a section of the community, to my mind, there's a section of the community that are actually lazy and they're quite happy just to take their politics from the mainstream media and not actually do the research on individual constituency issues such as Save Loch Lomond. The amount of scaremongering and lies on that. I mean, I've seen it in my own constituency. There was a patch of ground that was not fraudulently. It was rumoured to be earmarked for the relocation of Eastwood swimming pool, and this is in the middle of a green belt. It was fantasy, but it was grievance politics. And the community of Tory activists got right behind this, and they were beating they were using it to beat over the head of the SNP councillors, and you're going to waste our green space, and and it was absolutely laughable to think that they could actually move a swimming pool from one area and move it sort of like 3 miles up the road off of the main track where it is.
Just to interrupt you there, we've just heard that Christine Hare has lost her seat in Angus.
Sorry.
You're the white man here. You're allowed to do this.
We will get you the numbers on that very shortly. But Angus is an SNP gain, so that's another bit of good news for the independence movement, I'm sure. And no great loss to the people of Angus to have lost Christine Hare as their MP. But
there will be a gain to the underwear industry.
Sorry, we're not going there. I'll just go through a few other quick results. Makerfield, Labour hold. Gateshead, Labour hold, another one in the northeast of England there. First result from Wales, Caerphilly is a Labour hold. Basildon South and Thurrock East is a Tory hold. Rayleigh and Wickford, a Tory hold. Peterborough, a Tory gain. Vale of Clwyd in Wales, that's a Tory gain from Labour.
That's a shame. Can I just point that out? Actually, that's a comrade friend of mine, Glenn Swigler.
Okay.
He was standing for Clyde.
Oh, I see. Okay.
He was an ex-SNP member, and he was an excellent councillor when he relocated back to Wales. And I was really hoping that he was going to get in because, activist, again, just as we were discussing, community activist, absolutely fantastic. That's a real shame.
A few more here, sorry. Knowsley, Labour hold. Leicester South, Labour hold. Basildon and Billericay, a Tory hold. And Wrexham, another Welsh seat, Conservative gain from Labour. We'll just have a wee quick look at the figures on that one. So in Wrexham, Tory vote up by just 1.7%, but the Labour vote fell by 9.9%.
That's criminal.
Very small gain for Plaid, 1.4% for their candidate Carrie Harper there. Slight gains for the Lib Dems, only 3.6% gain for Brexit, 1.3% gain for the Green Party. But again, Labour collapse, a 10% drop in their vote, down to just 39%.
So the Labour vote is maybe scattered among the other parties, probably on that Leave Remain spectrum.
But does seem to have, it really does seem to have scattered. Some going to the Tories, relatively few, it has to be said, 1.7% gain in the Tory share of the vote, but that 10% drop for Labour. It really does look like in a lot of places, and that's 2 seats in Wales where I don't think many people would have expected the Tories to do well. But it does seem like this is not going to be a good night for Labour all round, does it?
It's certainly not, and it's actually quite depressing on a UK scale. But if, to be honest with you, the question that we should be asking tonight is Jeremy Corbyn the best that Labour have to offer as a leader? you know, the internal workings of the Labour Party. You've got the PLP, who are predominantly Blairite, and they're constantly, you know, they're pulling away at the Corbynites, you know, because they don't want to go too far to the left, and they are trying to wrestle back control of that party, and you know, it could be argued that Jeremy was always on a hiding to nothing. You know, I mean, I personally believe that the last Labour MP who was not the Prime Minister, and he should have been, was John Smith. So that Scotland's John Smith was a fantastic MP. He was a true socialist. He always, because he came from Scotland, he thought about Scotland. You know, he actually thought, what ramifications are there for Scotland if we, you know, enact this policy and stuff like that. So you know, he always had this sort of like one eye up the road, and this is what I've often said, that I didn't leave the Labour Party, Labour left me, and it was because that everything, British politics has become so London centric, and anything outside the M25 orbital really doesn't counter a hell of a lot, and this is what I was saying with the Northern Powerhouse chat earlier on. Once you see one of those seats turning blue, then that's when you've really got to be saying, you know, the Labour Party is really on the decline. You know, I think that would be a shocker. And talking back about Jeremy Corbyn, you look upon those benches and you wonder, you know, what is the candidate for the new Labour leader? Dare we be discussing the new Labour leader at this early stage?
And what story would they be telling if the party, particularly the PLP, has rejected the Corbyn programme, that radical socialism reform agenda? If the party itself rejects that, do they try something even more radical, or do they retrench themselves into the Brownite Blairite centrism? I
think they would actually regress back into that Brown and Blairite centrism.
And then what story are they telling? We are just a little bit milder than the Tories.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, at this point, kind of competence and, you know, not some regard for truth and honesty and stuff might actually play quite well. Just being able to say we're more competent and decent than we're more competent and decent than the Tories.
I mean, potentially, but that kind of managerial politics only works if you've got something to manage. And even then, that can take you through a term or two. You're starting to see, with respect, Chris, you're starting to see that with Scotland to a certain degree, with the SNP and the Scottish Parliament, where, yes, that relatively competent management, keeping things going, but, you know, the gears do start to grind a little over time, and if you don't have a shot in the arm to get it going again, to mix my metaphors, then that story can run out of steam.
Yeah.
Three metaphors.
And of course, the Labour Party, the Labour Party would also then have to deal with an actual election. And there is no guarantee that even if the PLP picks the perfect centrist candidate, that the membership is going to support them on that. You know, this mass membership that there's largely been a Corbyn phenomenon. Is not going to be happy with the PLP if they elbow Corbyn out and try and impose, you know, some very centrist figure, say Stephen Kinnock or somebody, you know.
Yeah, you would have to look into and I don't know. I've been out in the Labour Party for about 8-9 years now. But you would have to look into the percentages of you know who are the Blairites and the Brownites, and you know, and how much of a percentage have the Corbynites got? Because if you look upon the Labour benches, there are quite a few dissenting voices behind Corbyn. You know, you can get the feeling that they're, you know, not fully on board with the whole project as it is at this moment in time. But the fact is that Corbyn he's tried to appeal to, you know, be all things to all men. But the PLP would argue that if they have a change of leader, that could also change the narrative on the anti-Semitism chart, which is, you know, obviously damaging at this moment in time to the Labour Party, because the right-wing media have been engineered to hit him over the head with that time and time again.
Yeah, and this, I'd say, just to repeat myself again, is they will have to find that narrative, and I'm not convinced that the mass membership will follow them. So what we might be finding, actually, when we look into the membership of the Labour Party and in politics in general, is this generational split again of the new people who are getting engaged with politics at the first time. If they're becoming disenfranchised, you know, what happens to their future if someone else is making it for them?
Yeah. But again, going into those percentages, you'll obviously be aware of the internal party within the Labour Party called Momentum.
Yep.
And they're the ones that are actually sort of like driving Corbyn. And I think that to my mind, if the PLP could, dare I use the word, crush the Momentum movement,
Or capture them.
you know, you're right to point that out, because it's not out with the realms of possibility that they could be persuaded more to the centre right than, you know, anything else, you know.
Right, guys, nice to be back. We decided that there was a change needed because everybody's getting tired and you're all holding up really well. So we thought the girls would take back over again and gently trickle you.
You're taking back control, are
Taking
you?
back control.
Don't even.
Easy.
Right. So far, there's 25 declared Conservative seats, 28 declared Labour seats, and 3 SNP seats. One
Plaid Cymru.
for Plaid Cymru and 2 other parties. For the Conservatives, this has meant 5 more seats than they were predicted. And for Labour, they have lost 7 seats. For the SNP, it's 2 seats up. That's interesting news. I don't know how far you guys have discussed Angus yet.
We haven't really went into it. Kenny trumped up the news and I gave a wee drum roll, but that was just a bit of...
Okay,
I
so
don't have numbers for that yet.
there are numbers. I'll get you the numbers. However, this was the seat of Christine Hare.
Yeah.
What do you two associate with Christine Hare? So right off the top of your head, talk about some
You go
policies,
first.
and
No,
I'll
I try
find
not
you.
You go first.
I try not to.
Right, the first one that jumps out for me is broadband issues. You know, her constant yakking on about the fact that the Scottish Government could do more with the rollout of broadband, where, you know, it's actually been proven that the Scottish Government have put more money into broadband than what the Westminster Government have already done this far. So, you know, she was always on a hiding to nothing on that. The other thing that sticks out for me is the fact that she comes from a background of her family was in the soft fruit industry, and yet she was unwilling to make representations for more migrant workers to come over and work in that industry. So, you know, she was always on a hiding to nothing. And the fact that she didn't actually know how to vote in the EU elections to start with, you know, I mean, obviously that was just a massive big blue light going off in the atmosphere.
Although that could arguably have been an advantage in a Johnson government, because famously Boris Johnson himself sat down with 2 acceptance species and based his final vote on.
Aye. They could have chosen one or the other. Aye. Very correct.
So we're about to receive our next guest back, and Chris gets to have a wee break. We'll see you later.
No problem.
Wayne, get some coffee.
Yeah, all of us need coffee, all of us need short coffee breaks, and yours will come soon. I hope you're holding up all right. Right, so
Right.
it's interesting between the handovers. I'm still trying to find numbers. So, while you were out there, Dee,
Yes.
in the green room, what are the discussions like for you?
In the green room?
Yeah. I mean, you know, they're helping us carry all the information together.
Yes.
And
yes.
so, what can you gather from out there?
Well, we were discussing the Kirstine Hare defeat, and we managed to see some rather hilarious tweets about it. What else were we discussing? Not a huge amount, I have to say. I
So
was
the thing
flicking
that-
through, watching what was going on Twitter.
Yeah, so we finished off with Chris talking about what reminded him of Kirstine Hare. Maybe you have a wee anecdote, because one thing really springs to mind for me.
I'll be honest, I'm afraid not. I don't
Okay,
really know much
might
about
be a bit
that
too late in the day, but if I'm not completely mistaken, this was who was completely enthralled with the idea of the rape clause and tried to defend it several times. I think this is the MP that we're talking about. Please feel free to correct me.
This is Kirstine. Yes, she is. Having said that, she really is a non-entity. She is complicit, as you say, in approving that sort of thing, but as an MP, she was just absolutely useless, to the extent that they ran a berry farm, and yet she didn't do anything really to try and make sure that migrant workers were protected from the awful stuff that was going on down south.
I think that's been a kind of pattern over the entire Tory group in the previous Parliament, really. They were promised that they would be this bloc standing up for Scottish issues within the Conservative Party, but as with too many MPs, I mean, there are MPs who really do fantastic work for the local community, the local constituencies, stand up for local issues, but there are also many who are there to just take the whip, and nothing more than that.
But the 13 Tory ones are guilty of exactly that.
Yeah.
They have done nothing. And worse than that, they then, after the other MPs, Scottish MPs, had tried to fight to get some sort of common sense to come into getting migrant workers over, including, I have to say, Alistair Carmichael, who I watched giving a very good speech in the Houses of Parliament about the migrant workers who come and work on the fishing boats up north, and that really was a good speech. And I don't say that easily because it's Alistair Carmichael, but it was good. But these 13 Tory MPs, they then, having done nothing, they then came in and said that they were the ones that had won the battle to allow, what is it, 200,000 or 2,000 migrant workers to come in over the whole UK, never mind Scotland. And for me, that was the worst, lowest moment, that they could do something like that.
Yeah, and I can see this happening again with the Johnson government, where the SNP MPs will simply be ignored.
Yes.
Just outright ignored on any of their representations. Because what you saw that with the 2015-2017 government, and then the 13 Tory MPs went in and because they're already behind the door, they're
Yeah.
allowed to take credit for
Yes,
it.
yes,
That's probably the danger for this upcoming government.
yes.
Is Johnson's got a majority. He doesn't need the Scottish MPs that he's losing. Doesn't need the DUP. Doesn't need these marginal areas that he was worried
Yes.
about in the Parliament. So he can just ignore them. They can shout and scream and holler all they like, but it's not important.
Well, I would say if that is going to happen, at the first sign of it, they all ought to walk out en masse and we just simply don't go back down there. If that's the way they're going to behave.
Maybe that's the great irony, that where we are at right now on this night is looking down to Westminster and trying to count how many MPs we're sending down there. Curb your enthusiasm, people.
And what
We're
is the
sending
point?
them right back into Westminster.
Yeah. So, I mean, there is the walkout, but you also can think there are a lot of people in there who really know the parliamentary regulations inside and out. So is there scope to just start playing games almost, start being as obstructive as possible, start just annoying the government by calling points of order in sort of awkward moments, and really just playing the game to be
But
a
what
nuisance?
is that going to achieve?
Well, this is it. I mean, on one side, it could play well in Scotland. You know, we can't get anything done down there, or it could play badly. You know, we're just down there to not take things seriously. So you really do need to judge your audience before you embark on that sort of game. On the other hand, sometimes political unions break up, not because one part wants to leave, but because another part can't be bothered fighting to keep them anymore.
So to make it as complicated as possible.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting how there's resonances of that in life as there are in politics, right? Sometimes you're just trying to get somebody out of the workplace by bullying them enough, and sometimes somebody just tries to get fired by being as unproductive as possible. I think we're starting to see a bit of a turn in how the UK, the British eye casts its view onto Scotland as well. And over the last couple of months, there have been fascinating polls about how even Tory voters would sacrifice the union with Scotland over getting their Brexit. That's an interesting perspective. As long as we have been thinking, we felt like Scotland was the one who was being brainwashed, who was being gaslighted. But actually, this has been like a UK-wide media environment that has helped people to accept the exact reasons why Scotland shouldn't be there. You're too poor? Well, why are we paying for Scotland seems to be the argument against it. It's a very interesting twist. We're starting to get past that tipping point where people care enough about Scotland. Everybody has been, you know, it's time to look from a bit more of a distant step and see that there's a progression. Up until now, everything has been accumulating, but there seems to be a tipping point that's already been reached, as far as I can see. I don't know how you feel about
I
it.
mean,
Yes, I agree.
there was an observation made not that long ago that said that there's a kind of split in the Conservative Party in Scotland versus England particularly, where the English Tories, English Conservative voters and members and activists are Conservative first, Unionist second. They're thinking about their Conservative politics, and you know, the unions, it's important, we like it, you know, we like being Britain, that sort
And
of
they
thing.
wanted Brexit
But-
more than hanging on to the union.
Whereas the Conservatives in Scotland are Unionist first, standing up for the union at any cost, Conservative second. So it's almost like that party could do with becoming independent. It's almost like the Conservative Party, certainly as it was developing under Ruth Davidson, was becoming a different thing from the Conservatives, almost incompatible thing from the Conservatives down south. So now with her gone, with perhaps the shake-up that happens through tonight and how that affects the members, the MP members up here, particularly if they lose the likes of Alistair Jack, particularly if they lose almost everyone, how that potentially plays into the MSP group. I mean, is Jackson Carlow looking at his job? Potentially. I don't know. We'll find out over the next few days. So What then is the story for the Scottish Conservatives? Do they cling to that Unionist first, Conservative second, which has bought them a lot of votes in Scotland? Or do they try to realign themselves with the Conservative first approach of England, which might make them truer to themselves, to their party, but could cost them that Unionist bloc in Scotland?
I think what we're starting to talk about here is that there's a development going on. We can't really put these eggs all back into one basket. Everybody's starting to roll down their individual hills. There's development needed. There's like an identity finding process needed.
Yep.
And it may have been kicked off by Scotland, but I can see it making waves all across the UK. And actually, it doesn't seem to be the worst thing for it.
The thing that I find most concerning is that when I've, obviously with my age, I've watched politics and I've seen the Conservatives throughout this period of time, but it's only since Ruth Davidson became in charge of the Conservatives up here that they seem to have gone so far to the Orange Order type of unionism. And that is not what the English Conservatives are interested in. They're not like that. I don't believe they are. They're much more moderate Conservatives down there. But up here, this going with Ruth Davidson's strategy of this Orange Order type of Conservative unionism has really split them.
Yeah, even a lot of the Conservatives in Scotland don't hold with the politics of that kind of unionism. They're just after the Unionist vote.
Yes.
I've even spoken to a few, I won't mention any names, but I've even spoken to a few who are, were frankly a little bit embarrassed about that Union First approach.
Yes.
Because they could see what was coming.
Well, I know for a fact from a Conservative voter near me who plays golf with all the the big important people in Scotland, and he told me that there's a very big name in Scottish business that is looking to start up a new party. So
now there's another interesting thing that's maybe a conversation for our next election special in 2021. Is there space for another substantial party in Scotland?
That would seem to be a sort of natural outcome to this split that there is, so that they can disassociate themselves from this nasty kind of unionism that Ruth Davidson seems to champion.
Just got a result in from Strangford.
In Ireland?
Yep.
Northern Ireland?
So the DUP have held.
DUP, oh my goodness.
Mind you, as I was saying earlier, the politics of Northern Ireland is different again.
Different and complex.
Complex, and unless you're there, very hard to
which is an interesting factor in a union of very differing systems. One of the concepts that seem to be really hard to explain to people on the continent is how the devolved administrations of the UK don't hold equal powers. That is a concept that for countries that are used to more like straightforward democracy, I find it quite hard to cope with. There's a compartmentalisation that's going on.
In actual fact, such asymmetric devolution isn't all that unusual. It's unusual to see it in a federal system like they have in Germany, but actually a similar system occurs in Spain, where the powers that Catalonia have differ from the powers that the Basque Country has. So Commonweal has a paper on how the UK could move towards a federal state, and the barriers particularly that are in the way of that. The major one being England is too large. It would either hold a supermajority of the votes, or you would have to break it up.
Yes.
In order for it to fit into a federal system. And I don't think anyone in England would want to see England itself dissolved just to keep Scotland within the Union. Or you have to have the situation where Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland could veto England in the federal Senate. So there are a lot of problems with federalism, but it's an idea that's still out there and it's worth checking up on and reading and developing. I expect to maybe see more of that talk after this election.
Well, certainly in Yorkshire they're very keen on federalism.
Yeah, although when they got the chance to vote for a form of more devolution for that area, that was rejected, primarily because it was weak, it was nowhere near enough.
Exactly.
It wasn't rejected because they didn't want it, it was because they wanted better than that.
They wanted better, yeah.
And it's never really been revisited again.
Yes.
The closest we've really had is the Northern Powerhouse and things like the city deals, but they are not really devolution of powers. That's more pitting cities against each other for funding for projects. So it's not really the same.
Interesting. It's been a long night. I'm still waiting for more Scottish results to rain in.
So was that another one there, Kilmarnock?
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
Well, Kilmarnock is out, but has been for a wee while.
Okay.
It's a Scottish National Party hold.
Hold.
Angus was the one previous to that, which was the Conservative seat of Christine Hare, which also went to the Scottish National Party. Since then, Lewisham East was a Labour win.
I see that Lanark and Hamilton East is due up at some point soon. That'll be an interesting one because the numbers in that were looking very tight up until a couple of days ago.
Yeah, let's have a look on what was predicted there. I think the BBC, among other broadcasters and people representing, were not entirely sure what is supposed to happen.
So is that one out now?
No, not yet. Yeah, no, these are the results from 2017, which might be interesting to look at. In 2017, the SNP gained 9.3% on previous results.
Are you sure? I think that's...
I don't think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No, that's vote share since 2017, so that's out. Can we get a confirming that?
Oh, just came in.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
So Angela Crawley holds Lanark. The SNP will be very, very happy with that. Now, I've got a lot of friends in the SNP who were out campaigning for her over the past few weeks, and it was looking edgy for a while there. But actually, it's not as edgy as some feared. A majority of
Wow. Okay, so
about 5,000?
Labour lost 11.6% of their vote, and the Conservatives gained 0.1% of that share.
Right. So
the Scottish National Party 9.3%, as I said earlier.
We will probably hear from some of my friends on the ground there just how much of that has been a tactical vote from Labour to keep the Tories out.
Yes.
That could be another interesting story in the Scottish factor that maybe we haven't really talked about too much, is that tactical voting is now quite a feature.
So within the SNP vote, a lot of it could be Labour voters.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Potentially. So
well,
again,
one thing we can be sure, a lot of the SNP supporters used to be Labour supporters.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what happened in Scotland.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be beyond the pale. I believe that there hasn't been a very strong campaign in Scotland from the Scottish branch of the Labour Party.
No.
When it comes to Brexit and this tactical voting thing. It's quite intriguing actually, because the voting system is open to change and it is possible to reform the voting system.
Yep.
All the parties that are now having to submit to tactical voting could also just have voted to change the electoral system.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's worth stressing again. The SNP are going to have a fantastic night tonight. If the exit poll is correct, they're going to end up sweeping 90-odd% of the seats in Scotland. They're going to do it with something like 45% of the vote. So they're going to benefit massively from the inequalities of first past the post.
Right.
And as I said last time I was on, to their credit, the SNP are in favour of proportional representation in UK elections. Despite the fact that in this election it would have
It favours them.
It favours them. So, but it's also probably favoured Boris Johnson. So it will be very interesting when the final results are out to do a seat comparison, to say, right, if this had been run on a proportional system and had come out with this overall percentage, what would the seats look like? It's not quite as simple as that because your voting priorities change if you're on a different voting system. But I think it would highlight that perhaps Boris Johnson's majority wouldn't be nearly as high as it's likely to be tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still trawling through the Hamilton result because I'm sure that there's a lot of very pleased people out there just now. Maybe we should have.
What was the turnout for that one, sorry?
That's going to be interesting.
68.3%. So the overall UK turnout was 61.9%. So this is another Scottish seat where the turnout has been substantially higher than been the UK average. If that pattern holds up through the night, then again that's another story to add to the dimension where maybe some of these victories have come down to the did not vote people coming out again. What we saw in the 2017 election was a lot of SNP Eurosceptics abandoning the SNP. So people who voted SNP, voted maybe for independence, but also voted Leave, didn't vote for the SNP in 2017. Have these people come back? That's an interesting question. I'd like to see answered.
I'd like to think they've learnt and come back then now that they know a bit more about it.
Well, I don't know.
That's an impressive thought construct that we have. The SNP has been hoping that Brexit will change a lot of people's mind. We have been hoping. I mean, Europe looks at the UK and thinks, wow, they must be changing their minds. I think these election results suggest quite the opposite. And it suggests that what I've been trying to make clear there is the UK hasn't changed its mind. Nothing has changed enough for people to really have opportunity to change their minds. And the whole thing has descended into chaos on the back of clownery, essentially.
Yeah, and I have to say, I know people who, voted yes, voted SNP, but this time round have voted Conservative because they want to get Brexit done. So everyone's vote is their own. And remember, no one is the villain of their own story. So even someone who is on the complete opposite political spectrum from you, they believe that they are doing the right thing, and from their perspective, they're right. And in actuality, they might be right. So if you think someone is a little bit weird for believing something, just remember they probably think you're weird for not believing it.
Yeah. So the next couple of declarations that were expected at actually 2:00 were Stockton South, which hasn't come in yet. Midlothian hasn't come in yet, so we'll be expecting those results. But all of them were announced for and expected for 2:00. Battersea, East Kilbride, Strathaven, and Lismahago.
Oh, that's mine.
Yep. So we'll have to see for that seat. It's likely that the Scottish National Party will hold the seat.
That was Lisa Cameron. So it'll be, we'll see if she retains her seat. She was voted in 2015. She was one of the new crop of MPs on the back of the surge. She kept her seat in 2017 with a reduced majority. So it'll be interesting to see if her majority goes back up again.
If it goes back up, yeah.
What kind of flyers have you had through the door?
We've had flyers from all of the parties standing in our constituency. It's interesting, we don't have a Brexit party candidate in our constituency, we've just got a UKIP one.
Right.
I'll be honest, I don't pay much attention to the leaflets, and in fact the Labour leaflet that came through my door got eaten by the cats.
At least somebody showed interest in a leaflet, right? That's what they get printed for, cat toys.
Well, did anyone get an email letter from Ruth?
No, I did not.
I would have perceived that as spam.
In my area, I got, it was like a photocopied email letter from Ruth. 2 sides of her handwriting. And that was yesterday.
Interesting. So you've obviously been targeted. I talked about that the last time I was there.
Which is truly bizarre because Stephen Kerr must know that I just want rid of him. So I don't know why I'm being targeted.
Interesting question. I think that it's starting to really come out how much we are targeted on an individual, age-based, interest-based, sock taste-based, level to that granularity where it's unrecognizable whether you've been targeted or not.
Yeah.
And you get bombarded with it and can't believe that somebody who, otherwise maybe doesn't differ from you all that much from your political views will never see the same ad. I believe you had some suggestions when it comes to this.
Yeah, Commonwealth's published papers on this. I mentioned this last time I was in the room, and we have published papers on much more tight regulations on the types of political ads that can be made, the information that is attached to them, so you know who is funding them, who is being targeted by them, that all political ads are put on a public register so that everybody can see them.
Right.
So the fact that if you might be excluded from a political ad that I've been targeted with means that you cannot effectively argue with me because you don't know the information that I have, and vice versa. But if we all have access to a public database, then we can see who has been targeted with what arguments. And we can counter them if we want to.
Yeah.
So we also need much better regulation of misuse of campaign funding.
Yes.
So when parties breach limits on campaign spending, I know that the Conservative Party have put a lot of money into this campaign, and until shown otherwise, I'm sure everything's above board and everything meets all the limits. But we have seen in previous campaigns, like the Brexit campaign, where organisations overspent on their legally binding limits.
Yes. And
the Electoral Commission fines them, but fines them to a relatively paltry effect. 1%
it's
of
worth
the
their while to repeat the process.
Well, pretty much you can budget in the fine when you're planning your campaign. It becomes part of the cost of business. So the fines have to be large enough to dissuade
meaningful.
that, and they have to be meaningful, and they have to possibly have to come with tougher sentences than just fines.
Yes.
Rerunning of elections.
That's what it's going to
disbarring
take.
of candidates, much more difficult in referendums to do that. But if you breach the limits in your democracy, then this is how you can kill democracies dead.
Would you think that this has something to do with an unwritten constitution?
Yes, absolutely. Well, part of it anyway. Certainly lacks regulation. I mean, you can put in principles into your constitution that would say like the sanctity of democracy should be upheld, and then on the basis of that, pass laws that say, right, your electoral commission, you have the tools at your disposal to effectively monitor these elections. We're going to bring in international witnesses to make sure everything's above board. Even if we think we are a modern sort of healthy democracy, it's always good to have an impartial witness there, because that just keeps everybody checking each other who watches the watchers. Because, as I say, you only need to fail your democracy once.
Yes.
If your bank collapses, you can bail it out and start again. If your democracy collapses, you don't, the party that wins based on cheating, cancels the next election, and then where are you?
Yeah.
You're in a very dark place.
That's right.
So,
And we're halfway there.
Aye, we're still waiting on results from Midlothian. That is the next Scottish one that is due to come out, and we haven't really heard anything regarding that, even though it was expected for 2 o'clock.
Sometimes these time estimates can be based on sort of previous turnout, so if there's been a rise in turnout, it obviously takes a bit longer to count, physically count the ballots. We're also in the middle of winter. I mean, the weather's not been too bad up here, in most places at least.
There's a lot of rain down south, wasn't there?
But if it makes it more difficult to get the ballot boxes to the count, then that can have an impact.
I'm interested to see the northeast results, Banff and Buchan and places like that.
Yeah, well, they are traditionally have been the more volatile seats, the ones that have switched, and the ones that are most keenly affected by things like Brexit. So will be most keenly affected by the shift in UK politics.
It's quite interesting, the fact that the politicians from Westminster spend so much time over the last year or two going up there and lobbying the voters and the farmers and the fishermen. You know, they've obviously felt they've had to do that.
It is quite an interesting statistical exercise to track where heads of parties go and visit, especially at election time, because there's two seats that you tend to visit if you're a party leader. It's either the ones where you have absolute rock solid support because they're good for driving fundraisers, for getting members engaged, and for just sort of generally G'ing up the party, but then you're looking at the target marginals. They're the ones where you can sort of benefit from arriving at and boosting the local candidate and endorsing them. It's interesting the Conservatives don't seem to have been sending Boris Johnson to many key marginals this time around, perhaps because his ability to boost the local candidate's reputation isn't as good as he would like. I don't know.
One of the trends I'm really interested in with this election is how much of a vote-splitting exercise this has been for the left and for the right.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be very interesting to see from the snapshots that I'm seeing here and there. For example, Barnsley Central, Labour held that seat, but the Brexit Party came very close in competing for those votes.
The Brexit Party actually beat the Conservatives in that seat. That's interesting.
So there's a very interesting split going on between left and right. Of the political spectrum here, and the ones that I've seen where Labour managed to hold on to the seat, it is clearly between the Brexit Party and the Conservatives where that vote breaks and where they just can't make it over the line. Why do you think that is? Is it really possible that the left could for once have been better at getting behind a shared cause?
Partially, but it's also kind of we do recall that the Brexit Party stood down from a lot of the Conservative-held seats, intentionally so. It's probably worth saying that they could have perhaps helped the Conservative Party by standing down in the Labour seats instead, as we're seeing tonight. There's a few Labour seats being held because of the Brexit Party.
Do you think that Farage decided to stand down to do just what you've described, or was it that he could save money by not standing these candidates?
Well, he would have saved a bit of money. I wonder
because
if he's
bearing in mind it's his business.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Farage is he has managed to win this war without winning a single battle within it. I mean, people kind of disparage him, saying, well, he's never made it as an elected politician apart from in the EU that he hates. I mean, yeah, but he has also managed to capture the soul of the Conservative Party and shove it to exactly where he wants it to be. So by standing down in those seats, by playing friendly with that party, you know, perhaps he's setting up for the next stage. He has already stated a goal that once Brexit is done and delivered, he's changing the name of the Brexit Party to the Reform Party. Yeah. Now, what you see in British politics is a thing called triangulation. So you can win, if you've got, say, 3 parties in your system. You've got a far-right party, a centre-left party, and a far-left party. If you are the far-right party, you can move a bit to the centre and capture votes from the centre-left party without losing any of your far-right activists because they've got no one else to vote for.
Right.
And we saw the opposite of that with New Labour. It shifted to the centre, captured centrist votes. The disillusioned socialists had no alternative except in Scotland, where they had the SNP. So they moved there.
Right.
Now think about where the Brexit Party sits. It sits to the right of the Conservative Party. The Conservatives have started to maybe just loosen up on their austerity a wee bit, maybe move a little bit to the left to hold off Corbyn. We'll give you a few more reforms so you don't need to go for radical socialism. Farage can be the anchor that keeps the Conservative Party at the far right position where he wants it to be.
Right.
If he disappears, then you could see the Conservatives move into a more centrist position.
Right.
So yeah, there's games to play in UK politics yet. Now, this is something that is probably alien to people who are more used to the European system of voting and proportional representation. What you tend to get in that system, you look at places like Sweden in particular, you'll get a left bloc and a right bloc, and you'll have the parties within them sort of shifting their ratios of power within that bloc. The parties very rarely cross to a different bloc. The left parties always stick together, the right parties always stick together. But if the hard socialists do really well, then the party shifts to the left. The bloc shifts to the left. What you find in UK politics is you can't do that because first past the post kind of messes everything up. You either win or you don't. So you end up with factionalisation. You end up with, you know, the moderate Conservatives and the far right Conservatives, the Union Conservatives. They're all part of the Conservative Party. It doesn't matter who you vote for, you're a Conservative voter.
Right.
It's a very different kind of politics and not one that has a lot of nuance to it.
So, East Kilbride has been declared, and it's a win for Lisa Cameron from the Scottish National Party.
Pleased at that.
It's quite interesting detailed results. Labour's lost 9 percentage points, Scottish National Party gained 7.5. Okay, let's go and see a bit closer.
The Tories gained as well. That's interesting.
Do they?
No, they lost. They lost share in.
Minus 4.1.
That's interesting.
That is an interesting development.
Yep.
Um,
And 68.4% turnout. So again, I wonder if the Scottish turnout is going to hover at that 68%.
so, what was the national turnout? Craig?
61.9, I think.
Interesting. So Scotland is quite engaged then.
I mean, you're still talking
We'll have
almost
to
1 in
see.
3 voters not
Yeah.
turning out. You're still talking a situation where the didn't vote party could have won in every seat in Scotland almost. So it's 68% is nothing to shout about, but the fact that Scotland is again proving to be that little bit more politically engaged than elsewhere, even in this really crucial knife-edge time, that says something about Scottish political attitude and
Yes.
approach.
More responsible approach to politics.
Yeah.
Well, we see it with UK-wide politicians that come and visit Scotland and can tell the difference between Scottish voters, the average man or woman on the street, compared to the rest of the UK and often specifically England, and seeing them impressed and saying, wow, you guys really have some engagement going on here. That's one of the takeaways for me from this year, that, you know, we are in our own little bubble. I get that. But there is a level of discussion that is going on in Scotland that still kind of floats on top.
There's only so many times you can be shouted the question, what currency will you use before you become an expert in macroeconomics? Trust me.
I'm sure you're really fun at dinner parties. Everybody loves an economist. Ooh, Conservative game West Bromwich from Labour. Aye. Okay, we'll try and have a look at that in more detail. So another seat that seems to have swapped from Labour to the Conservatives. Overall, Labour has lost over 10 seats already.
Out of 50 declared.
Out of 60.
That's
Wow, they've
smart.
lost 15. And the Conservatives have gained 11 so far. The SNP has gained 4. It's
And they're up to 13 declared.
yes.
Interesting. So we are now at the stage where the results are coming in thick and fast.
Are we?
Yes.
So we're going to see a ramp up of that over the next wee while. I just saw in the big master list on the screen there.
Did you?
The Monster Raving Loony Party. Always stalwarts, always turn out for every election, at least somewhere. Always providing a fascinating counterpoint, because I do remember speaking to a very wise person who said, just always remember, you have taken yourself too seriously. And I think the Monster Raving Loonies are a good reminder that, yes, sometimes we can take ourselves too seriously.
Conservatives have gained another seat, and that was a Welsh seat, which I'm struggling to pronounce. Winsmore.
You're the host, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, we'll take my word for it. At the minute, it's raining Conservative games. This is a crazy way. They both held Newport East. Conservatives gained Bishop Auckland from Labour.
The overall vote share result is looking very grim for Labour based on the
Yes.
seats that have come out.
So do you think he will offer to stand down, or do you think he'll be pushed?
At this point, it is very difficult to say. These
Labour
are
have
always
held Pontypridd.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry. It's always a time for soul searching when a party leader does lose an election and loses seats in the process. It's what's the phrase you use? You need to enter a period of reflection. So we will see. There is a case to be made that Corbyn could resign over this. But I'm not going to be quite so far as to say this is a
we
prediction.
haven't got the
at
results
moment.
of his seat in yet, have we?
No.
And I mean, if he did lose it, it's not likely, but if he did lose it, then he would surely have to resign.
Well, if he loses his seat, then he's
out anyway,
He
yes.
has to be out. There's no way he can be the leader from the outside.
Conservatives have gained Ipswich from Labour. That's a pretty significant one, I would say.
Which one's that?
Ipswich.
Oh, right.
Aye, this must hurt. This is a pretty tough night for Labour. Conservatives have now gained Burnley from Labour.
I think the
SNP have held Perth.
Oh,
Oh.
Pete Wishart.
Pete Wishart has held Perth.
Very good.
He was one of the most narrow majorities of
Yes.
the 2017 election. So it'll be interesting when we see the numbers get thrown at us from the control room to see how he has done, if he's increased his majority or if he's clung on by the skin of his teeth. And it will be interesting again to see where those votes have come from if he has increased his majority.
Yes.
SNP have gained Perth South from Conservatives.
Oh, more news from Perth. I've got some good friends up in Perth. There's a really active Commonweal group
Good.
up in Perth,
Good.
so I'm sure they'll all be having a very happy night tonight. If we're
Perth South. What one's that? What area is that?
I would say it's at the south of Perth.
Just
Oh, it's Oco.
Sorry.
oh, so John's won that one.
That's
Oakhill and South Perthshire.
yes.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying, because I'd never.
Sorry,
knew what Perth
these
South was.
constituency names
Yes.
can be a bit obscure at times.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so pleased that
Yeah.
he's got that.
Pete Wishart is a...
SNP have held Paisley.
Oh,
Wow.
good.
So that's Mary's seat. Is it?
Renfrewshire North. Renfrewshire North.
Renfrewshire North.
So that's what I mean. The results are now coming in thick and fast. We'll
Good,
try and
good.
pull up some of the detailed results as we get them.
SNP have gained Midlothian from Labour.
Wow.
Interesting.
This is going to be an interesting night for Scotland.
Is that guy that they said
Owen Thompson.
oh no, it isn't. Who's the Labour one
Daniel
that
Rowley.
is likely to hold his seat?
Ian Murray and
Ian
Edinburgh
Murray,
South.
yes.
Okay, so let's have a look at the results from Midlothian. That was a Scottish National Party gain, Owen Thompson, from Labour's Danielle Rowley. Labour lost 6.6% here, SNP gained 7.1%.
And the Conservatives and the Lib Dems are both up in that seat. So again, that's not one that you can just put down to tactical voting.
The SNP have gained the Western Isles.
They've held Western
held
Isles.
the
That's
Western Isles,
Angus
sorry.
McNeill.
Yes.
That's good. He's been a sort of backbone of the party in Westminster.
What, is that Ian's?
It's is it Angus McNeill, I think.
Oh, Angus McNeill.
Let's have a wee look at the
No,
results for
Ian's
Paisley.
Skye and Lochaber,
Yes.
isn't he?
Wolverhampton gain for the Conservatives. Right, Gavin Newlands for the Scottish National Party, my former MP, won Paisley and Renfrewshire North. The vote went up for the SNP by 9.6%, down by 8.8% for Labour, which was Alison Taylor previously. No, that was the candidate. Gavin has been the MP there before, and they held it really comfortably with quite a significant vote share added to their vote, actually.
Yeah, so that's what is the turnout there?
Let's have a look.
69.0%. So again, we're in that 68-ish percentage.
Interesting.
So the Lib Dems have increased their vote in that seat, but obviously not enough to eat into that majority.
Aye, feel free to speak up. I know we're all getting tired, but apparently it's hard to hear us, so we'll shout a bit more. We're all slumping a little bit. Please forgive us. Right. So, in the rest of the UK, it's looking pretty grim. In Scotland, these results seem to be, I didn't think I'd say it tonight, but these results are quite exciting. SNP have held Inverclyde. Just there, I got the news.
Held Inverclyde.
Held
Good.
Inverclyde.
Good.
Shall we go and have a look at that in specifically?
Yeah,
That's Ronnie Cowan,
Ronnie Cowan,
who's
yeah,
a regular here on Broadcasting Scotland.
and again a very stalwart co-collaborator with Commonweal. He at their spring conference this year, he sponsored and passed a motion based on my paper advocating for a Scottish statistics agency. So that was quite a good day for me. So thank you, Ronnie. I'm very glad you've held on to your seat there.
Very good.
Again, here, Ronnie Cowan, 9.9% vote share change for the SNP. Plaid Cymru now have held. It's really great to hear these Welsh names coming over the... Di Formion yet. That is where Plaid Cymru have held. And I won't have it any other way. Yeah, we're really, really sorry, Wales. We can do better, and we will. At the minute, most of Scotland is very busy trying to learn Gaelic. So,
I've said I recently downloaded the like a lot of people downloaded the new Duolingo app for Scottish Gaelic. Now I learned a little bit of Gaelic before that. I have a class in my community centre in my village.
It's
been
actually
quite fun going through it.
Sorry, but see how we were looking at the turnout?
Yeah.
65.8% in Inverclyde, so a little bit below the constituencies that we saw before.
But still above the UK average.
Still above.
So that's interesting. I'll be keeping track of that one through the night. It'll be good to see just where the turnouts were highest.
I don't know if we've mentioned this down the line, but the Conservatives have gained Blackpool South from Labour.
Okay.
There are a couple of shouts going on online saying that the Tories have managed to get into the heartland.
They have. if they're taking places like that, then there was what is known as the Red Wall, that sort of Midland of England that was a solid Labour area. If the Tories are making inroads in there, that's really going to change the way, again, that narrative of UK politics.
So what is this saying about the kind of people that are voting for Boris Johnson?
Primarily it's a get Brexit done thing.
Do you think it is as simple as that?
Yeah, it is.
And they don't care how it's done,
Yeah.
just get it done?
Right.
People are tired, people want to just get it over with and move on to the next thing.
How are you feeling, Day?
Well,
I know, it's been a long
what
night.
about you?
Well, I'm actually feeling quite buoyed. Yes,
Good,
I'm
good.
tired. And I'm sure that after several hours of sitting here, there's quite enough of us. It's a good little coffee break.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we'll try to keep going as the results keep rationing in.
No, I'm fine. Yes, it's worrying. You know, if it's just a question of getting Brexit done, then maybe they're just ordinary people who are exhausted, as opposed to being people who are quite happy to condone lies and all the rest of it.
Yeah, it's a toughie. I think all of us are clearly politically interested and spend a lot of our private time doing exactly this. But I think if the average man and woman on the street are exhausted, so are the grassroots, so are the politicians, so are we. I'm sure we're all sick and tired of it. And the problem here is, while we can gain some pretty cheap shot entertainment here and there from the disaster that is our political day-to-day life, there is not really going to be any slowing down for quite some time.
No, there's not. But you have to take into the equation the passion and the drive that the grassroots have. You know, I mean, this has been a...
You mean our grassroots?
Yes.
It's important to define which grassroots we're talking about.
Yes. This has been, you know, a gargantuan task that we've taken on. You know, from the 70s right through the 80s, and you know, to get that swell of MPs at the 56. If I made the point earlier that those MPs that lost their seats at that time, they didn't go away.
No.
They remained active within the community. They remained in touch with the grassroots movement, and you know, there were a couple of exceptions to that, but you know, I mean, I personally, I would have wanted George Kerrivan to stand again. I think George is a wonderful MP,
Yes.
you know, a very knowledgeable person, the very same as Dr. Paul Monaghan as well. You know, so I mean, we have lost a few, but the new generation that's coming in is obviously, you know, good for the party in the long term.
And we only lost them as MPs.
Oh, aye,
We
correct.
didn't lose them in the public eye.
Well, no, and I can say, you know, I mean, George is actually heading up our socialist group
Yes.
now, which is absolutely ideal, and Dr. Monaghan is doing fantastic work in Scotland and in Europe as well.
Right.
So you know, they haven't fallen off of the political landscape.
No.
They've just sort of like changed roles,
Yes.
shall we say?
Yes.
You know.
We've had another couple of interesting news coming in just there. The leader of the DUP, Michael Dodds, has just lost his seat.
Really?
Nigel Dodds has just lost his seat to Sinn Féin.
Oh dear.
Excellent result. Sorry, that's coming from someone who's a Republican.
Yes, yes.
But that
must be quite the blow for the
could
DUP.
be that
Yes.
could be quite a game changer. Is that the first DUP result in
No.
Ellen? No.
There was another one.
Oh, they held Strangford.
Yes.
Aye.
The Unionists may lose their majority.
Just things get better. There's, you know, but it's another changing picture because for every vote that you know would please us as political correspondents, we've got to countenance that with the fact that unfortunately the Labour Party seem to be hemorrhaging, and it's going to the Tories, unfortunately, which is going to obviously lead to a Boris majority.
Yeah.
But then it could be argued that that's actually quite a good
SNP,
outcome for Scotland.
The
Sorry.
SNP holds Airdrie.
Airdrie and
Airdrie.
Shotts. Excellent.
Okay. Oh,
Renfrewshire South.
let's have a look at Renfrewshire South. That seems like a good idea. Okay, so Mary Black
Oh, I didn't want to say it. I
Has
wanted
held
you to
it.
say it. I knew it was my comrade sister.
Mary Black has held in Paisley and Renfrewshire South.
Good.
SNP gained
what's the-
East
what's-
Lothian
what's
from
the-
Labour, just there.
What's the share of Mary Black's vote?
SNP 50.2%.
50.2. What a shot. Oh, that's
Are you
amazing.
pleased?
That is an
that
amazing
good?
result.
Yes.
That is outstanding.
Well
Kenny
done.
McCaskill gained in East Lothian, so
Kenny
that's
McCaskill.
also, yeah.
Oh, excellent. Good,
Right.
good. I'm really pleased about that. That's good.
What's fascinating about the Paisley and Renfrewshire East result is SNP gained 9.6%, Labour lost 9.1%.
0.1%. That's a sore one.
Tonight is a really sore night for a lot of people across the entirety of this kingdom.
Yeah.
But Scotland is being quite surprising and quite consistent as far as we can see. So far, we'll have to have a look. So Mary,
Mary.
what a year she's had, huh? What a time in general, God.
Yes.
Well, actually,
Wouldn't wish it upon anybody, but she's doing
That's
amazing.
actually for someone who doesn't actually want to be in Westminster.
Yeah.
I have to point that out.
17 seats have been declared for the Scottish National Party so far. They've gained in seat change 6.
6. That is.
You seem somewhat pleased, Chris.
I'm sorry, I just can't help being outwardly happy for
it sends a
my
message,
party. Yes.
Doesn't it? When we,
And it's not just for the party. This is for individuals within the party who have done a personal excellent job.
Yeah, but also it's actually for the independence movement as well. It has to be said, you know, because the SNP are the only party that are standing on the independence ticket.
Yes.
So the better that the National Party do for the actual yes movement is, you know, got to play in our favour when those MPs go back to Westminster and actually speak up for Scotland.
Well, and more importantly, if it goes on the way it's going, when they are down there, nobody can turn around and say, you don't speak for Scotland.
Correct. Yeah.
Sick of hearing that.
Yeah. And this is the UP one that you were telling us about, yeah?
SNP has just gained Renfrewshire East.
Renfrewshire East.
That's Kirsten Oswald.
That's my constituency. I've got my MP back. Oh, sorry folks, I had to do that. Well done, Kirsten. I hope you're watching. Well done. I didn't do an awful lot, but I'm so chuffed.
So pleased.
So chuffed.
It's going really good for the SNP this time around. Okay, so tell us about your constituency, Chris.
Tell you about my constituency, my wonderful MP. I'm so happy to get rid of that poodle. No. I've called him a poodle from the start. I will call all 13 of them poodles, because that's what they were.
Yeah.
They were nothing but lap dogs.
Yes.
And that's just it. On a personal level, Kirsten has been absolutely brilliant. She, again, as we were discussing, she did not rest on her laurels. She was very active in the community. She was the convener of the branch, and obviously she was the party business convener. She took over from Mackay. Derek, that's the very chap. Yeah, she took over that, and she carried it off with great aplomb. So I'm over the moon that Kirsten got that. I'm really happy.
I wasn't quite sure
No.
how to interpret your emotions there. No,
Wait till the other ones come in as well. Anne McLaughlin and Chris Stevens. My comrade Chris Stevens from the Trade Union Group.
Right.
He's got to get back in. He's got to get back in. He's been an excellent MP for
Chaka Umuna fails to win London seat.
Ooh.
This is a Conservative hold. It got pretty close. Chaka Umuna got 13,096 votes as opposed to the Conservative 17,049 votes.
That's a sore one.
It is quite sore.
That is a sore one.
Is Theresa May standing? I'm hearing in my ear. That's been an interesting night. Let's see where we're going.
But going back to the Labour Party hemorrhaging so much down south, it's really shown that the right-wing narrative is winning over the electorate down south.
Yes.
That they are, and fair play to them, they are desperate to Brexit, and that's what they voted for, and I can't help but say hell mend them to Labour.
Yes.
Because they were so ambivalent to what they stood for. I'm of an age where Labour and the Conservatives were supposed to be polar opposites.
Yes.
So if the Conservatives voted for snow, then Labour should have been voting for sunshine.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And because that vote was so split within their own party, with regards to the EU, I think any leader, regardless whether it was Jeremy Corbyn or not, they were always going to be on the hiding to nothing to try and represent the full membership of that party. Whereas the majority of the Tories all voted for Brexit. So, we have to put into context that, Jeremy Corbyn's had a rough hand to play.
I don't know that the majority of the Conservatives did vote for.
Well, I'm
Brexit.
only guessing. I'm only guessing.
I think I wouldn't be surprised if it was very similar percentages in the two parties.
You may well be right there, but
And maybe a middle party will emerge out of the bonfire.
Well, for a little light relief, Sajid Javid has said that the Tories are the party of the working class. So
you say that and you haven't brought sick women.
I'm just.
That's disgusting.
It's shocking, isn't it?
That is. I mean, again, he's just put that out for propaganda purpose. you know, the Tories never have been the party of the working class.
Okay, but while I'm not agreeing with the argument, there is a strong turnout for the Tory vote, and there will be a large part of that comes from working class people.
Yes,
so
you are
how
correct.
do we
Because of
explain that?
Brexit.
Yes.
That is the elephant in the room. Had Brexit not happened at all, then I don't think that Labour would have hemorrhaged those working class votes. You know, I mean, this is going to be a nuanced position to be a working class Tory. It's just something that you just don't you know, put into the same sentence. I mean, when I was a kid growing up, you know, I was listening to angry politics music, right? You know, which was anti-establishment. You know, so I'm talking about the Clash, and I'm talking about the Jam, and Boomtown Rats and stuff like that. You know, who were all singing about being anti-establishment. You know, Billy Bragg and all those people. You know, they were political activists.
Yes.
Who were voicing their anger through song.
Aye.
Not one of them would have dreamt to have defected to the Tory party, because the Tory party at that time were the party of affluence. And
business.
You know,
SNP hold Aberdeen North. You'll be
North.
interested to hear.
Excellent,
Oh, that is
excellent.
good.
That is very good, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, so for them now to turn the narrative
Kirsty
round
Blackman, that is.
and say that we are the party of the working class, it really
In your
smacks.
dreams.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a hell of a statement. What was that? Did I see Martin Docherty there?
Yes.
Just as you were?
He's kept his seat.
That's excellent. That's another tremendous result.
So Aberdeen North results, Kirsty Blackman that is.
Right.
Wow.
Good.
Vote share change, 12.7%. That is excellent. They must have been working really hard. Labour lost
think they all have.
16.8%
Yes,
here.
aye, correct.
Certainly in the Stirling constituency with Alan, I mean, the activists have been unbelievably hardworking
Yeah.
for a very long time.
Yes, but specifically through really, really awful weather and incredible cold in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But that was done on purpose by Boris Johnson. That was was, well, it wasn't actually Boris Johnson. Sorry,
Cummings.
I'm actually crediting him. You're correct. It was Dominic Cummings. That you know, his brainchild, and it's you know, it's a. I mean, what was the last Christmas election was in 1923.
Something like that.
Something like that. You know, so I mean, to have another one again, you know, it's the bloody mindedness of the Westminster establishment to push their Brexit through.
Yes.
Because in normal circumstances, again, not having Brexit, they would have happily awaited for the summer in order to have a general election.
Yeah.
Well, yes, and between now and summer lies another potentially failed Brexit exit date.
Yeah. But you know, equally, had Theresa May been playing with a straight bat from the start, we could have had a confirmatory referendum on the actual deal that she delivered. That would have been respecting democracy. And you know, again, I'm trying to put Theresa May and democracy into the same sentence, and I really shouldn't be doing that.
The BBC has revised their forecast and now see the Tories with a 64-seat majority, but previously they had predicted that it was going to be 11 more seats. 10 of those have gone to Labour, who now are supposed to be finishing on 201 seats at the end of the night, and Plaid Cymru is also potentially going to win another seat in addition to their 3
It's
ones
interesting
there
what's
already.
happening in Wales, isn't it?
Yeah. Wales is starting to get the bit between its teeth with regard to independence. But it's Wales for me. I used to live in Wales.
Oh,
and
Zach Goldsmith's gone.
Yep.
Oh,
Zach
there you
Goldsmith
go.
has lost his seat in Richmond to the Lib Dems. That's interesting.
Sorry.
I used to live in North Wales, and it's got a different demographic to South Wales.
They still speak Welsh up there, don't
Correct, yeah. I actually had to go to school.
they? Did you?
I had to go to night school in order to speak Welsh.
I should have been making you pronounce all these Welsh names. I cannot believe you put me in this position. I'm bilingual. You are, I'm sure, as bilingual as you can be.
Borada, Sidachi, Yam Dioch, Yakovawa.
Anybody got a cough drop? No, don't take it
Ma
seriously.
io ho parlato italiano e oh.
Definitely multilingual. Okay, let's have a look. Any more updates? Labour lose Tom Watson's old seat. East Bromwich East from Labour has gone to the Conservatives with a swing of 12.1%.
Oh my lord. And who else was standing in that seat?
George Galloway, as an independent, who got 489 votes, as opposed to the winning party, which is actually a close one, Labour and Conservatives. Nicola Richards for the Conservatives gained 16,804 seats, votes, not seats, votes, and Labour, Ibrahim Douglas, had 15,201. So it's not.
It's quite close.
Douglas Ross seems to have held Murray
Oh,
No way.
with a majority of 513.
No, there's got to be a recount now.
Okay.
There has to be a recount now.
I thought he was going to resign anyway.
No, it was you're getting them confused.
The
It was
referee
Ross
one.
Thompson.
Ross Thompson. Yeah.
Douglas Ross is the Scottish referee who
Right.
said that he wouldn't let his second job interfere with his first job.
That's right.
And then went over to Barcelona
Uh-huh.
to officiate a
A
football match.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's still running
So that is
the line as well.
That's the first non-SNP win in Scotland.
Right.
Ah, that's terrible.
What are they thinking of up there? That's Richard Lochhead's area, isn't it? Murray and Nairn.
Murray and Nairn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's a shocker.
Aye.
That is a blot on the landscape.
It is. If you look at the map of Scotland just now, there's a lot of grey, a good portion of yellow, and then one blue spot right there. But we're still waiting for more results to
I
come
don't
in.
want to see any blue spots on the border.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting one that Craig pointed out as that belt down at
Well, you know
Berwick.
they don't have our radio stations. They get English radio
they have
stations and English
ITV
BBC
border,
coverage.
Yeah.
So I know that's always been a bugbear for a friend of mine who lives down there.
I wonder if ITV Border gets more funding than STV.
Oh, probably.
And Grampian gets even less.
So the Conservatives in Scotland so far have lost 4 seats, have gained 1. SNP has gained 7 seats and has already got 19.
So when you say gain,
Yeah,
gain or held?
gain.
Gain. Which one did they gain? The Conservatives?
A lot of Conservative seats. Well, we will have to go through to Labour in Rutherglen, right?
But the Tories have gained.
East Lothian was gained from Labour.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten about that one.
Midlothian as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, Midlothian as well.
Ooh, Jeremy Corbyn has held his Islington seat.
That's not a surprise.
It's not a surprise, but it's nice to see because at the minute the party leaders are falling. He's increased his majority at every election so far, so let's have a look if that's still the case.
It'll be interesting to see if Boris retains his seat.
Yes, and also Joe Swinson.
Because I think I'm correct in saying that if Boris loses his seat, but the party retain a majority, he still remains Prime Minister.
I was talking to Craig in the green room earlier, and he said that there's some interesting rules and lack of rules around this. It actually hasn't happened before, or at least not in that context. So there is no precedent, but technically you're meant to be a standing MP when you're representing your party as the party leader.
Sorry to interrupt you, we are talking about the Tories.
Yeah.
They make up the rules.
Oh, I completely get that. But there is, this is something that could potentially be challenged in court. In any case, it would be, as we discussed at the very beginning, a quite interesting game to see the Liberal Democrat leader and the Tory leader.
It would be interesting, now that you mentioned Liberal Democrat, because because she's not currently in office of Prime Minister, then if she was to lose her seat, then she could no longer be leader of the party. However, because Boris Johnson is the incumbent Prime Minister at this moment in time, if he loses his seat but his party retain the majority, if they fashion the rules to suit themselves, then would that give Joe Swinson something
Precedent.
to, kind of like harp on about?
Yeah.
So from that point of view, it would be a weird one to take to court.
I'm sorry, I just
No,
heard
no.
that it looks like Jeremy Corbyn is resigning, not immediately, but that he won't lead the party into a future election.
Yeah, I would.
Until a future election.
Into a future election. He
Into
will
a
not be
future
leading
election.
it into a future election.
But
I
that
would
means he could
expect-
stay on for another 5 years.
That is based on his result in Islington, which is barely holding the Labour vote. They lost 8.7% of the vote share, and the Liberal Democrats received 6.6% of that. So Jeremy Corbyn has said that he wishes to stay for a period of discussion about the future.
Period of reflection.
Discussion, reflection. Yeah.
You say tomato, I say tomato. But I would say that's only that's the pragmatic thing to do. The only problem that I have with that is that it will be the centre right that will take over the Labour, and it will be a more brown Blairite Labour Party that you will see, and that's harking back to
what it was.
a resurgence of New Labour. That's not good for the country. It's good for Scotland, but it's not good for the rest of the country.
It's quite complex. I mean, I had not expected Corbyn to resign, especially not off the back of a held seat. But it seems to be about time for a party that is really stuck in the mud, couldn't make up its mind, wasn't an effective opposition party. Under his leadership, Labour hasn't gotten anywhere far or anywhere constructive, and it's landed the UK in more trouble than it needs to be in. So from that point of view, resignation is not an unwise decision. though it may be one that isn't entirely expected.
Very welcome, I would think, right across the parties.
Well, and the other thing as well, that could be seen as a two-headed action, because that might curb a lot of the chat about anti-Semitism within the party,
Right.
because the right-wing media have constantly hit him over the head with
Yes.
it. They haven't hit the party over
No.
the head with it.
No.
They've hit Jeremy Corbyn over the head with it.
Yeah.
So if Labour get a new leader, then obviously their narrative would need to be leading away from
Yes.
a party of anti-Semites,
Yeah.
which I have to point out, Labour are not anti-Semites. There are anti-Semites within the Labour Party, but as a party, it would be wrong for me to describe them in that
Yes.
fashion.
Yes.
Do you want the anchor seat back, Kenny?
No, I'm fine here.
You-
I'm fine for now.
You sure? You're sitting away out on the right there.
Well,
Right, so just there,
I'm moving more and more to the right as the night goes
I've
on.
looked up the results
Much
for
like England, apparently.
Glasgow North, and Glasgow North is held by Patrick Grady.
Who is the chief whip at Westminster.
He's so good.
Yeah, Patrick is good.
Oh, the Lib Dems have taken North East 5 from the SNP.
No.
Well, that was Neil Hanvey's seat. So
Oh,
that
was it?
Yeah. So
right.
that's
So it's not Stephen
or
Giffins.
sorry, it was the I think was that the seat that. No, I tell a lie. That's right. That is Stephen.
Oh, it's not
Geffins' seat.
Stephen, is it?
Oh,
I
it's
think
not
so.
Stephen Geffins.
Sorry. Yeah, I was.
I mean, it's always been Lib Dem up there, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's a strong.
But Stephen was a very, very good
We're about to
MP.
get the Swinson result, though we don't
And
have
especially that given that Stephen Geffins is the Europe spokesman, I mean,
Correct.
he's been working so hard on that
Yeah.
brief, has been really sharp on it as well.
Yeah.
Has really focused hard on Scotland's place in Europe, Scotland's relationship with the UK in relation to Brexit and everything. It's a big, complicated brief, especially right now. And as you say, Stephen was a really good guy.
Yeah, that's Stephen Giffins.
So we
So
just have
that's-
to hope that Alan gets in, because he will be able to manage that. brief.
Alan Smith. Well, yeah, the result just came in. Alan
did it?
Yep, Alan Smith with 51.1% of the vote in Stirling.
Good.
That's a 14.4% gain for the SNP. Stephen Kerr, the Tory, dropped 3.5%, but Labour, the vote went down 14%.
Really?
So it does look like where there has been, I mean, I don't know if that is just a Labour collapse. To me, that looks more like Labour voters voting tactically for the SNP. I don't know if you've discussed this on the air. We were talking about it in the green room earlier, but the Daily Record this morning had a 2-page guide on how to get the Tories out of Scotland, and it was vote SNP. Which for the Daily Record, I mean, that's quite a step forward for them to say you have to vote SNP because it's the only way to stop the Tories. That's an interesting turn of events, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true in pretty much every seat that the SNP were the only ones that could do it.
Right.
So that's a heck of a result for Alan Smith, though, 51.1%.
Yeah.
Certainly, and also the bonus of the fact that we've managed to get rid of the pantomime Dane. I've often thought that Stephen Kerr looked like a pantomime Dane
Oh, he was
without
awful.
the makeup.
Just awful.
But that's I have to say it, but that's another poodle down.
Yeah.
So Jacob Rees-Mogg has held his seat.
Well, that's...
You're just full of surprises, aren't you?
I love to be full of surprises, Chris.
Yeah, I don't think that one's a huge shock.
I think that was always going to be a safe
I don't think Jacob Rees-Mogg could even get elected anywhere that wasn't already a thoroughly safe Tory seat. I think he's not the kind of candidate you would put into anywhere that might ever look marginal.
No, of course
Do you know
not.
what surprises me when I learned that so many seats in England have been held for 100 plus years?
Well, I made the point. I made the point earlier, actually, Dave, that Liverpool has never voted Tory.
Really?
It's never had a Tory councillor. It's never had a Tory MP. It's always been red socialist. And it'll be interesting tonight to see the Liverpool result.
See what it does.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Because as well as living in North Wales, I used to live in Liverpool as well.
I see.
Yeah, it's, I mean, the whole picture, oh, sorry, that,
Dundee West has declared, and Chris Law held his seat.
Good, good.
Excellent, excellent.
Well done.
Excellent. I have to point out that both my sons had a hand, and my eldest son, Kieran, he went out and voted for Chris Law, and my young son, Scott, who's studying politics in Aberdeen, he was out for Kirsty Blackman. So
Good.
that's SNP all round in the family.
so what was the share of the vote there in Dundee?
Don't ask complicated questions, Kenny, so I can't disappoint you. No, give me a
Okay.
second. Share of the vote, 53.8%.
Ooh, that's very impressive.
Yes, it is.
I mean,
Done,
Dundee,
Chris Law.
obviously, yes, city, but that's a big number.
But Chris is a particularly effective MP, isn't he?
He's absolutely brilliant, and that's actually good. If I could just mention a wee bit of the Friends of Palestine chat, because at the last conference, our stall was, we shared it with MAP, Medical Aid Palestine, and they were talking about Chris being re-elected, that they would want to get Chris out on a fact-finding mission,
Yes,
Right.
yes.
which is excellent because Chris has always wanted to do that.
Good.
And so hopefully that'll get set up pretty shortly.
Is
as
that
well.
the organisation that Philippa Whitford
Yeah,
goes- works with sometimes?
Dr. Philippa Whitford helps out in Medical Aid Palestine, CPS, and obviously our group, the SNP Friends of Palestine as well.
Good.
Coatbridge, Christon and Belthill just got declared. Stephen Bonner, SNP. This is an SNP gain, as far as I understand.
It is, because, and I'll tell
And
you
it
that
comes
that-
from Labour, from Hugh
that
Gaffney.
is- I know quite a few people in that constituency, and that's going back to the tactical voting chart. That was definitely, I know Labour activists were actually voting SNP in that
Right.
constituency.
Well, it makes a change for them voting Conservative.
Yeah.
So who was that again from?
That was from Hugh Gaffney,
Hugh Gaffney.
the voice of a football.
Ooh, we have a Aberdeen South gain for the SNP from the Conservatives.
Oh, is that
Very
not
good.
Ross Thompson?
No, that
Oh, that was
Aberdeen
Douglas
South.
Lumsden.
Douglas Lumsden was standing in that seat.
Oh,
That was
it
Ross
Ross
Thompson.
Ross
Thompson's,
Thompson's
that's
seat,
right.
Yeah.
but the
That's
parish
right,
of
yeah.
the-
Things
I
happened
was-
and
I was-
then he wasn't.
I was going to say that Douglas Lumsden name
did
didn't
it
sound
happen
familiar.
in the bar?
We can't discuss it.
Oh, right, okay. Good.
Sorry, Kenny, what were you saying?
No, I was just thinking out loud about that was Ross Thompson's seat. That's why I didn't recognise the Douglas Lumsden name. But
I saw the vote share for the Conservatives there this time was 35.9%. For the Scottish National Party, 44.7%. Considering that this was a Conservative seat before, that's quite a significant flip.
Yeah, and I have
Yeah.
to say it again. That's another poodle down.
again, it does look like that the bulk of that gain for the SNP has come from Labour.
Yes.
It does look as though Labour voters are tactically, or perhaps it's a change of heart, but they're voting SNP now,
Yes.
which is an interesting turn of events.
Do you
Why?
feel like this will mean that people who may be unionists and are voting tactically to keep out the Conservatives without having a deeper wish for independence have a sort to hold over the SNP and say, look, we've supported you, but we're not necessarily in favour of independence, because certainly this is how this vote will be interpreted.
I think that's the concern. I think Labour especially will try and sell this as their voters doing their patriotic duty to keep the Tories out, rather than any sort of
So
endorsement
what's
of
changed?
the
Because
SNP.
they voted to keep them in the last time.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't know how I would spin this, because I think honestly Labour have there are so many reasons not to vote Labour at this election. They've been so all over the place on Brexit, whereas the SNP have had such a strong message on Brexit.
Yeah, yeah.
And in Scotland, Remain is a much easier position to have. And the Scottish Labour Party hasn't really been able to do that because the Westminster branch has been so kind of
Chaotic.
confused and chaotic about their Brexit position. So that certainly will have hurt them in Scotland. The fact that we couldn't really trust them to recognise Scotland's vote. I think their hard line on independence has probably, people who were kind of Labour friendly types, I think will probably have been very scunnered by how aggressively anti even having another vote, even talking about it.
Yeah.
Labour have become. I really don't understand why they do that, but that's just me. But I think from the looks of it, I think a lot of this has been Labour voters just doing whatever it takes to get the Tories out.
Well, I mean, I can make the point of, I know personally from being an ex-GMB member and an ex-GMB rep, that the GMB were the first trade union to come out in favour of a no vote, and the GMB actively told its members that their stance was no, and if you were a GMB rep, then that you should replicate that stance. Right now, I took great exception to that, and I went to a meeting with my regional officer, and I would turn up with my badges on and stuff like that, and I was just chatting away to my regional officer and stuff like that, and I'd never had the conversation with him, and he just went, and his SNP badge was on the inside of his lapel and not on the outside, and I was fascinated by that. So that opened my eyes to the fact that there were people within the Labour Party and people in the trade union movement who were on the side of independence. Now at that time, that was the happy occasion that I came across Chris Stevens, who told me that there was a trade union group within the SNP. So I have been able to serve on that nearly off and on for the last 6 years on the executive of the trade union group, and the 2014 the membership, I'm the membership secretary now for the trade union group. The membership back then was 14,500. That was more than the Labour support in the whole of Scotland.
Really?
Back in 2014. My mission this year is to get that back up to at least 14,500, if not 15,000.
Getting news that both Boris Johnson and Priti Patel have held their seats.
Oh well.
Sorry about that news. Also, it looks like
Rab.
Rab is going to hold a seat.
Yeah, Dominic Grieve had been thought to be quite vulnerable, but
These results could have changed, actually. Kenny was in the too. Sorry. That's just a wee bit of a joke. You're not filling us with good news.
Literally nothing we do now can affect the results.
No.
Let's enjoy Scotland.
Yes.
Oh, definitely.
But yeah, it's.
Give us some good news for a change.
Did we?
John Lamont has held a seat.
Oh, dear.
Oh no.
Where's that?
You
again?
love my good
That's
news.
4
Don't
in
lie.
a row.
No.
Where's
It's not getting
Lamont
any
again?
better.
That means Callum hasn't got in.
Callum Kerr.
Yeah, that's a sore one.
It's a bummer.
David Linden is held SNP.
Excellent.
Okay, very
excellent.
good.
That's a sore one. I was hoping that Callum Kerr was going
Yeah.
to come back, actually.
Aye, so Callum Kerr was in Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk,
Yeah.
and unfortunately lost out to the Conservative candidate John Lamont. A difference of about 5,000 votes between them.
Really?
Yeah, the Scottish National Party achieved 38.8%. The Conservatives achieved 48.4%.
Yeah.
That is, what was the Labour turnout there?
What Labour were turnout? Yeah, Labour was 2,513 votes,
That is woeful.
overtaken by the Liberal Democrats.
Oh, that is woeful. That really is woeful.
Yeah, I mean, it's not natural Labour country, to
No,
be
it's
fair
not.
to
No,
them, but that's
no, but it's still a
still a
woeful
pretty
result.
disappointing result for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, that
So
is a sore one for the SNP, I'm sure.
Yep. Boris Johnson has held Uxbridge.
Yeah.
So
Lord Buckethead managed 125 votes though, so that's
Edinburgh South West,
is that
Joanna Cherry.
Joanna Cherry won.
Has
Okay.
held.
Okay.
Yes.
I should just say Sophie Cook, the Labour candidate in there, she was selected very late. Sophie and I grew up together.
Chris, hang
she
on.
was-
I'm sorry, everybody. You know how you don't like my news?
Yeah.
Jo Swinson
Has.
lost her seat. Hey, no.
Sorry.
It's not like
Kenny,
it
you were
happened.
saying.
I was going to say that Sophie is really lovely. She got thrown into that seat absolute last minute as something happened to the original candidate. And she met Joanna Cherry out canvassing the other day, and they shook hands and they took photos, and they seem to be very good friends. So a wee shout out to Sophie. I know she is pro-independence. She was a yes voter. So there are people in the Labour Party that we don't have to be furious at all the time.
No, of course.
I mean, there are some that we probably do, but
I wonder when
But, I mean,
they're
sorry.
going to change. I wonder when they're going to change and accept that is the direction of travel.
one would think that after this election, the Labour Party is going to have a very long, hard look at itself, but I'm not sure that they're ever going to come up with the right answers, because every time, when it was Jim Murphy, and we said, oh God, don't like Jim Murphy, he's terrible. And they said, oh, they're just scared of Jim. And they elected Jim Murphy, and they had their worst election result ever. Then they went to Kezia Dugdale, and we all said, oh, not Kezia Dugdale, no.
Yeah.
And then took them to their worst ever election result. They're not very good at taking on feedback. So I don't know. But I can't believe it. We're still talking about Labour when the Lib Dem leader has just lost her seat.
Yeah. Excellent.
And that, frankly, is...
And she lost her seat by a teeny tiny margin.
What was the margin? It's
139 votes between the
139
SNP
votes.
candidate Amy Callaghan
Who has
and
worked
49, sorry,
incredibly hard.
and
She
Liberal
has, yeah,
Democrat
she
Jo
has.
Swinson.
Yeah, we had Amy on the show. I was hosting 2 or 3 weeks back, and she was really, really good. She had a lot to say, and like you say, she's been working very, very hard. The whole team, I think, in the SNP in that constituency have been working tirelessly. In fairness, so has Jo Swinson. I think virtually the entire Lib Dem campaign machine in Scotland swung behind Jo Swinson because it was so important to them to hold.
Yeah, but I thought
She
Never
I
turned up
thought
in
she
her
was.
constituency.
Yeah, but I thought it was very lackadaisical of her when they were lauding the party leaders first thing this morning. Boris Johnson turning up with his wee Doug. I don't know what one of the 13 that was. I couldn't identify him. But Boris Johnson turned up, and then it went to Jo Swinson, and they said the crack of dawn. Jo Swinson was in Eastern Bartonshire, and I was like that. The crack of dawn. Yes, I know why that she was there at the crack of dawn, because she had to get her backside back down to London and Bath and Somerset and campaign and all those, you know, and show her face and all the rest of it. So hell bloody mender, you know, for not looking after her own constituency.
Yes.
You know, and you know, that's a great
That's
result
the
for
result of not looking after your own constituency.
Yeah, exactly. It's a result for living in England
Yes.
and holding a Scottish seat,
Yes.
which, you know, it should not be allowed.
It shouldn't, and Luke Graham is another one
Yeah,
that
correct.
I thought was shocking.
Correct. Paul Masterton as well. Paul Masterton
Yes.
didn't live in Clarkson
No,
or Eastwood. He lived in Paisley, Ralston and Paisley.
but Luke Graham lived
Yeah.
down in Swindon, and he
yeah.
was helicoptered in, and he was put up in the Conservative chairman's flat in a steading somewhere in Perthshire, where Liz Smith also shares offices there.
Okay.
Oh, that's
With them.
convenient.
We have another.
Yeah, sorry, carry on.
The Glen Rothes declaration
Peter Grant.
of the results is Peter Grant, and he really easily won over Labour.
Good.
That's another one over 50%.
Over 51, yeah. 51.1% of the vote share for Peter Grant in
That's
Glen
a wee bit
Rothes.
of a bonus as well, because Peter down in Westminster, he shared quite a lot of the European stuff, along with,
In that team with Stephen,
Stephen
yeah.
Gethens. So Peter's got a good bit of knowledge of that, and obviously, you know, if he's going to team up with Alan, then that would be ideal.
Yeah.
Maybe a wee look at the overall figures. The Conservatives have 197 seats so far. They've gained 32 seats, as opposed to Labour, who have 127 seats with loss of 40 seats. The SNP has 29 and have gained 9. Liberal Democrats have lost 1, which was their party leader.
Sorry.
The DUP has 5 and has lost 2. Again, one of them is a
they've
party
lost another
leader.
one.
Yep.
Yeah, that was Nigel Dodds seat went to Sinn Féin.
Yeah, what was the other one?
I've not heard what the other one
That
was.
was declared fairly early. I can look it up for you. But
And of course there was also Lady Herman's seat. She was a unionist, but sat as she was an independent
yeah.
unionist, and she lost her seat to the Alliance.
Yeah.
So it does look like the Unionists in Northern Ireland no longer will have a majority. I mean, obviously, without all the seats declared, you can't say for certain, but it doesn't look good for the DUP, and that changes the whole complexion of everything in the
What
north
is
of
that?
Ireland.
I'm seeing that.
not yet declared.
Oh,
There's
thank
because one of
Heart attack
the
Saturday.
reasons that some people argued that the DUP didn't really want Stormont to sit again
No, that's
was
correct.
because they had lost their overall majority.
But so did the Tories. The Tories don't want Stormont back up and running.
Well, there's a whole lot of reasons why certain people don't want Stormont running. but
SNP hold Motherwell and Wishaw.
Marianne Fellows,
that's another good
Cool.
one. That's
excellent.
another 46%?
Yes.
Was there?
But
So-
just as you're discussing that, you know, I have to point out that you know, when any time that I've watched Parliament, I've always been quite impressed by Lady Harman. You know, because she's not been that rabid unionist. You know, she's been very level-headed
Yeah, yeah.
in her approach, and in her questions and her responses. You know, so I mean, I have to give her a certain amount of credit. And the one that is the oxymoron for me within the Labour Party, I can't remember her name, but there's an MP, a London MP, who is a fervent Irish unionist, and she sticks it
with
to
the face like.
I melt it well. No, sorry, Dave. I don't think we can get away with that kind of chat on a quality programme such
Did
as
she
this.
not go over to UKIP?
No.
The one
no,
I'm thinking
no,
of.
No,
Oh, are
no.
you thinking of Kate Hoy?
Yes.
Yeah, she didn't go to UKIP, did she?
I mean, she was born in the north of Ireland.
Yes,
so-
yes, yes.
And
aye.
she has appeared at a number of events with Farage and various others.
I
She's
thought
also
she'd
appeared
actually
at
moved over
various,
to them.
Orange marches as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, she's
Yeah, which
she's very oddly placed in the
Very
Labour
odd.
Party. I find
Very.
it quite strange.
Yeah.
But yeah, she is. She was a fervent Brexiteer
Uh-huh.
and a very strong Irish Unionist as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Very odd to have ended up in the Labour Party as she has.
So we have another SNP gain in Air Carrick and Cumnock. From the Tories, that
Alan
was
Dorrans.
Martin Dowie, and
Dowie.
it's Alan Dorrans from the Scottish National Party that has got a 43.5% vote share over the Conservatives, which now have a 38.5% vote share.
Again, that's quite interesting. The Tories only dropped by 1.6%. The SNP went up by 9.5%, which again, 10.5% drop for Labour. So
Absolutely.
again, virtually all of that SNP vote looks like it's come from Labour.
Yeah, yeah. And obviously, Air Carrick and Cumnock, that was the seat that the incumbent MP had, he resigned from. I can't remember his name now. I was only talking about him the other day there.
I was going to say, 'cause that
he
Tory's
only-
name didn't mean anything to me.
He always said that he was only going to serve one term,
Okay.
and that term happened to be 2 years. Bill Grant.
Oh, right.
Bill
yes.
Grant. Bill Grant.
Well, that's interesting. You would have thought he might have said, "I'll make."
The Lib Dems
1.5
have gained
full
St
terms."
Albans from the Tories just there.
They've gained.
St
St
Albans.
oh,
Right.
right.
From the Tories.
Interesting.
Well, that is a curious one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, with a lot of these seats, there are local factors and that may play into things. It's like anything. It's like an exit poll. It'll give you the general picture, but won't give you the detail. There are always going to be wee odd results.
Maybe Joe Swinson should have went down to St Albans.
She might have
There
been
was
better.
talk of that, was there
She
not?
might have the
Hindsight's a
time to
beautiful
now.
thing.
There was talk of that. I'm
Well,
sure
I thought that she would have taken over from Vince Cable because he's resigning. So he could have resigned earlier, and she could have parachuted into a very, very safe Lib Dem seat.
maybe Vince
because
Cable
also-
didn't think she would be suitable
Maybe
material.
maybe so. But the other elephant in the room, for Jo Swinson going forward, now that she's not, but if she was to remain leader, then how could she ask questions on evil?
This is true.
Do you know? So she would have to get a spokesperson
Yes.
for English laws
Yes.
within her party. And that to me said, why did she not then parachute down to a safe seat? But hey ho. Sorry, I'm coming out with the name.
Hey-ho. No, it's all right.
That wasn't him trying to get your attention.
No. I was just, putting it out there for the.
Pundits react to Swinson's defeat with wow. Yeah.
That wasn't my initial reaction.
No, it wasn't.
We
We're
were
here for
there.
it. We remember it.
Do you want the drum roll again?
No.
Disastrous
I think
result.
our sound tech will punch us if you do another drum roll. Thankfully, I think most of the big results are by now that you're probably not going to get overexcited.
Oh,
again.
no. We've still got Chris Stevens to come.
Oh.
Glasgow North East just announced.
Glasgow North East, tell me it's Anne.
It's Anne. Anne McLaughlin has taken the seat from.
Oh, really? Oh, honestly, I'm going to start crying. Anne is absolutely
She is.
wonderful. She really is. Again, I'm talking about activists that have not left the party and stuff like that, haven't, fell by the wayside. Anne has been absolutely outstanding in that constituency
she's
as
been
a
very
community
active.
activist. And I'm just so pleased. Anne, I always knew you were going to do it.
Well,
Well, she's right back where she came
I
from.
suspect she's probably not watching right now, but she is a friend of the show. She has been on
She
the
is,
show
she
a
is.
couple of times.
Meanwhile,
What's this now?
Falkirk.
John
McNally
his seat.
holds his seat for the National Party. 52.2% of the vote share.
Is that an
That
increase?
is some stunning numbers. Again,
That is an increase, yeah.
an increase of
13.5%.
13.6.
Oh, wonderful.
Labour lost 18.6. That is sore. That was Safia Ali.
I mean, I remember when I was young, I grew up in just outside Stirling, so Falkirk knew people in the area, and I mean that was always an absolute dyed-in-the-wool Labour seat.
Labour seat, yeah.
I mean, there was never any shift in Labour from Falkirk, and
there
taking
seems
an
to be
18%
another.
dive, having already kind of lost and lost and lost.
Hannah Bedell has held Livingston for the Scottish National Party.
Good.
With 46.9%.
46.9%,
Oh,
vote change
brilliant.
of 6.9% to the SNP.
Well done, Hannah.
And once again, Labour seems to be mainly responsible for that because they lost 10.9%.
Labour came in third on that.
Yep. With only just under 12,000 votes as opposed to
Just over.
25,500 votes
can
for
you
the
do
Scottish
me a-
National Party.
Can you do me a personal favour?
Sure,
Can we have a wee look at the share vote for Renfrewshire East
of course.
so that I can see just exactly how it broke down?
Let's do that.
Well, that's the SNP.
Labour held Tottenham, while we're looking that up.
All
SNP,
right.
they're up to a total of 34 seats, 11 gains.
Oh, excellent, excellent. But yeah,
So still, what's that,
please
25 to declare?
indulge me. Please indulge me.
Right, so Kirsten Oswald in Renfrewshire East, that was 25,000, almost 25,000, 24,877. They gained 13.7% of the vote share,
Excellent.
and Labour lost 14.3%.
Well, that was always going to be the case, but what's the figures on the poodle? Because he's still a poodle. Even though he's lost his seat, he's still a poodle. And that is absolutely fantastic because all week they were saying that Kirsten and Paul Masterton were neck and neck. It was, I know, thankfully she's not stressing now, but I know that she was really, really stressed out about that. I'm just so happy that oh yeah, thank you for that.
There's a recount in Glasgow and Dumbarton East happening, and Jericho. No, just kidding.
Naughty girl.
You're a cruel person.
I'm sorry. That was my one funny for the night, right?
You've got an earpiece in, so you can pretend you've got knowledge we don't have, and you can scare the bejesus out of people.
Dear Kenny,
who have not slept.
I would
much.
love to offer you my earpiece because I could really use a coffee.
Well, why don't we do that then? We'll swap seats. You can take a wee break, and I can possibly close things out here.
Sure, Chris. Tell us another 5 minutes about Anne.
Tell you another 5 minutes about Anne? God, I could tell you another 50 minutes about Anne. There's one interesting thing that Anne was petitioning on. There was a derelict pub in Springburn, and she had been campaigning when she was down in Westminster to get it totally razed to the ground and repurposed for community usage. And at that time, you've got to remember that Labour were in charge of the council, and it just never happened. And during her election period, she had highlighted that now that they have got an SNP council, work is starting to raise that eyesore to the ground. And that is just one issue that she's campaigned on. Now I'd go one step further. If Anne had not been deselected 2 years ago, I don't think that we would have had the debacle of the St Rollox Cali railway site.
Right.
That was shoddily handled by Labour, by Paul Sweeney. And, you know, I wouldn't like to say this on anyone, but he has thoroughly deserved to lose that seat. And, you know, he should never have had that seat in the first place. That was another angry vote by the electorate, you know, with regards excuse me, the whole Brexit shenanigans.
Yes.
You know, so you know that's. I mean, Anne's done fantastic community work in that constituency, even although she wasn't elected, and she never acted as an MP. She was humble enough to act as a community activist.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm just so glad that she's
back in.
She's been returned. You know, because she thoroughly deserves it. You know, as obviously they all do.
Yes.
They all deserve to get.
Well,
get
I'm
returned.
looking forward to seeing what Alan does in Stirling and down in Westminster with all his experience.
Yeah.
Because we've been without a decent MP for long enough.
Just looking at the overall share numbers for Scotland at the moment, the SNP 46.4%, Conservatives 24.4%, Labour 19.9%, Lib Dems 7.9%, and then the Greens and Brexit with just fractions of a point each. But then, you know, weren't standing in every seat, and neither of them, I think, expected to have big wins. But 46.4%, I mean, that's probably about where the pro-independence numbers are, somewhere in that sort of region. What do you reckon, Chris? Or is this argument going to be there is no mandate for independence, there is no mandate for referendum because it's not 50% of the vote?
They will try that. I believe I overheard the conversation in the green room earlier on that Jackson Carlaw has already come out and suggested that if we don't get anything north of 56, then you know it can't be construed as a vote for independence, and that's obviously an impossible number, and that's why he selected that number. So no, I think that the way that the 34 MPs that were down there for the last 2 years, any increase north of 50, you know, again just reinforces the fact that the SNP speak for Scotland. You know, the shocker in the room tonight is the fact that Douglas Ross has retained his seat. That is an absolute shocker. I just can't understand that.
I'm just going to check this. Glasgow South West, we believe Chris Stevens has held.
Of course he's held.
And we have the figures here. 47.9% of the vote, a 7.2% increase. Labour's Matt Kerr with 34.6% of the vote, down almost 6. The Tories down 4. Lib Dems up 2, and Brexit Party obviously 2.2%. They managed. But that's a pretty hefty win for Chris Stevens there. 47.9%, up 7. And again, this one, it has to be said, is not quite as clear where that's come from. It does look like some has come from Labour and some from the Tories. Or perhaps it's just increased vote. The turnout.
Well, it'll be interesting.
Although the turnout is only up 1%.
1%, yeah.
I mean, only 57% turnout there in Glasgow South West. Glasgow's still lagging the rest of the country in turnout.
It's interesting that's nearly a vote of 5,000 for the Tory party in Govan. You know, maybe I shouldn't be so surprised, you know.
Well, they have started gentrifying Govan a wee bit.
But not to the extent where people own...
You get 5,000 Tories.
You know, Jaguar cars and stuff like that. But I thought that Chris would have had a bigger return than that. I mean, obviously, I'm happy to see Chris go back to Westminster. I'm sure he's probably not right enough. He's thoroughly cheesed off with it. But Chris is a seasoned trade unionist. I serve alongside Chris on the trade union executive, and I learn from Chris. You know, I mean, he always has been. He was the reason that I came into the party. You know, so I mean, Chris is very much my mentor. And every time that we have a trade union executive, I just feel, you know, I leave that meeting with so much more wealth of knowledge. That's just been imparted on me, you know. So it's good. I would have hoped it had a bigger return, but you know, I'm more than happy with the fact that he's been able to keep his seat.
Just that thing when you mentioned the Tories in government, I can't help thinking of that Rabsy Nisbet episode where the Tory I think bribes Rab. I can't remember what it is he does.
Something to do with carpets.
Oh, it is. He's the carpet sale. That's right. He's a carpet salesman. He gives Rab a deal on a new carpet, and when the announcement at the count, it's like Conservative Party 1 vote, and he's cheers Rab.
That's right. It's
and all Rab's pals all like what
ganging up on him.
But yeah, I mean, I suppose there are Conservatives everywhere. They claimed tonight that they are now the party of the working class.
Again, you've said that, and nobody's brought me in a sick bucket. Come on, Kenny.
Yeah, it's.
You know,
I mean,
Ellen's a comedian in the room.
Don't tell her that. She'll just start trying to tell you jokes. I think we should all accept that none of us are comedians. And
no, that actually should be challenged under the Trade Descriptions Act.
Well, I mean, they're certainly not the party that works in the interests of the majority of working class people. But you would have to say, based on a lot of these votes, that there are clearly a lot of working class people who vote Tory.
Well, no, I would say now that there are now working class people voting Tory. You couldn't say that there were working class people voting Tory back in the 80s and the 90s. You know, the common denominator here has to be Brexit. You know, and I can't slate them for that. You know, I'm predominantly talking about the Tories down south. That's what they voted for. They voted for Brexit, and the Tories were the party that were championing Brexit. So you know, it's natural to say that yes, there are working class Tories, but to say that the Tories are a working class party is absolutely laughable.
Yeah. So we have just had another bit of news from down in the borders. Dumfries and Galloway constituency, Scottish Secretary Alistair Jack has held his seat with 44.1% of the vote, a gain of 0.8%. Richard Arkless, who was the previous MP there until the 2017 election, 40.6% of the vote, just a difference of 2,000 votes. The SNP vote went up 8.2%, but and we've just heard Alison Thewlis has held Glasgow Central. Excellent. We'll just get a wee look at that. That's a wee bit better news. Very fond of Alison Thewlis. I see her on the bus to my girlfriend's house.
Aye.
Quite a lot, which is always interesting. So yeah, big result for Alison Thewlis there, 49.2% of the vote. That's a 4.5% gain. Labour came in 33.1%, down 5.5%. Flora Scarabello, who's the Tory candidate who was actually suspended from the Tory party, she wasn't the Tory candidate. She had stood for the Conservatives but was suspended for, I think, anti-Islamic comments on her social media. So Edinburgh South West, we're hearing now. Joanna Cherry has held.
Excellent. Yeah.
We'll
That's
just have to
another-
see if we can bring that one up and get the numbers for you.
That's another one that I was looking forward to see. But going back to Alison, while you're searching for that, again, Alison is a fantastic campaigner on human rights issues, on women's issues as well.
Yeah, the two-child cap and the rape
Yeah.
clause have been Alison Thulis's kind of signature issues, and she's fought them
But
furiously.
again, she's very interested. Anytime that I meet Alison, she's always asking what the refugee group are up to, and when we can next out to Cali and stuff like that. So I'm really happy that she's been returned. Joanna Cherry, I hate to say this, but Joanna always had to be a stick-on to get returned. I mean, what can you say about Joanna Cherry that hasn't been said before?
She's done very well there. 47.6% of the vote. Got up 12% there for Joanna Cherry. And my pal Sophie, she has 14.3% of the vote, down 12.5%. That's, again, it looks very much as though a lot of that Labour vote has gone over to the SNP. We're hearing that in Foyle, in the north of Ireland, SDLP gain from Sinn Féin, which seems somewhat surprising. Does mean that the people of Foyle will be represented at Westminster for the first time in a good long time. I'm not sure exactly how long, but I'm hearing in my ear that there was a tactical agreement between the SDLP and Sinn Féin.
All right.
I wonder if possibly the SDLP might attract a few more moderate voters that Sinn Féin might not be able to attract.
It's possible.
That may have been the aim there.
Yeah, that would be possible. I wonder how that would then play out with regards the Irish MPs petitioning the Westminster government to get Stormont back up and running again. I made the suggestion earlier on that I don't think that the Tories want to get Stormont back up and running.
No, certainly a lot of them don't.
And the DUP were almost certainly quite happy with direct rule. If they could have direct rule ad infinitum, I think they would be, cock a hoop about that.
I mean, it is possible. I mean, obviously, we're not. Oh, sorry, we're just hearing that Stuart MacDonald in Glasgow South has held.
That should be a complete stick-on as well, Stuart. Yet another fantastic MP, absolutely brilliant. He has. I always enjoy listening to Stuart when he's in Westminster, because he doesn't hit the wall it doesn't hit the wall and miss with regards LGBT rights and the inequality that's actually being portrayed by the Tory party. Their whole attitude towards LGBT rights is something that's never really been highlighted, along with the rank hypocrisy on Islamophobia as well.
Yeah, we're just hearing that Dunfermline, and I think it's Dunfermline and West Fife is the name of or Fife West.
Fife West
is another SNP hold.
Douglas Chapman.
I will just have to try and check that one.
Or is he Dunfermline?
I'm not 100% sure. Let's just see. Dunfermline and West Fife. Douglas Chapman.
It is Douglas Chapman.
It is.
Yeah.
Again, we don't have the numbers in just yet for that one. We will keep an eye out.
Well, again, that's great. Douglas has been a great MP for that constituency that takes in Rosyth, and he's always been standing up for. He's always been standing up to the Tories to get more work into the dockyard there. So again, that's another good result as well, that he's returned, so that we can argue for the lost frigates and surface vessels that were once promised to us.
Absolutely. We've just heard that Dominic Grieve has lost his seat. Dominic Grieve
my Lord.
was the Tory whip. Had the whip withdrawn after his unwillingness to support Boris Johnson's Brexit deal.
So you think the knives were out for him then?
Well, I think honestly, a lot of these, and it's the same with the Lib Dems, that their losses are partly because of the number of other party members that joined them. It makes it look a lot worse that their group has shrunk so much, but it had only recently expanded by that much. Dominic Grieve was standing as an independent.
So
he was
on
probably
principle, Dominic didn't cross the floor.
Yes, that's right.
He always stood on that principle.
I think he was very much a Tory, just not a hard Brexiteer.
I actually, you know, his principled stance on Brexit is going to be a sore loss to the House of Commons. Because he wasn't scared to hold the Prime Minister's feet to the fire. And anybody within the cabinet come to that matter.
He was also very vocal about the fact that Boris Johnson was unwilling to publish the report into Russian interference in the election. That was really one of the last things he was fighting for before the election was called, and actually even during the election. That was one of the things that he really put a lot of time and effort into. But as you say, you know, rational, kind of sensible, you know, coherent voices on the right of politics are good for all of us. I mean, there does have to be there has to be a right wing, and I would rather it was Dominic Grieve than Dominic Cumming that was behind it. You know,
Dominic Cumming's not a politician. Dominic Cumming is a puppeteer. More than a politician, but you know you are right, and you know anyone within politics they have the right to criticise MPs that haven't done well, but they also have the right to praise MPs from any party who have actually stood on principle and said this isn't right. And actively work against his government because of his core beliefs. Now that's the same for I can't remember her name. She's the MP for Broxtowe.
Okay.
The one that did cross the floor.
There's been so much of that. Sorry, we're just hearing that Caroline Lucas has held Brighton Pavilion for the Green Party, so she will remain probably, at this stage I think we could probably quite safely assume she'll remain the only Green MP. But Caroline Lucas, of course, has been quite a help. There's that wee group with Plaid and the SNP. They try to work quite closely together. They're very, very, very much aligned interests on most issues, I think.
I'm struggling to remember this woman's name because it has to get pointed out. Some people say that she's a bit of a Marmite firebrand politician, but she's called Boris out time and time again, and I actually enjoy her exchanges. When she's cross-examining in the front bench, she was one of the first MPs to actually get physically and verbally abused. I think she was in the papers as a traitor. One of the first ones to be called a traitor.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So when I nick into the green room next, I'll find out what her name is. And, it's not fair to rabbit on about somebody and you don't refer to them by name.
Yeah. Well, we are just
So
looking
what
to
are
see
we up to at the
what
moment?
we're up to. We are now up to totals as we speak. Ian Murray, we're just hearing, has held Edinburgh South.
Pillsbury boy keeps a hold on to his seat.
I think we were all kind of expecting that one. I mean, Ian Murray, for all we might criticise him, and we all might spend the rest of our lives laughing at that picture of him in the Union Jack suit. I have to give him credit. When he was elected, he said, right, who's the hardest working MP in Parliament right now? How many surgeries do they do? I'm going to do more.
Yeah.
And he has been an absolutely relentless hard worker in the constituency. You know, you often hear people talking about MPs as, you know, well, everybody in the constituencies had help from him. They know him. And that's one thing if you've been an MP for 50 years, like someone like Dennis Skinner. But with Ian Murray, you know, he's gone in there and genuinely, for people in the constituency, say if you've got a problem, Ian will help.
Yeah.
So you know, you can't knock him for that. That's ultimately the biggest part of any MP's job should be constituency work.
I think that was always going to be Labour stick on, and it would be interesting. Is that just off the top of your head? Is that the only Scottish Labour seat to be confirmed this evening?
I think at the moment it still is. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll have to just keep an eye and see for certain, but I think that is the only one so far. Yes. I'm just going to bring up now the Glasgow South numbers.
Yeah.
Let us get a wee look and see how Stuart MacDonald did get on. So 48.1% of the vote, 7% increase. Joanne Lamont for Labour, 29.1%, down 7.4%. Tories down 5.9%, Lib Dems up 2.6%, the Greens got a couple of percent, and the Brexit Party got 1.1%. On a turnout of 66%, 66.9%, which is relatively good as Glasgow goes. That's a pretty good turnout.
I didn't know that Joanne Lamont was actually standing for the Labour Party.
Yeah.
I didn't know that one until tonight, until you brought that up. So there's a wee bit of trivia for you.
So I mean that's 41 seats altogether for the SNP. I'm not sure just how many have still to be declared.
Joanne Lamont always reminded me of that Bond villain. What was her name? Rosa Klebb. You know, the one with the bayonet in her shoe. She was trying to stab Sean Connery. I think it was Diamonds Are Forever.
I don't know.
I digress.
I'm not a big enough Bond fan that I could possibly talk about that.
But yeah, she always reminded me of a Rosa Klebb from the KGB.
Somebody's saying in my ear it's from Russia with Love.
Russia with Love. I stand corrected.
So there you go. I would not have known that, no matter how long we had talked about it. So that's something. Let's just see what else we've got in Scotland so far. Total results across Scotland. So we have 41 for the SNP, which is a gain of 12. The Conservatives currently have 3, which is down 6. Labour have 1, which is down 6. And the Lib Dems have 1, which at the moment is no change.
What was that? The Neil Hanvey seat?
No, that was the one they took from Stephen Gethin's.
That was the one they took from Stephen Gethin.
Not seen a result for the the seat that Neil Hanvey was standing in. I'm just going to see. Okay. So I'm just going to see if we can find that out. Yeah. No, never mind. So we are just about to be joined again by Craig coming in. See, there you are, Craig, on the left for once.
You can definitely hold my seat. I will.
To the left of Chris McCusker. That's a rare feat.
It's a bold statement, to say the least.
Well, Chris, thank you. I know this has been a long shift for you, so thank you very much for joining us. And Craig, how are you?
I am pretty tired right now and keeping on going with the magic bean juice that is coffee.
It has been a pretty long night for all of us, and in a lot of cases not the happiest. I think possibly if you were based in England, this might be an even more grim night. Yeah. We're looking at the map, and it's very, very blue.
We're still waiting on the David Mundel's seat returning, but it does sound as if that blue wall that I mentioned between Scotland and the border is going to remain intact. I said from the start of the night that SNP on about 45% of the vote, but that plus or minus fractions of a percent has combined with the locality of some of the campaigns against our 4 particular candidates has made all the difference. All politics is local, as they say. So that early exit poll that said SNP 55, it doesn't sound as if they're going to quite make it to that.
The BBC is now predicting 52.
Which, if they're north of 50, I'm sure they're still going to be absolutely delighted by it. Quite frankly, if they're north of 35, they'd claim a victory of this. And it's still going to be a big day tomorrow when the plans are all reassessed. I did hear when I was out there that Jackson Carlaw has been saying that, and a few other commentators have been saying that well, the SNP haven't quite made it to the 50% mark, therefore it's still not a mandate for independence. I would like to see them apply that same logic to Boris Johnson's government, who is going to make probably that percentage.
I'm continually amazed that Tories in particular will say things like, well, you didn't get 50% of the vote, so you've got no mandate for anything. You think, well, you've never had a you've never had a mandate for anything. Then you've never had a majority of the vote. Period.
For some folk who are fundamentally against another referendum, then it's always going to be easy for them to say, okay, you have X percent, but you didn't get X plus 1.
Yeah.
Whether it's 50, 45, 50, 60%, but you didn't get 61.
Yeah.
So it gets a bit daft.
And the other part of that really bugs me is when they'll say, but what about the million Scots that voted to leave? Why don't you care about them? And you're like, well, how much are you thinking about the 16 million people who voted to remain? But it's the SNP have to care for the million people who voted leave in Scotland, even though they're a fairly small minority.
And have voted for various reasons, and have voted several years ago. When times change, and democracies are always provisional.
Yes, exactly.
The will of the people has to be followed, but the will of the people has to be listened to as it changes. Yeah.
I mean, we're just thinking of one of those other things that we hear said about Scotland, and then hear a very different version of the thing said in England. I heard Boris Johnson saying that this was a once-in-a-generation election, which, according to the Tories' logic, means that we're not going to have another election for at least 20 or 30 years.
I'll say that times are strange enough in the UK that might be true.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we know he's looking to overhaul things like the Constitution. And
when I did hear that, I couldn't help thinking they've told people enough that once in a generation means to them. Maybe we should take this quite seriously. But I don't think we're about to slide into fascist dictatorship quite yet. But a majority Tory government doesn't fill me with a huge amount more cheer. Total numbers at the moment, just while we're talking about it, 265 for the Tories, 177 for Labour. That's a gain of 38 in total for the Tories, a loss of 50 for Labour. 41, that's up 12 for the SNP. Lib Dems holding steady on 7 at the moment. The DUP down 2 to 5.
Yep.
And others up to 13. That others includes obviously all the other parties in the north of Ireland. It includes Plaid, the Greens. So yeah,
it's interesting that in Northern Ireland there has been a lot of not just tactical voting, but strategic alliances and non-compete campaigns going on there. So the SDLP have done quite well, and Sinn Féin have done well. Somewhat ironic that the SDLP, who informally take the Labour whip at Westminster, or at least have done so far, they're doing well at a point where the Labour vote is coming down. I've always thought that the relationship between the SDLP and Labour is very curious, especially in the last few years, where Labour became this arch-unionist party, yet had a strategic alliance with a party that was for Irish reunification. But you had that tension that they were happily allied with the SDLP, fiercely tribal against the SNP, but couldn't quite connect the two. And I always wondered if it was just a case of, well, Labour doesn't stand in Northern Ireland. And in Scotland, they still consider Scotland to be their homeland. That's where they were founded, and the SNP stole it from them. Maybe something for them to consider during a period of reflection.
I think it is kind of odd. That relationship, but again, like you say, I think with a lot of things in British politics, it's just nobody really thinks about Northern Ireland. I think the last couple of years when we've had GUP propping up the Tory government, it's the first time that the rest of the UK has had to think about the north of Ireland since 1997.
And what we've seen over the Brexit negotiations is not very good at it.
I'm just hearing, sorry, that the DUP have held Lagan Valley, so so it's not been an absolute wipeout for them, but it's really not been a good night for the DUP.
Losing our Westminster leader is going to be a bit of a blow, but as I said last time I was in here, quite frankly, the DUP aren't needed anymore. The Tories have the majority. They can go back to happily ignoring Northern Ireland as they have done historically. It'll be interesting to see what does happen. I think without the DUP complication,
there will be more of a pressure, I think, especially from the SDLP now sitting in Westminster to get Stormont re-established. This is something we've not seen, and we do need to work on that. It's not fair for them to.
I have sort of speculated that maybe the DUP were kind of quite happy for Stormont to not exist because they had an ear in power. They didn't need Stormont to have that voice.
Sorry, Craig, can I just ask you to move your microphone a wee bit where we're not getting you terribly loud? It's just right in the middle of your ear.
That
should be good. That's
because I'm tired and not my usual shouty self.
Hope you can all hear Craig at home. Those of you who are, that's probably woken somebody up now. Somebody that's dozed off in front of the laptop. Suddenly, oh God, that's a really loud Craig DL now.
Pay attention, children. There will be an exam.
Oh God, don't tell me that. I've not been paying attention.
Here, have you guys spoken about Dominic Grieve?
We did speak about Dominic Grieve a little bit, yes. His seat went to the Tories, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was not a shocker. There were quite a lot of independents standing in this election because of the various defections and expulsions and various other things that have happened.
I would be quite surprised if any of the 21 who were expelled returned as independents again, just because of the nature of the voting system.
SNP hold Ayrshire Central, I'm just being told. That's Philippa Whitford's seat.
Good.
So yes, another another tremendous friend of the show, and she's been campaigning on one leg for this campaign. She had damaged her ankle a month or two back, so she's been doing this whole campaign on one leg. So God bless Philippa Whitford. Oh, and we're just hearing that the Conservatives gained Newcastle under Lyme. Newcastle under Lyme from Labour. I was thinking Newcastle upon Tyne would have been a real shocker, but Newcastle under Lyme is still quite an impressive one.
A lot of these heartland areas are falling. That's not good.
And we're just hearing as well that David Mundell has held on.
Yeah.
In Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale.
I always thought that one was going to be likely, although Amanda Berger, there's another good friend and campaigning buddy of mine.
Yeah, we had Amanda on the show.
She would have been an amazing candidate if she'd got in, but
we had Amanda on the show again just a few weeks back, and I was very impressed with her. She was really good. It just seems to be this pretty much impregnable fortress for the last 20 years or so.
It's quite interesting. I was recently reminded that one of the last campaign things I did for the 2014 independence referendum was a town hall meeting at Hustings in Lanark, and on the panel was Amanda Berger and Philippa Whitford.
Oh, there you go. See, that's what you get. You get involved in all these campaign things, and suddenly you're sitting on stages with people like this, and then on TV with people like me and Ellen. It doesn't get an awful lot better, does it?
No, thanks, mate.
This is what being a policy officer is really all about.
Yeah, meeting all the best people.
Yeah. Oh. So yeah, I mean that's David Mundell. We've not got his percentages in yet, but we would kind of assume that it'll be tight. It has been tight at the last couple of elections. But yeah, that's that Tory belt right across the south of Scotland. So that's 46% of the vote for David Mundell, down 3.4%. Amanda Berger did pretty well, 38.3%, up 8.2%.
So that's a mighty campaign. That's a good effort. But
and there you go, Labour down 8.1%, the SNP up 8.2%. It just really does look like, and in fact, 3.4 down for the Tories, 3.2 up for the Lib Dems. I mean, I'm wondering if that's, kind of Unionist Remainers, maybe. I mean, obviously, these are not direct swings, but there's a very neat symmetry to that one.
Yeah, and one thing these graphs always miss out is the didn't vote section.
Yeah,
so
changing the turnout as well.
Changing the turnout's important as well. You can lose a lot of people who just don't turn out. They don't necessarily vote for your opponent. They just don't vote for anyone.
Yeah, and you could be seen to have lost a massive percentage when it just means that someone else has managed to get their own vote out.
Yeah.
I'm just having a look at the Ayrshire Central numbers. So Philippa Whitford got 21,486 votes. That's a 46.2% vote share. And the Conservatives, there was 16,182 people who looked at Philippa Whitford on TV and thought she wasn't doing good enough, which stuns me. She's amazing. Interesting, though.
I don't look at the votes on and Labour. Labour's down 11 points.
11.9
their votes just evaporated there. So yeah, you're seeing this pattern quite a lot in Scotland. That just coalescing around that pro-union versus pro-independence thing. That's back on the agenda. That can't be ignored.
Huh.
Right, so we're receiving news that apparently.
Yes, we just got this in our ear that Nicola Sturgeon was seen enthusiastically celebrating Joe Swinson's loss.
She was being interviewed by the BBC at the time, and
was she?
The news came over, and she started sort of cheering both fists in the air.
Yeah, that's.
Sorry, where did you just see that?
That was on Twitter.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I think there will probably be a lot of people in the SNP quite pleased about that one, particularly. It's one that there was a heavy campaign focus on. I mean, it's always good to take a party leader's scalp. And Joe Swinson, I think there's a particular kind of bitterness about campaign style of the Lib Dems.
But did we all see the most important result of the election so far? And that was in Boris Johnson's seat. Now, the PM often ends up with these novelty candidates behind them. So in Boris Johnson's seat, we also had Lord Buckethead, Count Binface, and Elmo.
How did Elmo get on?
He got 8 votes.
Oh, well.
And Lord Buckethead did beat Count Binface. So
well, that was the real contest, wasn't it? I mean, it's a shame for Elmo to come up against a real life muppet like Boris Johnson and only manage to scrape together 8 votes. You know, that's, you know, I mean, honestly, if you
Broadcasting Scotland.
it's we are getting to that time of night where it's getting harder and harder not to just want to say bad things about Tories, but we do have to remain somewhat professional for the rest of the night. Oh, do we?
I'm at a disadvantage here because I'm the only one who doesn't have an earpiece.
Yeah.
We have a little video.
Yeah, sorry, I'm also at the stage where I'm replying to things that people say in my ear as if they were in the room. So I do apologise for the complete lack of professionalism that's broken out here at the table. Yeah, I mean, all the results now are starting to slow down a wee bit. Some of the ones that we would expect to see may take a wee bit longer. Oh, sorry. For example, we've not heard from Paisley South, which is Mary Black's seat.
No, we did.
Did we? Did that one come in? No. Ellen seems to remember it, but
I seem to remember.
I don't.
Okay.
We know that was one of the seats where there was discussion about impersonation and potential other issues. So we're just going to see if we do have any results from there. It was SNP hold.
Yep, SNP
Yeah,
hold,
SNP
Mary
hold.
Black.
Yeah, so 50.2% for Mary Black there.
Oh, wow.
That up, I think, 9%.
Yep, 9.6%.
Up 9.6. Labour down 9.1, Tories down 1.9. Yeah.
Something I said earlier is with the first past the post, you don't need to win an absolute majority of the votes, just beat all other candidates. But Mary Black's done it. She's got an absolute majority there.
It is nice. I think it does. It kind of just strengthens your position generally. If you've managed an overall majority in your seat, then that's always a good sign. But again, I mean, that just collapse in the Labour vote compared to the SNP, and the numbers are so close. It does look like an awful lot of Labour people have just gone straight over.
Which is quite
Edinburgh
interesting.
North, we're hearing, is an SNP hold for Deirdre Brock.
Okay.
43.7% of the vote, up 9.7. Labour down 9.1. Tories down 8.7,
Wow.
which is pretty remarkable. Lib Dems up 6.6. The Greens getting up to 3.3%. And the Brexit Party picking up just a wee fraction again. But yeah, another big gain for the SNP. Whatever else is said, the SNP have certainly recovered their vote share in this election compared to 2017. That's probably their biggest the biggest thing that we can say about the overall trend. Lost in a couple of seats. Some of them bigger margins than I expected, to be honest. The margin, for example, for David Mundell is significantly bigger than what it was in 2015. So that's that's something I think there's probably been an element of tactical voting there as well.
Although it is eaten into the majority since 2017, so he is oscillating a bit. He is still in as pretty much as safe a seat as you can be in, Scotland, which is now a nation of marginals in a great degree.
Well, I mean, it's the only seat that hasn't changed hands in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
So that's... Well, no, sorry, that's not true. Alistair Carmichael is still, and Ian Murray are still there. I tell a lie.
So Chris, it's nice to have you back.
Yes, we can welcome Chris now on the far right.
Don't be putting that
This is a great running joke.
I think this might be the story of the night, that everyone else has just kept moving left, that Chris is now on the far right. That's been the story of tonight. We've all shifted.
Sorry, comrades. I'm sorry. I had to go out and take a quick comfort break there, and I think there was a bit of debate about Mary Black.
Yeah, we weren't sure if the result had come in or not.
Was confirmed
we missed that one
an hour and a half ago, I believe.
It's very easy to miss some of these seats when they're coming in so quickly.
So fast, yeah.
And also when we're
I'm glad
switching
that you believe Chris, both of you. Not that I just said that.
Oh no, you said it, and I said I didn't remember, which was true.
This is true. Yeah, you were out, I think.
Yeah.
So did you have a good break?
Everything's better with a small sip.
Of a big cup of coffee.
But mine was actually more of a massive big glass of water.
I'm so glad you said that.
Well, I'm driving, so I wouldn't like to be breaking the law at Police Scotland. No, I felt that I was getting a bit dry and a bit coffee, so I thought I would take myself out and have a wee 15-minute comfort break. So I'm actually just back here to sort of like give another wee 10 minutes and then say goodnight to any of the viewers that are still left.
Yeah,
I think
anybody
that's a good
who is
plan for all of us.
still with us, we are immensely grateful to you. I mean, this has been a long night for all of us. And just something we haven't actually mentioned is, how do you like our swank new studio? Isn't it gorgeous? We are very, very pleased with this. We want to give a wee shout out to Linda, Geordie and Aaron, who have been working pretty much non-stop for the last 48 hours getting everything together for tonight.
But it also has to be said, Kenny, sorry to interrupt you there, but and I did happen to know, or just happened to notice as I look across the table at Dr. Craig there, just having a wee cursory yawn, but it has been a very enjoyable night. Yeah. From my personal view, to be able to comment on this rather than just previous years where I've just sat and shouted at the television, it has been an absolute pleasure, and I want to thank Linda as well, and Geordie working hard behind the scenes. And also to my esteemed co-members of the panel here, and the other ladies as well, Day and Ellie as well. Sam. So, yeah. So I mean, this has been eye-opening for me to actually see it through. Yeah. I would have probably gave up after the 5th can and went to bed at 2 o'clock and found out all the results in the morning.
Oh, we never mentioned Gordon either, who was hosting earlier on in the evening.
As well, yeah.
By far the best dressed member of the entire crew tonight. So, no, I mean you look good, Chris.
I went there.
But he had a tie on, so which makes him automatically like a level classier than you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it has been a great night, and I say this at the end of every show, but I feel like I should have probably said it earlier in the night, but I will say it now. Doing all this is expensive, folks. If we had the money that Ruth Davidson got paid tonight to appear on ITV and give her shining insights, we would not have to worry about money for a year.
Sorry, was that a Freudian slip? Shining insights?
Yeah. So, so just to let you know, we are trying to raise some money just now. It is getting critical. In order to maintain this fabulous studio, to keep paying the bills and everything, we do need your support. So if you're able to support us at all, do please go to broadcastingscotland.scot/donate. You can donate there. You can sign up as a supporter with your £5 a month, or you can just donate a lump sum of any size. The larger the better, obviously. If you're not able to do that, don't worry. The shows will always be free as long as we're able to keep broadcasting. So do tell your rich friends that you rely on them to contribute. And we're also always looking for volunteers. Just keeping things going back behind the scenes tonight has been a huge job. Linda, Ella, Geordie, others have been involved as well. Carol, sorry, I was trying to remember her name there and I couldn't, but it's been a long night once again. So Val, Aaron, everybody has all played a big part tonight. And we always need more people for Scotland at 7, for the full Scottish. We need tech people, we need journalists, we need writers, we need other hosts, people so that we don't have to switch in and out between just the 2 or 3 of us all night. We need researchers, we need everything. If you want to learn how to do something, or if you know how to do something already and want a chance to show off your skills, then we're always ready to find a place for you. So that's the Broadcasting Scotland pitch for the evening. We hope that it's been an entertaining show. We hope that it has been worth watching. And just before we go, we'll just have a wee quick look and see if we have any more results coming in yet.
We've been asked to apologise for this frantic green man running around in the background. We're really, really sorry about that. I hope you can forgive us, and I hope that you understand that it's been a fantastic but exhausting night, and it's been all the more fun for having a big switcheroo panel of people passionate about making Broadcasting Scotland happen. We need to support each other. If anything that Broadcasting Scotland has ever done that you've enjoyed, please make sure that the money that you're not paying in licence fees, at least in part, goes toward a Scottish broadcaster. Look, we're good, we're getting better, we're working hard for you all the time, and we'd like to do it with you. So, thank you to everyone.
Not even that, but just a simple retweet of the content.
That too.
As well, just to share that message out that you know that broadcasting is here as an alternative media. You know, the one that the SNP are crying out for. And you know, if you were asked, if you were to ask me what my New Year's resolution is going to be for 2020, it's going to be that any MP that I engage with next year is going to get a severe ear bashing about the exploits of Broadcasting Scotland.
Sounds excellent.
Well, you know. This is something that I just don't understand myself. It's such a fantastic medium, and Indie Live as well, it has to be said. You know, and they solely rely on donations. And it's, you know, we keep on banging on about it. You know, I mean, you're policy director, stuff like that, you'll understand more than anything. You know, there is nothing more frustrating than having a good concept, you know, and a great idea, and you know, and firmly believing in the fact that it can work, and it's what the people are asking for, but no bugger takes it up. Excuse my French. But that's how frustrated I am with it, because you know, having been a part of it, privileged to be a part of it for the past year, you know, again, as a volunteer, You know, I'm happy to come in any night that you know I'm you know, asked to give political content, comment on the week's issues, and it's a joy to do it because you're not doing it for yourself, you're doing it for the independence movement. And
it's a joy to have you as well, Chris. But you make a great point. The best thing that you can do for us is to tell other people about us. So every time you're having that conversation with your pals about how rotten the BBC is, how much you're frustrated with the mainstream media, tell them about Broadcasting Scotland. Point them in our direction. The more viewers we get, the more money we can attract, the better talent we can attract, the more we can do, the more kind of programs we can create. That's what we want to do. We want to create a full service TV station for Scotland, producing Scottish independent media. That's what we've all said we've wanted for years in a lot of cases, at least since 2014, if not before. And this is how we build it, is with your help. So once again, thank you to absolutely everybody, Craig, Ellen, Chris, Day, Sam, and everybody who's helped out behind the scenes tonight. This has been quite an effort. A long night, but one that's definitely been worth it. Thank you all for joining us. The Westminster result may not have been great for many of us. The results in Scotland, presumably a lot more encouraging for most of our viewers. It's going to be a very interesting week going forward, so we will be back on Sunday with the full Scottish to talk about all of the results once we've heard them all. We'll have Scotland at 7 all next week, and we are looking just now at whether we're able to do a show tomorrow night to do a full breakdown of the results as well. We will keep you updated if you follow us at Broadcast Scot on Twitter. But until then, I have been Kenny McBride. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been Scotland Counts on Broadcasting Scotland. Good night.